rugby.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Premier Daniel Andrews has defended the capped financial limit of $50,000 to assist Victorians impacted by building companies that have collapsed. The state government has announced the expansion of the Porter Davis compensation scheme to other clients of failed builders, including Snowden Developments and Holbury Homes. To be eligible for the one-off support payment, the builder must have failed to take out mandatory domestic building insurance on their behalf and then gone into liquidation within the past 12 months. Mr Andrews says they have taken a fair and balanced approach to supporting those affected by the collapsed builders.
A black letter reading of the law, they're eligible for nothing. But we've listened and we've done the hard work to quantify and establish how many people are in these circumstances, and we've done our very best to try and support them.
Australia's first ever public egg and sperm bank has opened in Victoria, giving more people the chance to start a family. The bank at the Royal Women's Hospital is now accepting egg and sperm donations from eligible members of the community. The government says it's part of a $120 million program, which also includes public fertility services such as IVF treatments, diagnostic tests and procedures, and counselling. Acting Health Minister Gabrielle Williams says removing the costs associated with IVF will assist thousands of Victorians each year.
We know that the cost of these services can be a great prohibitor to people being able to embark upon starting a family or indeed adding to their family. So these services on their own open doors for people, open up options for people.
Ukraine's ambassador has invited Foreign Minister Penny Wong to visit the country's capital, Kyiv, and gain a fresh perspective. The country has been campaigning for Australia to send its Hawkeye armoured vehicles to support the war effort. Ambassador Vasyl Miroshnichenko says it would be good for Senator Wong to see Kyiv with her own eyes.
When you visit, it gives you a different angle. It gives you a bit of hands-on, and that gives you, I mean, I've seen it with your Prime Minister. I was there on that trip. We were able to hear those stories which were out there shared with people being under the Russian occupation.
Meanwhile, officials in Ukraine say a Russian drone attack on the capital Kyiv has been repelled. They say the city's air defence system shot down all of the incoming drones. But in the south and east of the country, a number of civilians were killed by Russian shelling. Opposition leader Peter Dutton has accused Labor of trying to use the Robo-Debt Royal Commission to help its chances in a by-election in former Cabinet Minister Stuart Roberts' seat of Fadden. Queenslanders in the seat will decide Mr Roberts' replacement in a fortnight, with the final report's findings into the unlawful Robo-Debt scheme released on Friday. That date was set before Mr Robert formally resigned from Parliament. Mr Dutton has told Sky News any swing against his party would be due to voter fatigue and an attack on Mr Robert as one of the ministers who oversaw the scheme.
The government obviously is playing, tricks and funny games, milking all they can out of the Robo-Debt inquiry. They're going to dump that inquiry finding a week before election day. There's no coincidence in that.
There have been more clashes between police and demonstrators across France. The protest started just hours after the funeral for a teenager who was killed by police. The 17-year-old was shot during a traffic stop in the Paris suburb of Nanterre. For these residents of Nanterre, the days of rioting are taking their toll.
There's nothing left. Everything's been destroyed. That's why I'm really shocked. I don't understand it. It's sad what's happened to young Niall. But why are we being treated like this? At the moment, I haven't slept all night, so I'm tired. We're worn out.
To sport, and Australian spinner Nathan Lyon says he's shattered and has been in tears as he comes to term with the calf injury, which is likely to end his Ashes campaign. The 35-year-old suffered a significant calf tear while fielding on day 2 of the second test against England at Lords, which has left him on crutches. But the spinner produced a heroic cameo on day 4, hobbling out to pitch to bat, a standing ovation, helping Australia set England a target of 371 to win. He couldn't run, but still hit the ball, and Lyon says he'd do it all again.
I knew the risks, but the way I look at it, I'll do anything for this team. And you never know how big of a 15-run partnership can be in an Ashes series. Yes, I'm proud of myself for going out there and doing that, but if it was tomorrow, I'll do it again, because I know I love this team. I love playing cricket for Australia.
To the weather now. For the state, a mostly sunny day in the north, cloudy in the south with very isolated showers about the central ranges. For Melbourne, cloudy, the medium chance of light showers with a top today of 14. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 11 degrees. ABC News.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways
we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
Is there anything better in our game than a kick after the siren to win it? And how did Port Adelaide keep getting it done? Last night it was courtesy of Houston's Rocket.
Dan Houston, the club is on an 11-game record winning streak. The kick after the siren to win the game for Port Adelaide. It's right to the line. The Powers players are celebrating.
They got it there, a victory for Port Adelaide to make it a dozen in a row. The Pies retain top spot on the glitter strip. Can they get even stronger? And is this mess retrievable for Stuart Dew and the Suns?
Lipinski, spoiled, roving, Elliott, play on, goal. Oh, coast to coast, and Elliott's got free for the Pies. Scintillating football to watch here at Carrara.
And a come-from-behind win for the Bulldogs. Are they still a sniff for the top four? And was that Fremantle season in a nutshell?
Against his former side, highly publicised move. Rory Lobb launches. Rory Lobb delivers. You bet he'll enjoy that. Dogs back in front.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
It is Grandstand AFL Sunday coming at you from the Melbourne Cricket Ground ahead of Hawthorn and Carlton. There are showers sweeping across the ground at the moment, which must be said wasn't exactly forecast, but it's our first game for broadcast today for most of you around the country. And then later on, the West Coast Eagles are back on the park after their 171-point thrashing at the hands of Sydney last week. They'll play St Kilda in the twilight fixture. In between the game in the Alice, it is Melbourne and GWS, our slate for broadcast today. There's a whole heap to pull apart from the matches that are in the books already. 6 games down in round 16. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Number 1 picks only on this show. And our number 1 pick from the Carlton Football Club, 300-game champion in Mark Murphy. Hello, Murph.
G'day, Corbin. Good to be here, mate.
Nice to have you. It's we got a whole lot to work through, and then we get to sit with you as you watch another Carlton game, which is just about our favourite pastime.
It always is great watching Carlton games with you. It's especially great after an Essendon defeat after the siren too, sitting with you as well, Corbin.
Yeah, I haven't got too much to cry about this morning. Former Essendon champion who happened to play a little bit of footy with St Kilda here and there and still works at the club for whatever it's worth. His name is Brendan Goddard. Hello, Beach.
Corbin, Murph. Yeah, it's a bit of deja vu right now walking the MCG from last night and the fog or the mist. I wouldn't call it rain, but similar conditions, similar look on the radar too, with not much hanging around. But looking forward today, and we've got a bit to talk about for the next hour.
Couple of big guests too. So Ben Cameron, who's our executive producer on this program, has been hard at work. I noticed even you were
grinding shoulder to the wheel.
You were a little bit surprised too, Murph, when you thought, geez, these are high caliber guests that we've got on the show today.
I was, because Benny, he let you down last week, and for all our listeners who didn't tune in last week, he gave you some poor info to Nat 5. So hopefully the info is a little bit better, a little bit sharper this week, Corbin, for James Sicily and Dan Houston later on.
There's a couple of good guests. So the game winner last night for Dan Houston, he'll join us from the Power, and James Sicily is going to be in the box with us in just a few moments' time. So all of that's very exciting. First of all, at the end of the game last night, it was a crazy finish, and of course Dan Houston, we know, kicked the winning goal after the siren. Doesn't really tell the story at all of what happened in that final term. Essendon led by 9 at three-quarter time. Port Adelaide led by as many as 17 points. And then Essendon had to come all the way back whether they were a chance to try and win it again. And I think a lot of us in the ground thought that Jai Caldwell may have just kicked the winner. This is how it played out last night on Grandstand AFL. Hand pass to Houston for Port. Kicks across the half-back line in the driving rain. Burgoyne cops an unkind bounce. Redmond's onto it. Kicks inside 50. Mark taken. And Jai Caldwell comes up with it for Essendon. Centre half forward. 35 out. Jai Caldwell to turn the lead around. The drop punt is good. Caldwell puts the hero suit on and puts Essendon up by a point. 10-13 to 10-12. Seventh lead change of the match. And it comes with less than 90 seconds on the clock. The Bombers by a point.
Dan Houston. The club is on an 11-game record winning streak. The kick after the siren to win the game for Port Adelaide. It's right to the line. The players are celebrating, but we're going to have a goal review to decide the game in the MCG.
They think it's over. They're done. Every player, they've said
the goal has been called. It is a win to Port Adelaide in the G. They've won it with a kick after the siren to Dan Houston. A 12-game winning streak for Port at the death against the gallant Bombers. But it is Port who win by 4 points.
As we said, a Bomber scarf just fly off the top tier.
It was fitting how a lot of people were feeling beach as that scarf went flying down in front of our commentary box last night. Jess Webster with the call at the finish.
Did you hear his tone change when Caldwell hit that goal?
I thought it was the winning goal.
It was someone with an invested interest, right?
No, wasn't it? Not at all. I genuinely thought he'd gone back and sort of lived the dream to be able to kick the goal to put your team in front at the death at the MCG. Unfortunately, for Essendon, there was too many seconds left. How do you make sense of it, Beach? You were here last night, so when you reflect on what happened, first of all, Caldwell putting the Bombers in front, and then obviously Dan Houston good enough to execute in that moment with a wet footy, outside 50, cold-blooded to win the game for Port.
Yeah, it was quite surreal, to be honest, but it was all prior to him kicking the goal, the ball being in Port's 50, we forgot that there was a huge centre bounce clearance from Phillips. The ball got... So Port did a great job. There's still a minute and a half, so we made mention there's still a fair bit of time in the whole scheme of things. So they actually got at inside 50, the Bombers, and just weren't able to keep it there. So Port did a tremendous job to keep the ball alive and to get it inside 50. And then I think for the last minute that played out where there was bobbling around and Essendon were kind of holding up the damn wall. So yeah, it was an incredible finish. And there's I haven't gone through the fine-tooth comb, but there'll be moments in that game that Essendon could have fixed structurally, system-wise. The last one, allowing Houston to drop off by himself essentially and be kind of that half kick away under the circumstance. I don't think the ball's going to travel further than 30 metres in the conditions being weather and the heat of the moment. So there'll be some things they're really disappointed with. But it was if you're either a Port Adelaide or Essendon Sport, it was kind of peaks and troughs, wasn't it? Where moments they dominated, had momentum. It looked like early anyway. It was Port Adelaide just dominating the game. Essendon then got a hold in the second quarter. It was Port kind of back into the third, started the fourth, and then Essendon for a 10-15 minute period. So in terms of what we like, and it was a great contest too, wasn't it? Rain came in, it became hard and tough, so it had everything kind of mixed in to make a great game of footy and unbelievable. Have you ever had a kick after the siren?
Yeah, had one with Jack Newnes a couple of years ago.
Have you ever done it personally?
Over there in the West? No, not
any
personally.
level of footy?
No, I kicked one with 30 seconds to go, but that was pretty handy, wasn't it, Corbin? But
siren, that's every kid's dream, I think. I literally in the yard growing up, and it's like the siren's gone, and you're playing out these scenarios in your head as a 10-year-old. I did. I'm sure Murph did as well, but very few players get in that situation and then to be able to execute.
Yeah. So it was the 57th occurrence in the history of the game. So VFL, AFL footy.
160 years.
Yep. And the first one recorded was 1913. So the records go back a fair way, and only the 57th time it's happened, the first time this year. What did you say watching on, Murph?
I was really impressed by Essendon. I've been impressed by them for majority of the year, the way in which their structure's held up and their players, to a man, have all increased their output. They're playing really good football, really good team football, led by their skipper and Zach Merritt. So they're doing a lot of things really well at the moment. Essendon, I thought they were done and dusted when they went down. I think they were down by maybe 13 or 14 points when Connor Rosie kicked that goal down into the right of the MCG. But the way in which they fought back, and they had some big moments where they got things right, but then BJ spoke about some of those moments where they'd like to have them back, but that's big time football, and the majority of them stood up in that period, and everyone will look back at that kick outside of D50, and it's just one thing you do when you're in D50 is just get the ball out of your hands and get it on the boot and try and get it as far and as wide as you can, and unfortunately for Essendon and Martin, it didn't go far enough. And you would have thought when he marked it 50 out, you thought, well, that's far enough. But
wet footy, literally the last second of the game.
Yeah, heavy legs, wet football, kick it from 55 out. You just got to hand it to Dan Houston.
We'll chat to Dan a little later on the program. So Essendon had a chance to go 9-6 with victory. Instead, they lose. They find themselves 8-7 on the season with a pretty tough draw to come. One of the best things I think about the season from an Essendon point of view is being able to listen to Brad Scott in the aftermath, who just talks a lot of sense and feels like he tells you exactly how you should be feeling as an Essendon fan. He was asked about whether finals are on the radar and what it all means for the Bombers from here.
There's 8 games to go before that, and look, we want to embrace the excitement of our supporters and all the possibilities that the rest of the home and away season presents. But that's just not the way professional athletes and coaches think, or they shouldn't anyway. Because we want to win every game that we play. We wanted to win tonight, and where that places us at the end of the home and away season, that's where it places us. So we'll just be really laser focused on where we need to get better, exploiting the things we're doing really well, and hopefully at the end of the season we make our fans proud. But it's the end result that makes them proud. Not we're not in the business of hoping and wishing. We're in the business of getting to work and getting things done.
Love that line. We're not in the business of hoping and wishing. We're in the business of getting to work and getting things done. So it's all ahead of Essendon from here. They're in the 8 as it sits at the moment. I've spoken about it a bit, Murph, throughout the year, that a lot's been made of Essendon's finals drought. Haven't won one since 2004. As we know, they've had 6 trips to the finals since then, but in positions 8th, 7th, 7th, 8th and 8th. So if you're qualifying in 7th or 8th on the table...
We did finish higher than that one year.
Yes.
Murphy Blues took advantage of that.
I still remember in the second last game of the season, it was just down in this little half-forward flank, BJ, and you said to me after the game, I think we're no good here to play finals, so get rid of it. I was like, what do you mean? Oh, we've got some word that you might be a chance of playing this year, but yeah, they need to try and obviously finish as high as they can. That gives you the best opportunity to win that first final if they do get there. But it's such a big game last night, wasn't it? Because it sort of puts them right back in amongst it, where there's a lot of sides vying for that, 6th, 7th, 8th spot. So, yeah, just to go down by that margin after the siren last night would hurt the Essendon fans, but they're playing some great football as well.
Only beaten one team in the top half of the table at the moment, the Bombers, but at 8-7, they're in the 8 at least at the moment. The other feel-good story last night was Dante Vizzatini, who got a call up basically out of the coach's box. Ken Hinkley said in the aftermath he was sitting there ready to watch on as a travelling emergency. A few moments later, he's on the bench getting his ankles strapped halfway through the first quarter, and shades of Brendan Goddard at Croke Park all those years ago getting pulled out of the emergencies after a big night out to play for Australia against Ireland. But we digress. On to our first guest on our program today. He is the captain of the Hawthorn Football Club. Unfortunately, he's been caught up in the traffic for Disney on Ice, which I experienced firsthand yesterday, Beach. So I can understand why James Sicily's running a little bit late. But he joins us on the phone on Grandstand AFL Sunday. James, appreciate your time.
Hi, no worries. Sorry, I'm not in the box there with this. Yeah,
you don't have kids, sis, so you just don't quite understand how big Disney on Ice is, mate, and how much traffic's around.
Yeah, where is it?
Rod Laver.
Nice.
Yeah. How's it all going anyway, James? Obviously, I'm sure you'd love to be out there today. You're serving the second of a 3-week suspension. How does it sit with you, obviously, coming to watch the Hawks play, and unfortunately you won't be able to be out there?
Yeah, it always sucks watching. It's gone a little bit longer suspension because we obviously had the bye, so it feels like it's going a little bit longer than usual, but one more game after this, and looking forward to getting back out there.
Your coach was asked during the week about how he felt about the wash-up and the fact that you still ended up with a 3-game ban. He said, I couldn't have been more proud of him in that moment for the way that he was able to execute the tackle. Now that it's been through the tribunal system, how do you reflect on the outcome and the fact that, that's a 3-week ban?
Yeah, obviously still feel like it's pretty unfair and unjust, but understand what the AFL's stance is on it and protecting the players. But it's good to see there's a little bit more common sense now with a couple other tackles over the weekend that guys aren't getting rubbed out for that stuff.
Will you adjust the way that you go about it on the back of that if you're in the same scenario again?
I don't know. It all happens quite quickly, but might just try not to tackle to the ground because you run the risk there, but things happen so fast and highly competitive, and when moments like the one I was involved in, when the sort of game's in the balance, you don't really have control over what you're doing sometimes. You're just trying to tackle a guy.
Sis, is there an approach from the footy club in terms of the coaches as well, in terms of actually dealing with the tackling issue and how you guys actually tackle and your mindset towards tackling?
Yeah, we've been sort of changing and adapting all year with the way tackling's going. So we've got a tackling guy named Rich, and he's a ripping fella, and he's got a mixed martial arts background. So we've been, adapting pretty much the whole year and practicing tackling sort of 2 times a week.
James, Mark Murphy here. Just the opportunity against the Blues today. They like to play more of a stoppage type game, but just watching especially the Hawks over the last sort of month or month and a half, just the exciting brand of football that you're able to play. Do you feel that the conditions will hamper that sort of style today, being a bit wet and greasy?
Yeah, it probably would. You know, we want to play fast and use sort of high level skill, and that's going to be a challenge today. But we just need to get back to competing. Last week was a very below par effort in that regard, and you know, sort of the Blues are really game is set up around stoppage, so they're going to get plenty of opportunity to match it in there with some pretty good players. So we're looking forward to that, and then obviously trying something new and developing a different sort of game style, playing wet. So we're going to be a bit of an uglier game today, which we only learn from.
Do you feel, other than last week, do you feel that you're really building a strong brand now at Hawthorn? It's sort of the first very month and a half, it looked like it was going to be a really tough year, but the last 6 weeks, your game style has really gone to another level, and playing that attacking style of game, is it really fun training that sort of style and playing as well?
Yeah, it is fun though. It is very hard having to run really fast, a lot like often and repetitively. It's quite challenging, but you know we want to kick goals and play a brand of footy that brings fans to the game. And we've had some disappointing results amongst those good results. So that's going to happen with the younger team being a little bit inconsistent. But we'll just keep playing the way we do, and we'll just keep getting better at it.
Sis, where are you going to watch the game from, or do you have an official role today on the bench or anything? We've seen players, suspended players, injured players sit on the bench.
Yeah, no, not on the bench. I might stay out of the rain. I'll be in the coach's box. I'm just keeping an eye on the younger backs and just see how the guys are defending, and do a little bit of coaching, not on game day, but sort of during the week, giving some feedback around what I see up there to the younger guys.
Sis, I'd like to ask you about one of my former teammates in Kate Simpson. Have you got him grumpy yet? Is he grumpy, or is he up and about? Or because he can get the grumps up quite a bit when you have a bad loss or someone doesn't do something quite right. Talks a bit about Simo and his impact so far at the Hawks.
No, I've really enjoyed Simo. He's an easy guy to get along with. We've got a good relationship already, and he's pretty easy going. But yeah, he does get passionate at times, particularly when he's challenged by Sam. If it's going the way he wants them in terms of defending, then he'll happily give us a little rocket. But he's been a great addition to the coaching staff.
Does he wear the long sleeve polo like he used to wear the long sleeves on the field?
Yeah, he wears like a long sleeve under his t-shirt. He's still got the fashion. He hasn't lost touch with that. He's not wearing Gazman like a lot of other coaches do these days. In his 40s, he's still got a bit of fashion sense.
Oh, we love that. And just lastly, James, I feel like the Hawks are giving more people a little more for a bang for their buck than perhaps they were expecting at the start of the year. So you're a 4-win team at the moment. Obviously, a huge chance to try and make it 5 today against a team around your station. Were you insulted by some of that feedback earlier in the year that perhaps this team wasn't set up to compete and to be competitive week in, week out?
No, it wasn't insulted. It was a bit laughable, and I mean, people are in that game. There's many opinions and people, I suppose, trying to make headlines, but no, we didn't really buy into that. I think the younger guys use it as a bit more motivation because they like to, but I didn't feel insulted in any way. We're quite optimistic, and we know the direction we're heading, and we're making progress each week, which we're happy with.
James, we love what you're bringing to the party as the captain of this young Hawthorn team under Sam Mitchell. Look forward to seeing you back on the park in a fortnight's time, and appreciate your time today on Grandstand AFL Sunday.
Thank you, no worries. Apologies again for not making it.
No problem at all. James Sicily with us, the captain of the Hawthorn Football Club. Nice to hear from him on the road.
Seems thrilled to driving into the game today, stuck in traffic. Going to ask him about golf just to get him up for the chat. But
played a few rounds with him.
Just a couple. He just joined my golf club, which he'd been waiting for 3 or 4 years for that. I did tell him about 10 years ago to join. It'd be a smart move, but he didn't listen to me.
Right.
How's he hit him?
He plays all right. He's a bit of a newcomer, so I think he took up the game, I'm going to say, about 6 or 7 years ago. I think I don't know overly well, but I think he's got a bit of addictive personality, so became quickly addicted to the game. And then the first time we actually played together, you may have heard this story, but we both had a hole-in-one in the same round and 3 holes apart from one another. So I think the odds are 1 in 1.2 million or something like that. So that's a good story and yarn to tell people. But that was his first. So he's pretty happy. I won't tell you how it happened. There's no pictures on a scorecard, as we know. But
you didn't duff it, did you?
Nah, mine. He did. Hit this little thin runner up the front of the green and just ran in the hole. So it's a good story to tell. I'm sure he'd pictured his first ever hole in one being better than that, but it still counts.
Absolutely. Yeah, you much of a golfer, Murph?
Nah, unfortunately not. My shoulders are no good, so I can't commit as well as what I would like. And when you're no good at a sport, there's no point playing it.
He's got that attitude.
You just get frustrated and angry about why you can't hit the ball.
Another
really
ABC
well.
colleague of ours, Luke Ball's the same.
Yeah, no, I'm of that sentiment as well. Absolutely, not for me. The Suns failed in a big time spot up on their home patch yesterday against Collingwood. They came to town. It sort of had shades of 2014 about it when Ablett got hurt. The Suns in that game won and were able to go to 8-6. It looked like they were going to play finals for the first time in their young history. Ultimately, Ablett got hurt, didn't play again for the remainder of the year. They sacked Guy McKenna at the end of the season, and yesterday they were 7-7 heading in. They fall to 7-8. But it was the nature of it in particular.
What are you suggesting with that, Corbin?
Well, I think it was the nature of it that was the most disappointing aspect.
Are you suggesting that it's all happening again in the same circumstances at the end of the year?
I think clearly Stuart Dew's in the crosshairs of any coach in the competition right now. He's in the hottest seat in footy, and he was asked a little bit post-game about the inconsistencies that the Suns are facing.
It just leaves us with questions as to why when pressure comes some weeks we can handle it, fight our way back, and why when, like tonight, we didn't. Before it was too late, so we've shown we can be 2 or 3 goals down and come back. But you're not coming back from 6 goals at half time when you're playing like that. Again, scoreboard's one thing, but what we saw is the most disappointing. So we have to own it, not being flippant about that, but that's just the reality of what we've dished up.
It's 2 bad ones out of 3, Murph. We saw them here against Carlton a fortnight ago, lost by 59, and then yesterday they were 84 down midway through the third term and tried to put a good face on it thereafter, but that's another horrible showing from the Suns, and this time it came at home.
Yeah, you're right. It's a bad 3 weeks, and we saw them here 3 weeks ago when they got touched up by Carlton in that second quarter, and I think Carlton kicked 9 or maybe 10 goals in a row. So the concerning thing from Stuart Dew's opinion would be that they just didn't turn up last night at all. And we know Collingwood were favourites and they're playing great football at the moment, but you're right, it's just the way in which they've gone about it in the last few weeks, which they've really let themselves down, because they did look like they were knocking on the door to play finals this year and thereabouts. They still could do it if they get their game up and going, but just to be blown out of the water in pace, concerning.
The part that concerns me as well, Beej, and I know you can't speak too much about other clubs, but you can speak about your experiences playing. This is a team that plays a lot of off-Broadway games. With all due respect, they play random games that are head-to-head with other bigger games that are being played in Melbourne or elsewhere in the country, or they're the last game on a Sunday or whatever it may be. They've had 2 relatively big games in 3 weeks where they get a chance to play on the MCG, which doesn't happen very often, completely stomped out by Carlton. And then yesterday, a rare sellout at Carrara. So again, huge occasion, standalone Saturday twilight game against Collingwood, got the premiership favourites in town. And it's those 2 games that they're not there. They're not present in the same way that they would be otherwise. Surely that part of it is a concerning aspect for Stuart Dew.
I did write down just their ability to deal with big moments or big games. We're obviously lucky to play for big footy clubs is like a regular thing, right? But I think for a young guy, there's a lot that actually take it out of you, and they get to the point where they're not that young, right? So I think that excuse, not that they're using an excuse, but the way they're viewed is they're not young anymore, particularly their core group of players. So, but they haven't been in that situation too often, and you just may mention Collingwood are in town. It's a sellout, biggest ever crowd forecast at Metricon. I'm sure the government did their best to promote the game, so maybe just the players, just their ability to deal with coming off a big win, weight of expectation. So there's a number of things that can affect players from Monday to Friday, and maybe you're right. There's a bit of a trend because they're not in that situation very often. They haven't played finals ever, and happy to be told how many players on the list have played finals. The recruits, Brendan Ellis, there might be 3
Rory Atkins, handful of guys, yeah.
So they just haven't experienced playing in big moments and big games, and not being disrespectful, but Collingwood on the Gold Coast to sell out's a big game for them. They haven't had a sellout in their whole entire existence.
Can he save it from here, Stuart Dew?
Oh yeah, not too sure.
Didn't he just sign? Is it in his first year of a
2-year deal? Yep.
But we obviously know that AFL, they heavily influence the expansion in clubs. I think if it's a miss again, finals, and they really bottom away here from the remainder of the year, it is a concerning period for him, because they certainly have the stock there to challenge and be thereabouts. I think now they've seen a few little failures where they've just been blown out of the water. They're not losing by a small margin, and their game style is suited to be a contested clearance team, and the last 2 out of 3 weeks they've been blown out of the water in that area.
The other thing is too, they have virtually no injuries. So Took Miller's out. He's the only one on the injury list at the moment for the Suns. So availability.
I just think the gap between their best and worst is just too big for where they're at. The demographic of the list, their age of the list. You'd expect that from a young team, like a Hawthorn.
Yeah.
So they just got to minimize. And I'm sure they've tried to address that, but at some point it just becomes a player's experience being in those situations when the opposition get 3 or 4. I'm sure they've got. I guarantee you they've got methods and things in place that when this happens in a game. But as we know, that the runner and the coaches can't have a bigger influence during quarters because of the restrictions on the runner and how many messages they can send out. So I'm sure the players are equipped with things they can do. It's just their ability to get it done in situations and stem the bleeding. And as we know, the 2 or 3 goals don't let that turn into 5, 6, 7, 8, which they've been doing. And then, as Stuart Drew alluded to, when you're 6 goals down, particularly 1, the way they're playing, and 2 against the quality opposition in Collingwood, there's no way back from that.
And what, a dozen years now in the competition without a finals appearance. So not only is the AFL and everybody connected to the Suns getting impatient, there's also the spectre of Damien Hardwick, which will continue.
The big shadow in the background,
doesn't it?
Absolutely, and will continue to as the season goes on for Stuart Dew and the Suns. For the Pies, Nick Dacos shines again. Of course, Mark Murphy was his boyhood idol growing up as a Carlton fan, and Murph continues to show that the imprint that he's left on Nick Dacos and what he's been able to come in just a season and a half in football as the Brownlow medal favourite, had 36 disposals, 8 clearances and a goal. And the scary aspect for the rest of the competition, Jordan De Goey, Dan McStay, Steele side bottom, all to come back in the next fortnight.
Yeah, it is scary. It's quite a testament to his maturity, isn't it, Nick Dacos, to be able to do this in your second year, just to consistently play at such a high level. We've rarely ever seen it in the history of the game. So just from week to week, just to watch him dominate, and teams still trying to put work into him, but they just can't stop him to be untaggable in his second year of playing AFL football and to be dominating the way he is. And you're right, you bring in Jordan De Goey and Steele Sidebottom at some point towards the end of this year, and McStay, who was highly sought after and recruited from Brisbane. So they've still got another gear or 2 to go, Collingwood, which is a scary thought.
A late change here at the MCG, so we're counting down to the start of Carlton and Hawthorn, and both teams are out there conducting their preliminary warm-ups. Tom De Koning is out of the Carlton team, so Louis Young comes into Carlton's 22. So Young to start.
For?
We haven't got one as yet.
I was about to say maybe because of the wet weather, but then Lewis Young's 200 centimetres as well.
The 2 subs,
Murph might be able to send a text out and get some.
Finn McGuinness is the sub for the Hawks, and George Hewitt is the sub for Carlton. So just the one late change, just repeating, Louis Young comes in for Tom De Koning absent from the Carlton team. Corbin Middlemass, Brendan Goddard, Mark Murphy with you on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Dan Houston is really the talk of the footy world this morning on the back, or this afternoon as it is now, early afternoon on the East Coast, on the back of his game winner last night. Became just the 57th man in the history of VFL AFL footy to kick a goal after the siren to seal victory for Port Adelaide. It's also their 12th straight win, extends that club record. He's going to join us next.
ABC Listen.
The story of stuff the British stole started with artefacts in museums and galleries, but it's spread from a classroom in an Australian country town.
This should not be here.
To a lost prince buried in a distant palace crypt.
He needs to go home.
It's the stuff of empires and legends.
This isn't the past for us.
I'm Mark Fennell. Join me for the new season of Stuff the British Stole. You can find it now on the ABC Listen app.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
With Corbin Middlemass.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
It's Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass, Mark Murphy, Brendan Goddard with you in the box at the MCG as we count down to Hawthorn and Carlton. Just a late change. Tom DeConey out with what is an MCL strain. So at this stage, a test to play next week. So on the lower end in terms of seriousness, but he's not playing for Carlton today. Louis Young takes his place in the team. The two subs, Finn McGuinness for the Hawks and George Hewitt for Carlton. We'll go inside the Port Adelaide camp in just a moment. Dan Houston, what a moment last night, kicking his rocket after the bell to win the game for Port Adelaide. Their crosstown rivals, Adelaide, burned off North Melbourne. So North actually were right in this game, time on in the second quarter. They were within 7 points, and in the end, Adelaide ended up winning by 11 goals. Taylor Walker moves back to the top of the Coleman medal list, and 5 for Isaac Rankin as well. So the Crows doing what we expected them to do, particularly at home, where they've been so imposing throughout the year so far.
No, we did. We expect them to win and to win well against North, and they just keep on going on their merry way at the moment. Adelaide, they were terrific, obviously, here last week in a game which could have been almost a kick after the siren from Jordan Dawson if an umpire had called it correctly, Corbin. But, yeah, they're doing a lot of things really well. I love Isaac Rankin's year. You know, obviously talked about quite heavily about being traded back to Adelaide, to his home state, on a lot of money, but he's been worth every cent so far. So really enjoying the way in which Adelaide Crows are going about it at the moment.
Matthew Nix was asked about the F word post-game and whether the Crows are well and truly...
We're real about it. We're real about where we sit. We're not going to hide from it and not talk about it. We openly discuss exactly what we want, but then we come back to what it is we've got to do to get there, and we've still got work to do to get there. We've got a really tough run as far as what we need to win from the remaining games. But if we get ahead of ourselves and start thinking about that, well, then we're not concentrating on Essendon, that's where our mindset is right now. They're all in there at this point preparing for that game.
Oh, that's a big game next week. So Essendon and Adelaide, Murph, which is one of our broadcast games Sunday afternoon at Docklands. Huge for both teams in the context of their season.
It is big. So we've got that next Sunday, do we, Corbin?
We do.
Look forward to it. So your mob Adelaide playing your mob Essendon and be terrific.
Yes, Murph and I at Beach, for whatever it's worth, had a little bit of a wager at the start of the season about who would finish on higher out of the two South Australian teams. I said the Crows, so I was pretty comfortable walking around thinking, this is pretty good. The Crows are going swimmingly at the moment, probably better than most people expected, but I think Murph's...
It's a long way to go.
Cruising.
Still, but, I've got a bit of strut about me at the moment, bit of Mason Cox sort of style.
And quite rightfully so, as everyone should. That's been enjoying Port Adelaide's run through the season so far. So they won 11 in a row leading into the bye. They extended it to a dozen last night, courtesy of Dan Houston's winner after the bell. And I'm pleased to say the man of the moment joins us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Dan, congratulations. Appreciate your time.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me on.
What's the morning after the night before like?
It's a bit slow going. Didn't get too much sleep last night. Was still buzzing, and then had to pack the bags up this morning and head back to Adelaide. So it's been a bit of an eventful morning, and still a bit of a buzz and a bit of a spring in the step.
Dan, Brendan Goddard, well done last night, mate. Murph and I were just talking about before. Have you ever been in that situation at any level of football where you've actually kicked a goal after the siren? And secondly, like Murph and I, or myself in particular, was it something you dreamt and played out in your head as a 10-year-old in the backyard with your brother or sisters or mates?
Yeah, I've never been in that situation, and probably don't really dream of being in that situation. I mean, it's one of those things. There's a lot to process, and it comes along very rarely. But yeah, did practice it a lot in the backyard, and sort of when the moment came, you didn't really think it was actually going to happen, and felt pretty calm, to be honest, considering all things.
Yeah, did you know the circuit? Well, we obviously know that it was late in the game, but did you know how long was left? And we did the game last night. We're right behind you up in the ABC box, but we saw Trent McKenzie come over and have a brief word to you. Were you well aware of the situation in terms of actually how long was left, and what did Trent actually say to you?
I knew if I took my full 30, the sign was definitely going to go. So I sort of weighed up the options pretty quickly and knew that I wasn't going to be able to find a mark inside 50 with those conditions, and the numbers they had back as well. And I think Trent knew that I was having a shot as well, and he just came over. He's like, "Even if you miss, I still love you." And I was like, "Thanks, mate. I'd hope so." Yeah.
Was there ever a thought that you're too far out and potentially the barrel coming after the siren?
Yeah, I was thinking barrel, but I was like, I'm not gonna try that on this stage. I'd rather have a drop punt fall short. So I did think of barrel, but I was like, never thought that I'd actually do it. So just a brief thought.
It was absolutely sweet off the boot. As soon as you struck it, did you know that it had the legs?
No, I didn't. I actually lost it in one of the light towers behind the goals, and had no clue where it had really gone. It felt pretty good off the boot, but didn't really know where it had gone, and sort of just looked at the goal line and the boys shepherding it through, and wasn't too sure if it had the distance. And they came flying over, and they said, "Yeah, it's definitely gone over the line." And I was like, "Don't tell me that," because going to a score review, and they were right, luckily. So very happy with that.
Dan Murphy, well done last night, obviously, and well done on your year so far. I think you've certainly been in All-Australian form. Is this the best Port Adelaide side that you've ever played in?
I think so. I think the young talent that we have at the moment is very special. You look at your Butters, Rosie, Horn Francis, and just some of even the senior heads that we've still got around, Ollie Wines, Travis Blake, Charlie Dixon, and Alir. We've got sort of a nice even mix of old players with the youth coming through, and it's definitely probably the best team that I've played with at Port. And that's no disrespect to the other players that I've played with, but I think just the whole setup of the team is really balanced at the moment.
We've got a few Essendon supporters in the box as well, so I'd like to ask you about Essendon. Were you enormously impressed by the way in which they went about it last night? We spoke about when Connor Rozee kicked that goal and put you over a couple of goals up. That was probably the game done and dusted, but to their credit, they actually fought back and obviously got in front before your match winner.
Yeah, we knew. Well, they were sixth on the ladder, and they're putting together a really solid season. And at the MCG with their home crowd, they're always going to have a dip late in the game, and to kick three, it definitely didn't cross my mind they were going to come that strong late. So credit to them, and they got their uncontested game going throughout the night, which we struggled with a little bit, I think. And credit to them for fighting back late, and their home crowd was very loud, even with the 38,000. It sounded like there was about 60 there, so it was definitely a challenge late for us. Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're a big social media buff or not, but have you allowed yourself to revel in the last night's antics and seeing angles from all around the MCG of you kicking the match winner, and then have you seen Jack Silvani's close friends' Instagram as well?
I have seen Jack. He's sitting on the bed in his jocks, jumping up and down like a little child. I have seen that, which is good. Great filming. I have seen a little bits and pieces, and it's pretty hard at the moment, to be honest. Every time I turn my phone on it or check it, there's a message or something related to the game. I guess that's just part of it, really. But I'm trying to, after the game, I try to stay off my phone as much as possible and just back it up with the boys.
The other unusual thing that happened last night, obviously got overshadowed by the mayhem at the finish, was Dante Vicentini, who made his debut in the most unusual of circumstances, ripped out of the coach's box, was having his ankles strapped halfway through the first quarter. When did you realise, Dan, as a player, that he was into the game and he was out there? Is it the first time that you realised when you saw him on the ground, or how did word break that he was now playing?
Yeah, I think there was a little whisper that Scooter's knee was a bit niggly before the game, and he was going to warm up. And once he warmed up, I thought, he was going to play because he was out there. And then, he went running off, and obviously Dante was the next ruck in line. So I think I went to the bench and he was warming up, and I'm like, just get him out there. Like, he's a ruckman, he doesn't need a warm up. He doesn't run that fast. So, I thought went off, and I reckon at the 15-20 minute mark he'd just gone on. So I think it was good for him in the end because he didn't have the whole week, the whole build up. I think it just sort of happened naturally, which was good for him.
Congratulations, Dan. It's a moment in time I'm sure all of us that were here last night won't soon forget. Appreciate your time and all the best for the remainder of the year and whatever it may amount to with Port Adelaide on this special run that you're on.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Dan Houston, after kicking the game winner last night. So they won 12 in a row, and as we touched on in the broadcast last night, 4 of them, they were trailing at three-quarter time. So that's, as you put it, Beach, last night, Collingwood-type stuff to be able to pull games out of the fire and just...
7 of the 12 have been by 10 points or less.
Yeah, that's they just find a way to win, which the two teams at the top of the table have in common at the moment. The Fremantle loss yesterday, it felt a little bit like Fremantle's season in a nutshell, where they sort of showed enough in parts, hit the front in the last quarter, but ultimately just couldn't hold that consistent level for long enough. And they are an extremely young team, and that certainly fits the description of a young developing side, despite winning a final and making the final 6 last year under Justin Longmuir. He was asked about his 2-time Brownlow medalist Nat Fyfe, who was subbed out of the game again at three-quarter time yesterday.
Yeah, his foot's gotten sore. So, the same foot I think he's had issues with this year, and just it was sore. So we had fresh legs, opportunity to get him in.
Does it look like it's going to keep him out of the game?
It's too early to tell. We'll see how it pulls up.
Is it the same foot as he's been having trouble with?
Yep.
So I guess at this stage of his career, he just seems to can't get a break with injuries. How frustrating must he be?
Well, it's a bit early to go there. He'd be disappointed having been subbed out and it flaring up again. But we'll get him home and assess it further and see what it means.
Plantar fasciitis injury. So, Murph, you've had struggles with this in your career?
Has it been confirmed by the club?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. It's basically that band, isn't it, on the bottom of your heel? Or runs across the bottom of your foot?
Runs from your heel all through your arch. So it's basically the pain's right in your arch of your foot. So I had that for numerous amounts of weeks back in 2016 or 17 it was. And it wasn't until I fully ruptured it that the pain went away. So I missed about 4 weeks with it.
Did you forcefully snap it in half?
No, so the old story about Robert Harvey doing that back in the day and jumping off a table and snapping it. So I actually tried it in the gym for a bit, tried it for an hour or so. Just wasn't going anywhere, so I thought it was a bit of a myth. But I rehabbed it for 4 weeks, came back, and then I remember sprinting out to the wing out here at the MCG and it just going on me, and then missed another 4 weeks, and that was fine. I didn't have an issue with it since.
So what's the theory there? If it snaps, it actually heals quicker? Is that
the pain? I think it's I've never had it, but it's the pain that causes issue with being able to run. But then so it's better fully torn than partially torn because you get no pain.
So it's a band muscle you don't really need in there. So if it's got the tendonitis and it's straying at the muscle and tendon, that's when you have all the issues and soreness. So usually you have probably half an hour of pain when you get up in the morning. It feels like someone's stabbing a knife into the arch of your foot, and then it usually warms up. And then when you try and play football, it's just one of those things, like it's like a turf toe sort of injury where you just can't shake it. So hopefully for Nat Fyfe's sake, he's torn it fully, and then that way you recover over the 3 or 4 weeks of that inflammation, then you should be right after that.
It stinks of just a developing team, Fremantle, in what we're seeing from them. They laid 2 tackles in the first 12 minutes, so absent. All of a sudden showed up, played really good in patches late in the third quarter, hit the front start of the last. You thought, yep, they're going to win.
Did you do the game?
No. And then I just watched on TV. And then the Dogs came with a rush to finish the match and kicked 7 goals in the last quarter, including 5 in a row at one stage, and ultimately proved too good for them. 8 games to go in the season for the Bulldogs. They only play 2 top 8 teams, and one of them's Essendon. Can they make the top 4?
It's a good run, isn't it? So I think they certainly can. There's a logjam in amongst there, isn't there, of sides who will be pushing for that spot. And if they've got that run home, it goes a long way to securing not just obviously the top 8, but a top 4 opportunity.
The other guy I want to spotlight, Beach, is Jamara Ugle-Hagan, who's fellow number one pick. I like to think all the number one picks live in the same house like the Spurs.
I like how you refer to us all being like...
Yeah, and you all hang out and you all talk to each other all the time. So that's how I picture what the number one picks get up to.
Which one do you reckon BJ would be?
I didn't even mean to do that. Which Smurf were you compared to in the day?
Gargamel.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Grumpy Smurf, isn't he? Usually Grumpy. He's been
Aaron Hamill tried to... Just saw his bald pill out there before, but he... I think it came about someone called him Gargamel.
Yeah.
His big snorkel that he had, as do I. And then as being a young fellow, he's passed the nickname on to me because he didn't want to be tagged as Gargamel. And then he had some heavy influence on, I can't remember who it was, but Chris Kringle had some heavy influence on the player Chris Kringle that bought me a little Gargamel doll for Chris Kringle. I didn't really. It was only really him and Robert Harvey still calls me it. So I don't think Harves could wait until he got back to the club, or I did, to start calling me Gargas.
Yeah.
And then everyone asks the question, Gargas, why Gargas? And then tells the story.
I promise that wasn't even my intention when I made the Smurf reference.
That's funny.
I want to talk about Jamara Ugle-Hagan though, because I feel like, and I get it, what we do in the media and how we sell stories and everything else, and the idea of being an analyst, which you guys do, you often spotlight things that go wrong and everything else, but I feel like we spend so much time talking about what this kid can't do. And he's 21 years of age as a young developing key forward, 38 games into his career, missed all of his draft year due to COVID, only played 5 games the following year as a knock-on from that, as a guy that's not quite ready yet. And we usually wait 100, 120 games for the key forwards and the rucks and the big guys to come along. And he's doing some stuff that is just absurd at this stage of his career, which I feel like we don't give him enough shine for what he can do.
Yeah, he's kicked some big bags, and he's such a fluent mover, isn't he? He's just great to watch when he's in full flight, but that's just because of the tag of being a number one pick. That's why you're on a hiding to nothing sometimes when you have got that tag, because you are a number one pick. You've got to play well, and you've got to play really well, and if you don't quite live up to that, then they come for you with certain deficiencies. So I think you're right, Corbin, like we all should lay off these young tools. I remember when he first got into the AFL system and he missed that first year the way in which he did. He was such a slight build, so it was always going to take a little bit of time, but even this year he's really coming to his own and playing some terrific football and being a real focal point for that forward line.
He had a game yesterday, so finished with 4 goals, 2, 9 marks, couple of goal assists, 15 disposals in his third season of footy. Was a standout for the Western Bulldogs. Beach, the games today. So St Kilda, of course, you're a development coach at the Saints at the moment, take on the West Coast Eagles. The Eagles have been in the scope of the
bad
competition.
Week to get them.
Oh, been in the scope of the comp all week.
It's a good week, really.
After a 171-point loss, so they've had to wait 8 days to get back on the field. But the comparisons that we've drawn to the Eagles this week have...
When you say we...
People in the media?
You. But
I'm happy to take it on board. I have drawn this week. I'm not a big eye guy, but I'll own this one. I have drawn this week to some of the worst teams that we've seen on field in our time following football. So you go back to the Fitzroy team that was going broke in 96. At the same stage of the season, their percentage was 4% better than what West Coast is at the moment, with 1 win and 400-point losses in their last 8 games. And the Essendon team in 2016, which was during the drug ban. Of course, you captained the team that year, Beach. The comparison after round 15, the Bombers only had 1 100-point loss, and their percentage was 7% better than the West Coast Eagles at the same stage of the season, virtually using the next 34 guys available from the State League. So I guess the question for you is...
It's good effort.
When you've got so many guys unavailable and you're just trying to piece it together with spit and bubblegum, how do you be competitive when so much is going against you?
How do we be competitive? Well, we took away the thought of the result. Some of the guys were just happy to be there, but like in my own head as well was the first time in my career that literally the expectation, or any expectation, winning, losing, or winning in particular, just was irrelevant, because we knew that we're up against it if you're being realistic in your own mind. So
you're running out there thinking that there's every chance we don't win today.
Yeah, but it was just a focus on the process, and our process at the time was just thinking about effort, just and as simple as it sounds, like that's as simple as we can make it at the time, considering the circumstances. Like it's pretty weird when you prior to coming on air, you're reeling off names there that who played the most games in those years, and some of those guys now are really well established players. So it's a bit of a blessing in disguise in a sense. You could argue that Zachy Merritt or Mason Redman probably not the players they probably are now without kind of those games under their belt or the experience that they went through. So. It was tough. It was hard. So from week to week, just getting the guys literally to not focus on the results and the outside noise, really. Because and I think the outside noise was kind of easy to deal with, although there wasn't really much of it in terms of our performance, because no one expected us to win any games. And I think we got our first win within the first month of footy. I remember it here. I remember where I was when the siren went against Melbourne in that far pocket over there when we won our first game. And then the second, we beat Gold Coast. So the external expectations were literally nil. So that was easy to deal with. It was just all the other peripheral stuff that was going on outside the footy club that didn't directly...
So if you're coaching West Coast today, you're essentially saying, look, we're not worried about what happens at the end of the fourth quarter and the final siren.
No.
We're worried about the first 10 minutes and bringing...
Well, I just think it's just more about the process, and what that looks like, how it looks, and how do you control... A lot of those are controllables, like, as Murph knows, about your effort and the things you do on the field. So it's more around that, because, the 170-point loss to Sydney is... Yeah, it's not great, is it? But it's more about how it looked, and then what actually was happening. I didn't even see the game, but I bought reports witches hat. So a lot of those things that were happening in the game were controllables.
Brendan Goddard, Mark Murphy and myself, Corbin Middlemass. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Coming up, it is Hawthorn and Carlton. Matt Clinch coming in to head up the call. Lauren Borden on the boundary. There is a late change. Tom DeConing out with an MCL injury. Lewis Young takes his place in the 22. George Hewitt and Finn McGuinness are the two subs. Now, Mark Murphy's in hot form in our favourite part of the show, which is the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show.
You know my form with this.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at this.
Okay. Well, that's not the confidence-boosting start that we wanted.
Lowering expectations.
Yeah, correct. Just coming off that conversation.
All right, what we're looking for are the top 10 at the moment in the Coleman Medal.
Oh.
So who are the top 10 goal kickers as it sits right now in the game?
Taylor Walker.
Taylor Walker's up top. He's got 46 goals.
Charlie Curnow.
Charlie's number 2 with 42.
Suvalaki.
He's equal second, also on 42.
Who's a Suvalaki?
Nick Larkey.
Jeremy Cameron.
Jeremy Cameron is on 39, equal fourth.
Tom Hawkins.
Tom Hawkins is sixth. He's on 37 goals.
Hang on, how long have we got here?
I'm looking at teams.
We're in trouble.
I'm not
We're
even...
in trouble. No. Gone. I would have taken Joe Danaher. He's kicked 39 goals. Charlie Cameron, 37. Toby Green, 36. Oscar Allen with 35, which is absurd, by the way, in the year they're having. And Ben King with 33.
I was looking at his thing running through the top, and I'm like, Melbourne? There's no one at Melbourne.
Yeah, it was
didn't get to Brisbane.
Collingwood,
no. Was one Collingwood playing there? I was going to say Mycheck.
No, he's not in there. But Murph's a heavy favourite in this game, and he's one behind in the category. So that's you got a lot of work to do. You got to win the remaining 2.
It came up on the scoreboard earlier there, so I have to admit that. I think the top 5 or 6. It's the only reason I knew Suvalaki.
A soft start for you here, Murph. So I'll get you to go first in this category. The last 10 men to have kicked a goal after the siren to win a game in VFL AFL history.
Dan Houston.
Dan Houston.
Jack Nunes.
His goal. Jack Nunes is on the list back in 2020.
Robbie Gray.
I'll give you Robbie Gray. Yep, he kicked a winning goal against...
In the last 10 years.
Carlton, 2020.
Of course you'd give it to me.
Yeah, you remember that game?
Certainly do.
I know one other, but it's not in the last 10 years.
It's the last 10 to have happened. So
last 10 guys.
2018
Riccardi.
No.
Peter Riccardi.
Good one. I like
it. Way too far back.
There's been 10 since then.
Since 2018. Zach Tui against Melbourne.
Max Gawn.
Down at Caninia Park. I would have taken Jeremy McGovern.
Max Gawn at Geelong. We did that game.
Zach Bailey at Docklands.
Oh, yeah.
Gary Rowan, Max Gawn.
Heaps.
It takes,
Jordan Dawson in the showdown last year.
Oh, yeah.
Noah Anderson against Richmond.
That's a good one.
And again, where did Murphy here? Jamie Elliott against Essendon out wide after the siren. So the last two. Last two have actually been
Carmichael Hunt
against the Bombers.
Richmond, was it?
Yeah. That's a little further back too, up in Cairns. All right, last category. So 1-1 deciding category. Ashes on at the moment. We're looking for the top 10 Australians who have scored the most Test hundreds. So which 10 Australian cricketers have scored the most Test hundreds?
I'll go first. Ricky Ponting.
Ricky Ponting up top with 41.
Steve Waugh.
Steve Waugh with 32, equals second.
Steve Smith.
Steve Smith's on 32 as well.
Matt Hayden.
He's fourth on 30.
Donald Bradman.
He's fifth. We're going in order.
Mark Taylor.
No.
Oh, Michael Clark in there?
Michael Clark, the sixth. I would have given you Alan Border, David Warner, Greg Chappell or Justin Langer with 23 and Congratulations, Brendan Goddard.
Low expectations. See what happens?
Huge win in the top 10
Great
GC
result.
game show in the deciding category. The game call's coming up. If you want to listen to Melbourne and GWS today, we'll have a call available of that as well. Ben Cameron heading that up. That's from Alice Springs. But up next, it is Carlton and Hawthorn right here on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, you're here for the fortune-telling. Please sit down. I feel your need to discover music, to be guided and surprised by knowledgeable and likable experts. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you joyously grooving to Triple J and Double J, chilling with ABC Jazz, bird scooting on ABC Country, and expanding your musical palette on ABC Classic. Your reading is complete. No, I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is free. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn, steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand. Gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott, back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this 20. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Carlton are chasing back-to-back wins for the first time since round 4 against a young but improving Hawthorn side, looking for their 5th win at a wet MCG as round 16 of the AFL continues. Hello, welcome to Grandstand AFL. I'm Matt Clinch. This match is always a homage to one of our own, David Parkin, who of course coached the famous Navy Blues to a couple of premierships and of course a premiership player with the Hawks, but it's taken on some extra meaning this year with the Dare to Hope match focused around raising funds and awareness for pancreatic cancer in the memory of Hawthorn premiership player in 1991, Norm Smith medalist Paul Deere, whose wife Cherie has done so much of the media. Her father passed away within a 4-month period of losing her husband and her dad, and not many know that it's got just a 12% survival rate. And by 2030, they expect it's going to be one of the second biggest cancer killers in our country. So a worthy cause today to try and raise some money and try and find a cure. And there's going to be a Bay of Hope where 3.5 personalised silhouettes will take place across the Olympic stand. So that's the backdrop for the Blues, trying to join St Kilda, Collingwood and Port Adelaide as the sides to taste victory, having played the week after the bye. And the Hawks, having kicked 3 goals in the first quarter against the Gold Coast Suns. They only managed 2 from that point onwards. We'll be hoping for a little bit better. Corbin Middlemaster called the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Corby.
Thanks, Clinchy. I reckon a fortnight ago, everyone probably would have tipped Hawthorn coming into this game, and yet both of their last starts were against the same opponent in the Suns. obviously Carlton completely did a job on the Suns the last time that we were here a fortnight ago, and in between Hawthorn have gone up and got stomped out by the same opponents last Sunday. So bounce back spot for Hawthorn. Meanwhile, the Blues are coming off the dreaded bye. And the Hawks have held it over Carlton for a long period of time. We're lucky enough to share the box with one of the all-time greats of the Carlton Football Club in Mark Murphy. He played 300 games and he only played in 2 winning teams in his entire career against the Hawks. So Carlton have won their last 2 against Hawthorn, but previous to that they'd won just 1 of 18. So it's meant to be the time where the Blues have a bit of it over the Hawks, and yet it feels like a bit more of a pick and match up than that.
For a lot of our listeners who are with us just before for Grandstand AFL Sunday with Mark Murphy and Brendan Goddard, they're hanging around and they're here ready to go. Murph, welcome to you. We missed you a couple of weeks ago and the Blues are back to their winning ways. The challenge is, can they continue with it?
Yes, Clinchy, Corbin, BJ, good to be here to watch another display by the Blues, hopefully for all Blues fans. But they come up against Hawthorn, who no doubt they would have been disappointed with the way in which they went about it last week against the Suns. But their past month of football's been really solid. So Carlton are going to have their work cut out for them today. If they're going to win, then they play their best football. Looks like it was going to be a really drizzly, wet day. It still might be, but the sun's come out so far, which sort of tends to work in Hawthorn's favour, because they love to play a quick and exciting brand of football, and Carlton like to invest heavily at the stoppage and try and score from there. So be good to watch 2 different sides, the way in which they go about it, and 2 sides that we all probably thought at the start of the year would be separated by quite a margin on the ladder, but they're only separated by that 1 win at the moment.
Yeah, 15th versus 16th. Brendan Goddard was here last night for the Thriller at the MCG. Welcome, BJ.
Thriller,
nice
yeah.
that we have something a bit similar.
Yeah, let's hope so. It was amazing finish last night. So conditions are better today. We did have a bit of rain earlier, but it'll be a good test for, I think, Carlton today. What is really obvious, and we highlighted earlier in the show, that just the offense of Hawthorn, and I think Carlton, the players and the coaches are well aware that regardless of when you're playing Hawthorn, what form they're in, we're talking about their loss last week, but they're going to test you defensively with their ball movement, their offense, and how aggressive they are. So it's actually good to see where Carlton are at with that. And Murph just highlighted the strength of Carlton around stoppage and contest, but Hawthorn, being a young midfield, they're actually pretty good in there, particularly in centre square bounce. Their numbers are really high. From memory, when we played them, I think they're in the top 2 centre square bounce in particular. I think they're in the top 5 definitely. But so yeah, it'll be a good contest, but it'll be just good to see Carlton and how their defence and their team defence just stands up against a really aggressive Hawthorn team.
For listeners that have just joined us, there is one late change with Lewis Young coming into Carlton's 22. Tom De Koning didn't come up for the match, and Finn McGuinness and George Hewitt are the respective subs this afternoon. So I guess the Blues are able to put on 50 points against the Gold Coast Suns from centre bounce dominance. Murph, the challenge will be whether Hawthorn have got the ability to restrict that. Can the Blues continue to utilise one of their biggest weapons? And the Hawks are they're the number 1 hand pass side in the AFL, so no doubt they're going to challenge Carlton to see if they can take them on and beat them at their own game.
No, he's spot on. BJ's spot on as well. The sides who move the ball really quick and are aggressive with trying to go through the corridor and really back in their running game, they tend to cause Carlton a lot of issues. So Hawthorn, we know from watching them over the past 6 weeks, that's the way in which they want to play. And when they're at their best, and if you're not going to defend them, and if you're not hard enough defensively to cover off those outlets and to get bumpers and to stop their run, then you're going to be chasing a lot. So it's going to be an interesting battle today through the midfield for both sides. Hawthorn certainly have that advantage of having probably quicker leg speed through there and outside of the stoppage. So Carlton are going to have to be really spot on with their defence and limiting those outlets.
What are the things that catch your eye, BJ? Obviously, Will Day's having a great season with some of the missing personnel in the midfield from last season. Connor Nash all of a sudden has become really an elite midfielder, averaging sort of 25 plus disposals in 8 of his last 10 games. And Mitch Lewis with his 22 goals in 8 matches. All of a sudden, he's the missing piece for a lot of Hawthorn players, keeping in mind they are missing James Sicily, who chatted to before the program before.
Well, yeah, one thing that you see caught my eye is that Sicily being out, so just how important he is with that, particularly the intersect game, and just to be able to get that uncontested chain going, which is really important. So Hawthorn do have that ability, which is a rare kind of feat these days, to actually move the ball from their D50 into their F50. So, and Sicily's at the forefront of that and often starting it. So that's one thing. And just how the young defenders, Frost is there as the most experienced defender, I think, for Hawthorn, but how they deal with the 2 twin towers in Mackay and Curnow. So that'll be a challenge for them. So, and then Murph highlighted, and I've highlighted just to see how Carlton deal with the really aggressive high handball, high octane, high running Hawthorn handball game that you take that away for them, and I still think they're developing side on how they're actually defend that. But generally, teams that go fast when you turn it over on them, particularly in your forward half, are really vulnerable back the other way and don't have a pretty thin in their defence ahead of the ball. So looking forward to a good contest, and let's hope it's maybe just half as good as last night, because it's pretty hard to live up to those expectations, and Houston's match winner.
We would settle for that. The sun has poked out here at the MCG. Round 16, it's Carlton and Hawthorn. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
And Louis Young contesting the opening bounce as the late inclusion, but Hawthorn win the clearance. Hand pass from Newcomb out to Ward. He gives it to Warple. Kicks hurriedly inside the forward arc. Knocked away by Wiedering. He gets a second look at it. Hand pass pushed down. Great work. Bursting through McDonald from the forward pocket. He shoots goal but misses. Near side and behind. Hawks to the punt road end of his opening term. So they're one behind. Carlton yet to score. We're only 26 seconds in.
Probably had more time than he realised than McDonald. He was surrounded by two of his Hawthorn teammates and elected with the snap. Probably could have steadied up and kicked the drop punt.
McGovern short to Boyd as he tries to find an outlet at right half back around the members' side. Up towards Owies, who's shoved out of it. Frost provided the block, and Scrimshaw takes the mark for the Hawks. No, the umpire says it was a push. And Carlton will get it not far from where Lauren Borden's watching on. Welcome to you, Loz.
Thank you, Clinch. It's nice to be down here now that mist has cleared. It was there until about half an hour before the game, so the ground will be soggy after all that rain and that mist. Most striking thing are those purple seats, though, that we do see at the end that Hawthorn is kicking to for the first term down at the punt road end. So that's probably the most striking thing here at the MCG today.
Thank you, Loz. Looking forward to your contributions throughout the afternoon. The kick towards half forward from Blake Acres, spoiled out of play by Hardwick, and a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Blues. Dylan Moore is captain of the Hawks this afternoon with no James Sicily, and Hawthorn are wearing their Indigenous jersey for NAIDOC week as well, as the Hawks try and gather it forward. John Newcomb's tackled by Paddy Cripps. Interesting to see if they're close to each other throughout the afternoon. A throw in at right half forward for the Blues, with the Hawks leading by behind.
Don't usually see that jumper wise either, do we? So the Hawks predominantly in yellow with the dark shorts, and Carlton in their navy blue, the white monogram and the light shorts. And the white shorts on from the boundary throw in, comes down to Warple. He's tackled, and we'll have a ball up here, high half forward for Carlton. The famous number 5 for the Hawks, the 2019 best and fairest winner. Umpire chucks it up again. Reeves reaching over the back, got it down to Hardwick. Hand pass to Newcomb. Handball goes back to Amon off the back flank. Kicks Hawthorn down the wing. They got the first point of the game as Wiedering with a spoil. Down to the lap of Acres. G just jams it on the boot and kicks it out on the full. Mitch Lewis lets him know about it. Acres with a bit of bravado grabs his jumper, but Hawthorn through Newcomb are going to grab the red Sharon. A free kick for the Hawks, defensive side of the wing. Hawthorn one behind, Carlton yet to score, 2.5 in.
Newcomb up the wing, but out of position was McDonald. The intercepting mark is taken by Boyd for the Blues. So bit of a haphazard start despite the one entry inside 50 for the Hawks. Carlton stuck between the arcs as he goes short to Kemp and chips it over the top. And Nick Newman takes the mark. Looks up towards half forward. Captain Cripps is there. He sets himself. Mackay over the top. Well picked up by Fogarty. Tackle to Walsh, who's dragged down. Fogarty tries to knock it on to Cripps. Sliding in there was Bruce. Cripps has another go at it. Hand pass to Cunningham at right half forward. Dodges and weaves. Kicks long towards Charlie Curnow. He's out in front. Takes the mark. Just was able to hold his body position. And the kick sat up nicely for him. He marks directly in front, 35 metres out from goal.
It's been a bit of a slippery start so far. Everyone's second grabbing the ball. Looks like a cake of soap out there at the moment. But then Cunningham had that bit of burst of speed and clean hands from Patrick Cripps. Gets the ball onto Charlie Curnow.
Interesting to see if he has Josh Weddle for the afternoon. Charlie Curnow for the first goal of the match comes in. And the Blues are on the board through 3 minutes. 1 straight 6 to Hawthorn, 1 behind. Just their second inside 50 for the match, and it results in a goal. Mark Murphy and Brendan Goddard with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was the first opportunity that both Mackay and Curnow had a bit of isolation. They both looked dangerous, so you just highlighted, Clinchy, that matchup of Weddle, whether that continues, but I don't think they've got too many other tools to go to, so that's just the significance. I think Sicily, if he was playing, often gets that job with there is 2 tools, so they are a little bit thin, but it's a pretty big challenge for a young key defender.
That's the hole, isn't it, that James Sicily goes out of the side, then a lot falls onto the youngest shoulders of of his teammates down there. But it's a great learning opportunity for Weddle in his first football season to come up against Charlie Curnow.
Goal number 43 on the season for Charlie, and goes into outright second on the Coleman medal tally.
They do have Frost, mind you, so it's pretty evident from the start that they've given the job to Weddle and to see how he goes as a young key defender, as we may mention.
Free kick for Newcombe, hands it off to Day. Long driving kick forward, bounces inside the forward 50, and a hurried kick goal that is touched on the line. McDonald with his second behind. There's going to be a conference here as to whether there was a hand on it or not. Nakers getting back, trying to save the day. Carlton looked confident.
Touch off the boot, or is he saying
the point, the goalpost? I think
it's clipped the top of the goalpost on the way through, and so a minor score for Hawthorn. They got a couple of behinds, both off the boot of Connor McDonald. And Carlton won straight to the Blues by 4 points after 5 minutes.
Finding a bit of space there. Forward 50 drop of the ball already in there. 2 inside 50s of Hawthorn so far. There's been far too much space at ground level. They'll have to tighten up that Carlton if they're going to get a result today.
Mitch McGovern brings the Blues in. Risky kick for Doherty. Comes down the way of Butler. It kicks towards the goal mouth, but Wiedering's there. Gathers to the Blues on their last line. Sends it up towards Akers at left half back. In front, Carl Amon gets a fist to it and spoils it out of play in front of the Olympic stand. There were changes for both these sides after the team sheets was lobbed. Jarman Impey out, unfortunately, out through illness. So Harry Morrison comes in, joining Chad Wingard, Fergus Green alongside Josh Ward. While for the Blues, Newman, Cunningham, Fogarty and Pitnet was meant to come in, but Mark Pitnet a late out, meaning Lewis Young will get the opportunity to do a lot of the rucking, with Tom de Koning a late out for the Blues. Another throw in at left half forward.
Just learning about that right now, so that's good to know. Harry Morrison in for Jarman Impey. He wasn't even
information service.
Wasn't even in the 26.
Oh.
So he's
springboarded everyone.
Yeah, leapfrogged a few of the emergencies to get a start and be out there for Hawthorn for the boundary throw-in. Comes down to Akers. Hand pass away to Kennedy. Hurried kick forward, a turnover, and Scrimshaw the intercept mark. I'm ready for anything this weekend after Dante Visitini's effort last night. In the coach's box as the game started, had his ankles taped, and he was out there at about the 18-minute mark of the first term.
Did his family get there?
They did in the end, which is good news as Scrimshaw goes short to Newcombe. Long kick to centre half forward. Hands on it from Sard, spills down to Young. Look away, hand pass, almost a turnover. Eamon had it, lost at the tackle. Spills to Walsh to the Blues. Hand pass to Kennedy, handball to Akers. Ugly kick back inboard. Fogarty pushed in the back hump, says play on. Hand pass through to Kennedy, tumbles a kick down the wing. Blank's got it, Mackay's got him. Good tackle, forces a stoppage. Ball up in front of the interchange benches. Carlton by 4 points. One straight, Hawthorn 2 behinds, 7 minutes in.
Tossed up in the air. Young gets in there late against Reeves, who wins down the tap. It spills down the way of Chera. It's a Carlton free kick, so advantage is paid. It's over the head of Harry Mackay, though. Curnow's onto it. Charlie can't pick it up cleanly. Weddle got rid of him. Needs support. Hand pass down low for Scrimshaw. It's pretty slippery and muddy there at that spot. And Silvani works it forward. Hand pass to Fogarty. He kicks towards Mackay. Not intended for him. Ed Curnow gathers away to Walsh. He's able to bust through. Hand pass to Mackay, who misses to the left-hand side from only about 15 metres out. Maybe trying to work Harry Mackay into the match. They had a couple of opportunities. Sam Walsh would have been well within his rights to kick the goal himself. Carlton lead by 5 points, 1-1-7 to the Hawks, 2 behinds.
You're right, Clinchy. He could have had a little banana shot there, Sam Walsh, but did the team thing, gave it to Harry Mackay on his left foot, but just skewed off the side.
From the kick out, Day's got it, goes on a run against the boundary line, southern side, kicks down the wing, spills to Wiedering. Hand pass to Kemp, hand pass inboard for Carlton, finds Sard. He dishes it off to Newman, heads inside the forward 50 off. Hardwick dropped a mark he should have taken, centre half back, Pack forms in front of him. And now we got a ball up, centre half forward for the Blues. Overcast day in Melbourne, we've had sweeping showers across the G this morning. Umpires in the powder blue. As Meek doing the ruck work, palms it down to Warple, took on the tackle, caught, holding the ball. Free kick going Carlton's way, and Jack Martin's going to get it centre half forward, just left of centre.
For holding the ball. Hawthorn has set up pretty well behind the ball. Carlton have chosen to send Fogarty up to the stoppage as a small half forward, so that's giving the drop off or the spare behind the ball for Hawthorn. So Hardwick had an opportunity then to intercept Mark, dropped the sitter, but good pressure from Jack Martin from the restart and bounce.
He's been subbed out in the last 2 games he's played. Jack Martin from just inside the 50. Gee, the kick is out to the left, misses. Didn't really have a whole heap on it either, that drop punt. Just got there from about 45 out. 1-2 to 2 behinds. Carlton by a goal, 9 minutes in.
Scrimshaw brings the Hawks back into play, into the right back pocket where Ward marks. Blues are well set, so he looks for options and decides he's going to switch it back to the members' side. Back to Scrimshaw, who marks in the left back pocket. No one on the mark, so he plays on. Takes a bounce as Mackay comes charging at him. Kick towards Amon, hung in the air a while, and it's spoiled out of play. Fogarty in from the side, across the boundary line. A throw in 60 metres out from the Blues, goal at the City end.
You just already tell that Carlton have got a real focus on trying to deny the switch so far from Hawthorn. If they want to go long down the line, they can. But at the moment, it looks like Carlton are really investing numbers around, trying to stop that around play going through the corridor.
Shallow boundary throw-in, spills to Walsh, tackled by Meek. Ball spits out. Doherty for the Blues. Gives it to Chera. His hand pass knocked down. Chera has a second go. Inside by hand to Chincotta. A 1-2 with Doherty. Chincotta off his non-preferred left boot. It'll land in the lap of Silvani. Sprawling mark. Umpire says not paid.
Had a good view of it.
What do you think, Beach?
I think it touched the ground. Umpire had a pretty good view of it too.
Oh, wouldn't want my third umpire over in London to call that.
Yeah. Don't ask Mitchell Stark. Glenn McGrath said it was rubbish and a disgrace on the ABC coverage.
Who said that, sorry?
Glenn McGrath said it was an absolute disgrace, and if you're going to not pay that as a catch, they're going to have to review every catch that's ever taken as to whether it kisses the turf in the process. Day 5 coming up tonight.
Not so much kiss and touch the turf, but did you see you see the rule in the rule book?
Yeah.
About having full control of the ball, which he clearly did. So it doesn't say it's not referencing anything.
What's your vote?
Touching the... No, it was a catch. Yeah, it had complete control of it.
Corby?
Yep.
Murph?
Disgrace.
The Grandstand Cricket Podcast, no doubt it's plenty of fodder for Corbin Middlemass and Cowan. We haven't gone anywhere from right half forward for the Blues, so that's allowed us to digress with Carlton leading by 6 points.
Eddie's big on that too, by the way. He's big on there's nothing in the rules
of the
that
game?
says it can't. Yeah. So we've hit the ground, and definitely laws too, as Jim Maxwell always tells us. They're not rules. We have missed nothing, and this is going to be the 4th boundary thrown in the same spot.
I feel like we pumped this game up a lot, hoping it would be similar to last night, and we haven't really got out of first gear, it must be said.
That was you, Clinchy.
Okay, that was me. Yeah, no, I'll take credit where we...
11 and a half minutes in. This is going to be the 5th stoppage, same area of the ground. Right half forward for Carlton, 60 metres out. As we've been chatting about the cricket, the ball's just continually gone back out of play. Young wins the head out. Nash keeps it alive for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Day, gives it back to Nash. Running in the wrong direction, hooks a kick back towards half-back. Flying in the air, McDonald goes over the top. Got a push, free kick. We'll come back to Connor McDonald, half-back for the Hawks, and they'll get it out of this Bermuda triangle at left half-back for Hawthorn. McDonald with the flowing locks, not a good kick. Louis Young breaks it up, spoils it down to Chincotta, right on halfway, runs and carries members side. Hand pass to Chera, hand pass knocked down again. Day's got it. Doherty tackles him, ball spits out over the boundary line and a throw in. Right in front of the MCC members.
Just a perfect example there of someone not slinging the carry when you are in a tackle. Sam Doherty probably previously would have slung him to the ground but held him up in the tackle. So players are certainly adjusting to the suspensions being handed out at the moment.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sports. Silvani doing the luck work against Meek. It comes down the way of Nash of the Hawks. Hand pass to Moore. He's tackled. Nowhere to go. As Kennedy locks him up between wing and half forward for the Blues. They've been inside 50 on 8 occasions. Just managed the 1-2 from that. Hawthorn 2 behinds. Hand pass out of the congestion in the path of Chincotta. Gathers with the hand pass to Newman. Doherty's hand pass to Martin under enormous pressure. Can't take it. A chance for the Hawks, but they can't break clear. And the ball will be bounced or thrown up in these wet conditions in the middle of the MCG. Carlton leading by 6 points.
I just feel that the Blues are just overusing the footy a little bit by hand. Their attempt to get away from stoppage, but when someone has shoulders out, encourage them to get forward or get it forward to Curnow and Mackay, just patiently waiting inside 50.
Yes, the handball's back, which are fine and into space, but it's the ones running forward where you're right, shoulders out, try and get it into your forwards, give us some 1v1 opportunities rather than overusing the ball by hand, especially in slippery conditions.
13 and a half minutes in, just the 1 goal in the game. Went to Charlie Curnow, so he's now at 43 on the season and 3 behind Taylor Walker in the Coleman medal hunt. Free kick for Newcombe. He goes long out to that southern wing for Josh Ward. First game back for some time. Thought about a hand pass, decides to kick off his preferred left boot inside the centre square. Chincotta knocks it down to Chera. Hand pass away to McGovern. The Blues with a bit of counter-attack. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Martin grabs it straight into Moore. Great tackle. And the acting captain for Hawthorn, Dylan Moore, wraps him up, forces a stoppage, front edge of the centre square for Hawthorn. Carlton by 6, 14 minutes in.
Toss in the air, Silvani reaches up, wins down the tap against Lloyd Mee. Straight back towards Blake Acres, who gets the hand pass to Chera. Kicks up towards Harry Mackay at half forward. It bounces in front of him. Good grab, the awkward footy. Hand pass away to Ed Curnow, trying to link up boundary side with Acres. He looks up towards half forward. Charlie Curnow wrestling, pushes Weddle underneath and takes the mark on his chest. Always wants it over the top, but Charlie's thinking, I've got this. Out to the right, he'll shoot from just inside 50.
Sorry, Murph, there's an example, just getting it forward. Your first opportunity to Curnow, looking dangerous every time he's gone near the ball on young Weddle, but if they're able just to get that first, second handball out and find a bit of space, just get in there as quick as you can to Charlie, who's playing the deepest key forward at the Mackay up in front.
Trails Taylor Walker in the race for the Coleman medal by 3. Shooting for his second, out to the right, it's offline. And just scrapes in for a minor score out to the right. The Blues are doing all the scoring, but they're 1-3-9 to Hawthorn, 2 behind through 15 minutes.
Kick out finds Morrison in the back pocket, goes short to Frost. So Morrison in for Impey. Change after the team sheets dropped on Friday night. As Frost goes long down the wing, big fly from Butler, can't hang on to it in the sky and hits the deck. Pack forms around him. It's Fergus Green, in fact, flying for the footy, jumper number 26. As Reeves doing the ruck work here from the restart, down to Boyd of the Blues. Hand pass away to Kennedy, gives it to Cripps. The Brownlow medalist floating a hand pass away to Cunningham, gives it back to Cripps. Running along the boundary line, northern side, hits up Harry Mackay. Touched off the boot on the way through. Ump says play on. Morrison to Frost on his knees. His hand pass at turnover. Akers gives it back to Cripps. Hand pass to Owies. Now to Walsh, forward pocket. Back inboard to Martin. And Jack Martin hooks it through for Carlton's second. The Blues building an early lead. And 16 minutes in, Carlton with the opening couple, 2-3-15, Hawthorn 2 behinds. The play stayed alive and Carlton stayed involved. Blues by 13 points, Mark Murphy, Brendan Goddard.
Yeah, they did well there. Carlton was a couple of handballs and kicks from Paddy Cripps, who was involved in the passage of play, but it was clean hands. Getting the ball forward was probably the real influential part. We sort of talked about overdoing the handball at the start of this game. It's been some of the forward handballs which have let them down, but getting the ball out into space and yardage, going forward towards your goal when you're inside 50 is a good play. And then it was some good unselfish football in the end, which lands in the hands of Jack Martin, who I've always said is a real cherry on top play. If you're going to go deep into finals and be a real premiership side, he's one of those players who is got that capability of being that real star on top, but hopefully gets it a run at it for his sake.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sports. Sam Walsh gets the clearance, puts it out in front of Ed Curnow and Jack Martin. He trickles out of play and a boundary throw in. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass calling all the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Thankfully the sun is covering half of the MCG, the Shane Warne stand side, alongside Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy. Reeves in the battle with Jack Silvani. Reeves tries to use his frame to gather the clearance. Can't get an effective hand pass away. Kennedy lays the tackle on Warple, and we're locked at left half forward for the Blues. They lead by 13 points.
Takanina laid out with an MCL strain. The club hoping it's not too serious at this stage as Warple from the stoppage hurried kick forwards a turnover. And a sprawling mark taken by Kemp. Meanwhile, the fines for Carlton in what's been probably a disappointing season given the expectations leading in, but he's had an excellent run since coming into the side. Brody Kemp goes short to Doherty. Long kick into the pocket. Curnow down there. Frost backing back. Knocks it away. And out of play. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues.
Certainly his role today, Frost, isn't playing that intercept type player that usually James Sicily play. They've got Weddle playing on Charlie Curnow and Frost trying to be in a position to try and intercept that third man over.
Toss back into play. Mackay doing the ruck work against Reeves. Down to the front. Carl Amon trying to swoop onto it for the Hawks. Hand pass came the way of Cunningham. He's locked up by Ward. So what would you think if Charlie Curnow has a couple by quarter time? Would Sam Mitchell be thinking this isn't working?
Yeah, I think so. I think probably a good move would put Frost onto Charlie and then to have Weddle come across and learn how to play that intercept type role.
Walsh tried to get the hand pass forward, but it's Wingard for the Hawks, back in the senior lineup. Links up with Eamon, away to Connor Nash. He sends a long kick around the wing. It clears everyone. Racing back, Chin Cotter for the Blues got there first. Hand pass to Kemp, pokes the kick to Wiedering, not 15. Call to play on, he looks into the corridor. Kick looking for McGovern, he flies against Warple. Brought it down to Ed Curnow. Hand pass to Silvani, back to McGovern, out towards half forward. Mackay's able to gather and breaks away from Blank. He takes a bounce, inside 50, looks to centre. Cunningham marks on his chest. Could have very well had a shot on goal from the left forward pocket, but decided to do the team thing and centre it up to David Cunningham, who's got a chance to kick his first goal of the season, having made his return a couple of weeks ago against the Gold Coast Suns.
Do we give him the benefit of the doubt there, Murph? He saw Cunningham, but I'm pretty sure he saw his Twin Tower teammate in Charlie Curnow. But it was a good bit of ball movement again, shoulders out by McGovern, just get it forward to your key. One-on-one, he beats young Blank.
As Cunningham comes in, is able to steer it straight through the middle. His first goal since round 9, 2021 against the Bombers. Having toiled away in the VFL to get back to AFL level, and he's on the board in the opening quarter here. The Blues 3-3-21, putting a gap between they and the Hawks. They're two behinds through 20 minutes in the opening term. Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy with you.
It's one of the feel-good stories for Carlton this year is to see David Cunningham back up and playing. Is what Carlton sorely need, and that's pace through the midfield. He's playing currently off a half-forward flank, but he's one that comes in and really has that injection of pace. So see him coming back off that knee and getting involved and looking sharp is a really good sign.
Why is he so popular, Murph?
David Cunningham?
Yeah.
He's just a different character, so the boys really enjoy that difference of character. Very, very funny, very intelligent.
19-point lead for the Blues as we tick into time on in this opening term. They've kicked the first 3 goals. Hawks trying to win into the coalface. Warple knocks it out straight to Fogarty. High kick forward. Fogarty, in fact, for the Blues to centre half forward. Martin knocks it down, spills to Ward. Hand pass to Warple. He goes back by hand to Morrison. Kicks up to the wing. Bruce flies for it. Newman right there with him. Wins it as it hits the deck. Hand pass to Doherty. Handball to Chera. Off to Chin Cotter. Can kick deep inside 50. Frost works his way to the front. Bounces straight off his chest. Silvani onto it for the Blues. Hand pass to Cunningham. Nutmegs him straight through the legs. And Warple hand pass away to McDonald. Now the hurried kick from Scrimshaw along the line. Only ends up with Newman. Wins it back for Carlton. Hand pass to Walsh.
He gives the hand pass away to Doherty, back to Wiedering, inside 50 once more. The Hawks are set, Morrison in from the side, brought it down to Warple, spins out of traffic, hand pass up to Mitch Lewis. In the long sleeves, trying to get involved on half-back. Hand pass to Scrimshaw, partially smothered. Chin Cotter knocked it down to Doherty, back to Chin Cotter, kicks end over end inside 50. Blank leads Harry Mackay to the footy, gathers with a hand pass to Seamus Mitchell. Through the middle of the ground to Wingard, it opens up in front of him. He looks out onto the southern side and they're out. Dylan Moore takes the mark. The acting captain takes a bounce, looks into the pocket, not much on, bangs it as long as he can towards Lloyd Meek, but Wiedering's there. Neither Reeves or Meek could really have a presence. And Jacob Wiedering on the last line marks at the top of the defensive goal square. Blues by 19.
It was unfortunate. It was a great bit of ball movement from Hawthorn from the back half, but they just had the two tools. Meek and both Reed fall to the ball that just didn't have the leg speed to get in line with that footy and help out more, providing an option inside 50.
Blues on the counter-attack. Fogarty short kick to Chera, now to Silvani. Defensive side of the wing. Good vision. Spots up Ed Curnow at centre half forward. Marks plays on. Kicks to an unguarded goal square. Needs a kind roll. Doesn't get it. And behind for Ed. And his return again today. 3-4-2 behinds. Carlton by 20. Yellow long sleeves, Murph. What do you reckon, Lewis? I'm a yes, but I was big on the red.
Look, maybe I'm just not a long sleeve guy. Right. I'm not sure.
Did you ever wear a long sleeve?
Nah, never.
Never.
No.
But not a fan of the yellow long sleeves.
No, not at all.
Murph had some fierce feedback for the red long sleeves last week.
I saw that somewhere. Good thing about long sleeves, it's cold. I'd often wear it like the skin's under the long sleeve, so I was like, ooh, I was rugged up.
Scrimshaw into Ward, and now McDonald a left half back. So a yes from you, BJ, about mustard long sleeves?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the best.
Any colour,
I'm with you, Murph. I'm not sure that one works, the yellow. Flying in the pack was Doherty, can't take the mark. Brewster's now over the top of him and Kemp, and the umpire will ball it up in front of the two benches.
I've told this story before. On this wing one night against Richmond at half-time, we came out, Brandon Ellis was shivering how cold it was. And I said, mate, why don't you wear a long sleeve? He goes, Dibble won't let us.
Of course, not all the property stewards pack them for all players. Sometimes you've got to request them. The ball is worked forward for the Blues and out of play between wing and half forward. All of a sudden, it's 7 scoring shots to 2, and it's 14 inside 50s to 4. So the Blues lead by 20 points, but it could be a little bit more than that.
Boundary throw in, Meek with the head out, down to Young, kick smothered, ricochets to Morrison, he sockers it down the wing for Hawthorn. Bruce picks it up, he's met hard by Newman. And take it high too as Bruce dropped down to win the footy. Free kick logo members wing, he goes long to Mitch Lewis, one-on-one with Wiedering. Wiedering works his way to the front, can't complete the mark. Butler knocks it down, Butler follows up, he's tackled, pack forms around him. Umpire circles, in the end it's Butler who sockers it forward. Assad doesn't pick it up, knocks it away to Boyd. Still in the back pocket. Recovers for Carlton and then just kicks a torp all the way out to half back. Silvani competes in the air. Spills through to Bruce. Has it for Hawthorn. Handball missed. Dave Mackay left it behind. Blank collects for Hawthorn. 3-man tackle taken to ground. Ump says I'll have it. Ball up. No, Ump says play on. Ball comes out. Newman's got it. McDonald wraps him up. Still the Ump lets them roll.
And it's a rolling ball for the moment until Dylan Moore with a hand pass to Bruce. The fend off on Fogarty. Impacted the hand pass to Lewis. Kicks up towards Owies. Can't take it on the half volley. And Seamus Mitchell for the Hawks. Hand pass away to Carl Lamont. He looks out to the southern side. That's the Hawks' best avenue home. Finds Newcomb, who marks on his chest. He pulls his kick towards Moore at half forward. Coming the other direction. Boyd tries to hold him up. Moore has it just slightly outside scoring range. Looks into the pocket. All on his own is Fergus Green. He marks on his chest, no one near him. In the right forward pocket, 35 metres out from goal.
Now, it was an easy kick to kick, but Dylan Moore just saw a man in the corner of his eye and actually kicked it more central, so it actually made him come central of the ball and actually have a better shot on ball. He's actually sitting right near the boundary line, but Dylan Moore just saw that little bit of space on his inside shoulder and put it there. Now he's got an easy set shot.
11-6 for the season. He's the Hawks' third highest goal scorer, but found his way out of the side when Mitch Lewis returned. 5 goals in the VFL. Here's Green out to the right. It's across the face, and Young in the end decides to rush it through despite having a 2-on-1 against Mitch Lewis, a minus score. Hawthorn's third behind. They trail the Blues 3-4-22. 25 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport.
Lauren Borden on the boundary. Loz.
Just watching Michael Voss, he's probably the most engaged I've ever seen him with his players. He doesn't have a headset on upstairs. He hasn't got that little screen that he normally has in front of him, just giving detailed instructions to each of his players, not speaking with upstairs at all.
Thanks, Lauren. Good insight on the Carlton bench. Blues with the only 3 goals of the game, lead it by 19. Saad runs and carries and then drives his kick long up to the wing. Charlie Curnow underneath it. Spills through to Akers. Got a hand pass back to Curnow. Kick smothered. Blues retain possession. Chera hand pass to McGovern. Kicks wide and Cunningham marks. In front of the interchange. 2 subs, George Hewitt and Finn McGuinness. It was a late change on game day with DeConing coming out with an MCL sprain, and Louis Young comes in as Charlie Curnow throws himself at the footy in a pack of 5 or 6 and comes down with that high half forward for Carlton. He's a little sore too. He lays it off by hand to Akers, who unloads to the top of the goal square. Well, always a little shove, can't complete the mark, falls to Newcomb. Hand pass away to Mitchell. Handball to Morrison, dump kick out of defence, straight to Akers. Almost like Nick Martin, straight to Hewitt, to Houston, same spot.
Exactly the same spot. Surely he's got it in if Houston does at the end of the game with a wet footy.
Akers doesn't look confident. He's looking back inboard. He doesn't have a ping from right half forward. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Dave flies at it. Martin forced to spoil. Morrison's hand pass is out of bounds and a throw in right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton 3-4. Hawthorn 3 behinds. Blues by 19 points. Time on opening term.
Carlton are doing a good job now, just getting the ball deep inside 50 and then applying the pressure, locking it inside 50, time in forward half. They'll be winning that battle, so they look really dangerous when they do get it in long.
Brendan Goddard with you on ABC Sport. It came off the head of Reeves, unable to knock it forward. He had a little fumble and now Moore lays the tackle. In the right forward pocket for the Blues at the city end of the MCG. 3-4-22 to the Hawks 3 behinds, approaching quarter time here at the MCG. Reeves reaches up the top of Charlie Curnow, wins down the tap, but the hand pass came to Chincotta. They squeeze it towards full forward. Frost was able to gather, and this is always exciting. He goes a barrel straight down the middle. Bruce against 2. He takes the mark on his chest. Read that well against McGovern and Kemp. They stream forward past him. Now just the right option. Green is pushed forward. Akers getting back. Eyes not on the footy. He juggles the mark. Tapped it to his own advantage and claims it. And the Carlton fans like that, although his kick following up, less impressive. McDonald takes the mark for the Hawks.
Lays it off to Moore, looks inside 50. He's skidding through Saad, knocks it away with his fist to Akers. Carlton win it back, short kick to Kennedy. Marks at half-back, a 19-point lead for the Blues, the only 3 goals of the game. 29 travelled opening term. Kick comes out wide to Akers. Hand pass along the boundary line to Walsh. Short kick wanted Curnow. And that's Charlie, broken up by Day. Spills to Weddle. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. He was trying to blow advantage here. There was a Hawthorn player who was held after disposing of the footy.
So it's 50, isn't it?
This will be a 50. This is
Nick Dacos, yeah.
So we hadn't seen one in forever, and now we've seen 2 in 2 weeks.
That's right. We hadn't seen one for quite a while, and now we've seen 2 in 2 weeks, thanks to Scotty Pendlebury and Nick Dacos.
Josh Weddle has the footy. The rising star on from a few weeks back. Kicks for Lewis in the pocket. Wiedering dropping back, takes the intercept mark. He's had a good start. Jacob Wiedering been heavily involved. He's got it again on the last line of defence for Carlton. The Blues by 19 points. They've kicked the only 3 goals, half-hour mark opening quarter.
Couple of intercept marks for the Blues key defender as he sends them up towards Charlie Curnow. He flies against 2. Scrimshaw and Weddle brought down for the Hawks. First onto it is Kennedy for the Blues. Hand pass to Walsh. Kicks end over end out in front of Akers. Stays there to loose across half-back. He gathers and sidesteps Charlie Curnow. Kicks up towards half-forward. It's just slightly misdirected for Sam Butler. And the intercepting mark is taken by Mitch McGovern. Has it at right half-back for the Blues, who lead by 19 points as we're just about at quarter time. McGovern sends it long around the members' wing. Charlie Curnow's the target once more. Weddle works his way to the front, knocked it down for the Hawks. Trying to knock it forward was Sam Walsh into the path of Chera, but not before the siren sounds for quarter time. The Blues able to kick the opening 3 goals of the match to lead 3-4-22 to Hawthorn 3 behinds. The goals coming through Curnow, Cunningham and Martin. And the Blues having a lot more inside 50s in that term, 16 to 9. Just the kick to hand pass ratio. The Blues with 125 disposals, 65 hand passes, 60 kicks, as opposed to the Hawks who have gone at 44 kicks and 30 hand passes. As always, we love to hear from you on the SMS on a Sunday afternoon, 0437 774 774. Fran from Melbourne, hi guys, love listening of course to the Hawks, looking forward to learning something new, as always is the case with Brendan Goddard's special comments, as do we. PJ gives us a great insight, and Yoshi from North Hobart wants to know what difference will it make with the Blues not having a recognised ruckman today. We'll get the thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brendan Goddard in just a moment on Grandstand AFL.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cripps has another go at it. Hand pass to Cunningham at right half forward. Dodges and weaves. Kicks long towards Charlie Curnow. He's out in front. Takes the mark. Charlie Curnow for the first goal of the match comes in. And the Blues are on the board through 3 minutes.
Morrison to Frost on his knees. His hand pass and turnover. Akers gives it back to Krebs. Hand pass to Owies. Now to Walsh. Forward pocket. Back inboard to Martin. And Jack Martin hooks it through for Carlton's second. The Blues building an early lead.
Back to McGovern, out towards half forward. Mackay's able to gather and breaks away from Blank. He takes a bounce. Inside 50. Looks to centre. Cunningham marks on his chest. Cunningham comes in and is able to steer it straight through the middle.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The highlights are all Carlton's way as they kick the only 3 goals of the opening term to be 3-4-22 to the Hawks 3 behinds. For Grandstand AFL Sunday, Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Lauren Borton down on the boundary. The thoughts of Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of an error-riddled first quarter, but Carlton just made more of the opportunities. They probably didn't quite take advantage of all the shots they did have on goal. They had quite a number of inside 50s compared to Hawthorn. They're leading the inside 50 count 16-9 at the moment. But it's just probably more the overuse at times from Carlton by hand. They've got that probably wrong so far in slippery conditions, and Matt Clinch made mention of the handball to kick differential. So they've had 60 kicks, Carlton, and 65 handballs. They'd probably like to have a number more kicks than they do handballs. Hawthorn are probably in a better spot having 44 kicks and 30 handballs, but they're probably going for shorter kicks, which probably aren't on at the moment. So they're playing it probably a little bit too short at times, Hawthorn, when they do get opportunity to use the ball. But that's the way in which they like to play. But when you are probably a younger side and the conditions don't tend to suit that style of play, it's sometimes hard to turn it around quickly in game. I reckon the message coming out from Sam Mitchell at quarter time now would be to try and use the ball a little bit longer by foot. I think he'd be happy by the amount of handballs to kick ratio that they are working off at the moment, Hawthorn, but I think they can probably look a little bit further ahead and try to use a little bit more length in their kicking rather than going for that shorter option so far.
Well, I think you highlighted at the start of the game, Murph, about 5-10 minutes in. Carlton doing a good job. I think Hawthorn, again, they were the number one corridor use team in the competition, and this was going back a number of weeks ago when St Kilda played them. But Carlton taking that off them, so when they're able to get the ball through the corridor, it brings in their runners, particularly from the back half, so the half backs, they change angle, which are generally lateral to the ball. So when they can't get it there, Carlton are doing a really good job, one, of not allowing them to have it there, then forcing them wide, and that doesn't allow them to get speed on the ball. So quite often the kick comes wide, yes, it's uncontested, but then they're actually forced into a slow play, which allows Carlton to get numbers behind the footy and look really stable. So, and then you both highlighted the 1-to-1 ratio. Hawthorn are, they're a frontal pressure team, so force the handball, but it's just those ones when they've got shoulders out, not to look or use that extra one. And Murphy highlighted the loopy one forward, so a guy with his back to goal. They're the ones that brings and invites the pressure from Hawthorn, as I mentioned, when you got the pressure coming from behind and the pressing frontal pressure. So Carlton just make slightly better, smart decisions when they got shoulders out to get the ball in forward, and when they've done that, Curnow in particular being the deepest forward quite often, Mackay playing up in front of him being more of that link man, that Curnow, when he gets isolation, unfortunately for Weddle, looks really dangerous. So relying on, again, Murphy highlighted Frost's role, almost like what Andrews did to St Kilda a couple of weeks ago when gets to almost Caminiti, that third tall, or in this instance it's actually Martin. So to be able to roll off and support Weddle, who's doing the job on Curnow. So instead of Weddle being solo and beating him one-on-one, bit of old school footy, you've always got that support in Frost playing on a small, in this instance being Martin. So you expect Martin to be front and square, staying on the ground. So quite often Frost will be that one providing the aerial support, but they're still able to create the isolation when they do move the ball and get it through that frontal pressure of Hawthorn. But then when Hawthorn do win it, their forwards get so high up the ground that quite often they're getting out and they don't have that option then to go forward with, because there was one occasion,
so high up the ground.
they're struggling to get back in play because they do move the ball with speed. And when you got Reeves or a resting ruckman in Meek, they just don't have the leg speed. Both of them at one occasion, but it's quite often just one of them. But when Lewis isn't that deeper, they just don't have the leg speed to get back and provide that option for Hawthorn when they get the ball to the open side and start to look dangerous.
And it seems a clear direction to try and get it out onto the southern side and get Carlton on the break. Blues leading by 19 points as we get the second quarter underway. It's Young who starts in the ruck up against Lloyd Meek. Meek wins down the tap in the direction of Newcomb and then follows up his own ruck work. He's bumped off it by Cripps of the Blues. Hand pass to Sard. Dribbles a kick out of the congestion to Cunningham. Tried to slap it to Louis Young but couldn't quite link up with him. Ward with a hand pass back to Newcomb. Links up with Day by hand. Now to Lloyd Meek. Works a hand pass forward to Nash. This is better. Hand pass over the top to Ward. Amon had to punch it forward. It might almost work if McDonald could get on the end of it. He taps it away from Jack Silvani. Hand pass just a bit too high for Hardwick. And Silvani toe pokes it forward for the Blues. Chincotta left it for Akers. Couldn't take it cleanly. Hardwick's hand pass to a stationary Day. It's a bit of a rolling maul at the moment. Silvani with the hand pass to Martin off the outside of the boot. That was clever. Opened it up in the middle of the ground for Charlie Curnow. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Cripps. Pulls his kick beautifully. And Cunningham having pushed forward. Marks slightly left of centre. He'll kick on a 45-degree angle from around 35 metres out.
It was really good wet weather football, wasn't it, from the wing here, just getting yardage on the football, knocking it forward. Jack Silvani probably started that. These are perfect conditions for Jack Silvani, but then it was the change of matchup. I think Frost now's gone to Charlie Curnow, but it was a good pull inside kick and then good use of handball, and then Paddy Cripps, who had the vision to spot up David Cunningham in space.
8 year with the Blues, didn't play a game in 2022. David Cunningham looking to double up, comes in and steers it through. And Carlton continue on their way. The only 4 goals of the match so far. They're 4-4-28 to Hawthorn, 3 behinds. 90 seconds gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
Well, it started with their defence, who we talked about, through the middle of the ground, but Hawthorn managed to get it in there and the overlap hands came. They looked really dangerous, but I probably overdid it by 1 or 2 handballs, but it was a pressure from Carlton to force that mistake, to win the ball back. Not a big contest, but a contest here on the wing. It was quite fortuitous. That kick inside came off Martin across the body, which was a rush kick, but Curnow playing in front, and once the ball got back in the corridor in Cripps' hands, that the whole game opened up, and he was good enough just to screw that across the body, as he made mention, to find Cunningham, who found space through his speed, just about to reset and get forward to the open side, which he found a lot of space because Mackay in particular led up at the ball.
Restart back in the middle, crooked bounce, run by Jacob Mollison. He says, I'll have it back.
He's a free agent as well, David Cunningham, at the end of the year, Murph, so no doubt will be like a lot playing for his career, wanting to continue on.
Oh, no doubt. I think he's well loved amongst the Carlton players and the club, so good to see him back out there playing football.
Day gets the centre clearance, kicks the centre half forward. Green hit up, had hands to it, couldn't trap it, spills to Moore. He's tackled, dispossessed by Chincotta. Ushers a hand pass out, but went straight to McDonald, scrapping forward on ground level. You can throw a blanket over around 15 players here. As we've seen so far today, the ump lets them roll. Newcomb feeds a handball out straight to Doherty. Hooks a kick out at defensive 50, and Amon takes the intercept mark. 60 out at half forward. Puts Hawthorn back inside forward 50 over the head of Meek. Lewis out after it. He's got the short sleeves on, throwing his body around as he bangs bodies with Owies, who hit up for Carlton. Ball spits out Hawthorn's way. There's a tackle. It's a throw. As McDonald tried to get rid of it, he just scooped it up, and Sam Walsh, who was there applying the pressure, is going to get the footy for Carlton. He goes back to Newman, top of the defensive goal square. Blues by 25, early doors, second quarter.
Newman looks for options out of defence, has the job on Luke Bruce this afternoon, up towards Jack Silvani. He got a shove from Hardwick illegally, says the umpire. McGovern in two minds to take the advantage. He does in the end. Skids a kick up towards Jack Martin. They're out the back. Charlie Curnow can mark. He's got Harry Mackay in the goal square, or he can centre it up to another option. And Owies marks on his chest. By Checkers. 1, 2, 3. All of a sudden they're out, and the options were aplenty.
Yeah, it was. It was just almost like a hop, skip and a jump, just working the ball up the ground there by Carltoners. Winning the free kick, Sam Walsh down there in the D50, but then just methodically moved the ball forward and just found the 8 number running forward, and really unselfish play by Keith Ford and Charlie Curnow hitting up Matty Owies.
14 goals, 4 so far this season for the former basketballer. Matt Owies looking to join the growing list of goal kickers. From 30 metres out, he comes in and completes the job. Carlton are doing everything right at the moment. They're 5-4-34. So Hawthorn 3 behinds. Just 4.5 minutes gone in the second quarter. The Blues with 2 goals to none so far this term.
I saw that a number of times in the first quarter, just Carlton's ability to move the ball from the back half. Hawthorn would be pretty disappointed when you got a free kick in the far back pocket and Carlton moved the ball from one end to the other pretty much unattended. There was a free kick here, but it was quite obvious Hardwick a little bit undersized, but they created the outnumber, which forced him to come forward and then get back on Silvani, and then from that point the overlap that Carlton created, I think it was just Hawthorn just getting caught out ball watching and spectating on that off-ball side, weren't able to recover, but they'll be pretty disappointed with their ability to defend Carlton, particularly when it's a free kick deep in the inside 50.
Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy, our grandstand AFL experts. It's all Carlton at the G, back in the middle. Meek rather wins the hit out, spills down to Amon, a hand pass to Warple, hurried kick inside 50. Boyd hits up, tackled, taken to ground. Butler drags him down, ball up centre half forward for the Hawks. Jordan Boyd actually made his debut the last time these two teams met, which was way back in round 3 of last season. As Meek wins the hit out again, the former Docker. Down to Sardo with the Blues. Kicks to a one-on-one on the wing. Always falls over. Morrison keeps his feet, wins the footy. Short kick to Ward. Pick 7 from a year ago. He goes short and finds Warple. Still between wing and half forward. Looks back corridor. Short kick finds Will Day, who's having a breakout season. 22-year-old back behind the ball in Sicily's absence. He kicks inside the forward 50. Young spoils. Down to the path of Weddle, though, the first-year Hawk. Hand pass to our mate Wingard as he pokes the kick into the forward pocket. And Green takes the mark for Hawthorn. Right half forward, 30 metres out. He'll have a set shot about 10 in from the boundary line.
Just purely out of a bit of a class there from Chad Wingard, who could have just blazed away on his left foot, but decided to prop and steady and sell a little bit of candy and then put it into a bit of space for a teammate in a good position.
So we were just telling him that the other day, Murph, when he was in the studio with us on Grandstand AFL Sunday, mate, if you just sell a bit of candy here and chip it there,
simple game,
will lead to good results. Our broadcast colleague, Chad Wingard. Green to give him a goal assist. He misses. So the near side of behind. Hawthorn still searching for their first. 4 behinds for the Hawks. Carlton a 5-4-34. It's the Blues by 5 goals. 7 minutes played second term.
A few minutes ago they didn't have a kick that had hit the target, so at least he sorted that out as the Blues out of defence. Through Kemp finds Matt Kennedy. His kick is wide of Cunningham. It does feel like 15th versus 16th at times. Cunningham with the hand pass away. Works it with Nick Newman. Around the southern wing. Weddle's in front of Ed Curnow. He gathers. Hand pass to Blank. He's tackled by Akers. Footy comes clear. Ed Curnow to Mackay. His hand pass missed the intended target. Seamus Mitchell for the Hawks. Links up with Warple. His hand pass out in front of Harry Morrison. One way then the other. Hand pass to Ward. He's tackled by Newman. Ball spills clear. Akers can't knock it forward. Hand pass picked off by Newman. He missed Cunningham down low. Has to try and knock it forward for the Blues. Newcomb could have been taken high. Not officiating. Umpire said no. Umpire not in the proximity said yes. And the Hawks get it across half back.
Hurried kick to Scrimshaw, centre half back. Short kick. Seamus Mitchell in the middle of the G. Hawks trail by 5 goals. They haven't kicked one yet. Carlton 5-4. Hawthorn 4 behinds. We're now 7.5 minutes into this second term. The kick from Mitchell out wide finds Butler. Hands it off to Amon. Looks into the pocket. Green's up and marking. So Fergus Green will have another set shot. Tighter angle but closer to goal. He'll kick from about 15 out right forward pocket.
Finding a bit of space in that forward pocket, isn't he? Just... Again, it was a bit of ball movement. They got the ball back in the corridor. Carlton did a pretty good job just to slow them down, but I think just maybe Doherty here on this close side just overplayed his defensive positioning. They were able to find Amon out the back, which gave him a pretty good look, and the ability to get the ball deep inside 50.
Right in front of the Hawthorn race. Fergus Green skips in. He misses near side again. 2 shots, similar spot on the ground, right half forward, right forward pocket. Both of them miss near side to the city end. Carlton by 29 points. They've kicked the only 5 goals in the game, 9 played second term.
He had one in the right forward pocket of the punt road end, so he's had 3 shots on goal for 2 behinds and 1 which didn't score. And Hawthorn's 5 behinds to the Blues 5-4-34. You heard the woof of Sard as he sent it from half back up the members wing. No mark claimed, and Frost lays the tackle over the top of Patrick Cripps.
You would have been here as a kid, Beach, giving the wolf for Ange Christo.
Yep, it was my second favourite behind Cooter.
There you go.
Package deal, aren't they?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was a 1-2 punch, wasn't it?
Thrown up the air, Chera for the Blues. Hand pass to Cunningham to Cripps, who sends it towards half forward. Scrimshaw in front of Fogarty. And ricochets off his boot and goes out of play.
It was a bit like Barrack and Freston when I was growing up. You were either a James Hurd or a Matthew Lloyd guy. There was only 2 guys, and your favourite player was either one or the other. I was more a Hurdy guy.
He was a Hurdy guy.
Smart.
Long sleeves.
Yes.
There's a few Carlton fans who have the number 9 on their bat. Maybe a few now that all of a sudden have the 30 and the 10 thrown back in. Chance for Reeves to follow up his rut work, trying to combine with Weddle. Weddle's hand pass to Amon under enormous pressure. Back to Weddle, to Newcomb, who tries to just slap it forward amongst the congestion. Spills to Chera. He's ragdoll tackled by Dylan Moore. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the Olympic stand. Members side. Blues leading by 29 points. 5-4-34 to the Hawks 5 behinds.
Up it goes. Reeves swats it down to Chera, and he's tackled. It is a great part of the tradition of the Carlton fan base, though, the wolf. It's been sort of handed down. Had a few little missteps. I think Matthew Watson got it for a period of time. They tried to sort of give him the wolf. Hurried kick forward from the Blues.
Has to be a left footer out of the back line, doesn't it?
Yeah, out of the back line.
It's got to be a defender, doesn't it, Murph, as part of the prerequisite?
Well, I think so. They went with, obviously different, but big Cruz for a while every time Cruz got the ball, but that was obviously for Cruz, not the wolf. But Adam Sard's doing it solidly enough at the moment.
Yep. I think he's holding it down. Boundary throwing. Reeves whacks it away for Hawthorn. Oh, down to Days. Tackled into the ground.
Here's one to get the long sleeves out too when it's a bit chilly. Sardi.
Yes.
Similar to Ange Christou type.
I think that's also part of it in the fine print somewhere. Carlton by 29 points. A restart half forward for the Blues. Butler had it, lost it. Heavy tackle. Day tracking the footy. Paddles it away to Amon. Hand pass to Weddle. He's locked up. We'll have a ball up again. So it's multiple stoppages moving across that 50-metre arc painted in the blue paint, which is appropriate because that's the end that Carlton's kicking in this second term. It's the punt road end, centre half forward for the Blues. They lead by 29.
Part of the Carlton great tradition. Jack Silvani doing the ruck work here against Reeves. Free kick Hawthorn's way. They try to take the advantage, turn it over. Boyd's kick inside 50. Morrison is able to gather against Zoe. Sends the Hawks up the southern side of the MCG. Wingard's underneath it. He marks against Newman. Wanted to play on, but lost his footing. Tries to get the hand pass forward to Ward. It got to him, but they lost a bit of the momentum. He's able to cut past Nick Newman, though. A good win on the southern wing. Sends it up towards half forward. Bruce marks on his chest. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, though. He's got a lot of players in the left forward pocket. Connor McDonald's just come on from the bench. He tries to send it longer than that towards Mitch Lewis. Doherty set himself well in front. He takes the intercepting mark 15 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end. He swings it out to Fogarty, who marks in the left back pocket for the Blues.
Oh, it goes short to Mackay, didn't hit him. Mackay under the pump, hurried, kick back inboard. Reeves reaching up, takes the mark. A giant ruckman on the logo. Broadcast side. Reeves is going to kick it himself. His fluoro boots inside the forward 50. Lewis caught at the back, knocks it down though. Moore, hand pass away to Wingard, handball to Warpool, crunched. Ball comes out Carlton's way. Boyd gives it to Cripps. Hand pass to Doherty, back to Cripps, goes in a jinking run through traffic. Short kick up to halfway, finds Charlie Curnow.
Now as the Brownlow medalist at his best, he combines with Charles, who kicks towards half forward. Cunningham's been dangerous. He's free at left half forward. Silvani's leading to the goal square. He goes more central than that. Chera pushing forward, claims the mark. He's had a good couple of months, Adam Chera. In a string of disappointing team results, he's been the one who's held his head high and pushes forward here and a chance to kick a goal and add to the Blues tally.
Well, good run and dash out of there by the Carlton skipper, Paddy Cripps, who's not usually known for that run and bounce type play.
It looks fast anyway.
Chain of possession, but just great work rate from his forwards ahead of the ball too to create space and make the opportunities easy for the ball carrier to hit the target.
5 goals, 5 for Adam Chera. Did kick a couple against the Gold Coast Suns, so an element of his game he'd love to improve. Chera from directly in front comes in and continues the rout. The Blues with 6 goals to none. They're 6-4-40 to Hawthorn, 5 behinds. 3 goals straight so far in this second quarter to Hawthorn's 2 behinds. And the inside 50s, although the Hawks have improved in that area, 9-7, it's still the Blues who are all doing all the damage on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a good bit of play by Paddy, just to open up the game. And Hawthorn did a pretty good job. There wasn't much for him when he went to go outside. There was no real options for him to. So the defence kind of forced him to go inside. But the bravery to use his legs to change the angle allowed Charlie Curnow to find some space, and then Murphy made mention that there was almost a bit of Pagan's paddock about it. There was a lot of space then forward of the ball when Charlie was the last key forward, and then Cunningham again just resetting with speed, able to get on the end of it, and a really good kick for Chera on the off-ball side.
First 6 goals of the game now for the Blues. 35 points the margin. Free kick in the middle here. Heavy tackle on Kennedy. Is Nash arriving late? The Blues will take it. Kennedy hand pass to Walsh, kicks inside 50. Charlie hits up, hands to it. No mark, but taken high. And Charlie Curnow gets the free, centre half forward for Carlton.
No, it's a perfect kick from Sam Walsh, who got the handball received from his housemate Matt Kennedy and just put it out into space of Charlie Curnow, who now has got the change of match-up with Frost now going to him other than Weddle. But when you deliver the ball like that out into space in front of Charlie Curnow, it's pretty hard not to give away a free kick. And just gave one there for the chopping of the arms too high.
He's 3 behind in the Coleman medal race. Charlie Curnow skips in, orange boots, crossing the 50, kicks out to the left, but he snuck it through. Curnow with his second, and Carlton are showing the Hawks the whole bag here. 41 points is Carlton's lead at the 15-minute mark of the second term. 7-4-46, Hawthorn goalless. 5 behinds. Blues by 41, Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy.
Well, Carlton are just getting what they want at the minute. They're keeping speed on the ball, which isn't allowing Hawthorn to get numbers back to actually support their defenders, and highlighted just the tough job that they had today, trying to maintain both Curnow and Mackay, but the speed on the ball in which they're getting is just causing havoc. So Hawthorn just have to find a way just to slow Carlton down, force them into slow play, and then to get just numbers back, particularly their midfielders get back to support the defence.
Brendan Goddard with you on ABC Sport. A shot on the monitor in the box of Sam Mitchell with his head in his hands. It can be a long week from Australian Football Hall of Fame member to now coaching at the G. The Hawks have the chance to get forward here as Warple kicks inside 50. Up goes Blank. In fact, it was Green who spoiled it down. It comes the way of Wiedering, who sends the Blues out to right half back. And Ed Curnow takes the mark. Feeds the hand pass around the boundary side to Kemp, up towards the wing. Weddle's set, couldn't hang on to the mark. It spills to Kennedy. He tries to knock it on to Ed Curnow. In fact, it's Martin. Jack Martin is tackled by Scrimshaw and a ball up.
Of course, last week on the Gold Coast, Clinchy,
yes.
Hawthorn were goalless in the second and fourth quarter. Goalless in the first term here, having kicked one so far in the second. So I'm no maths major, but that's 4 out of 5 quarters without a goal.
I was starting to think the same. They kicked the first 3 goals of the match against the Suns and kicked 2 for the rest of the match. I'm starting to look into the stats as to the last time they were held goalless in a half, as Ed Curnow at right half back sends a high ball around the southern wing off the hands of Scrimshaw. Owies into a dead end for Cunningham, found a way out back to Owies, hand pass to Jack Martin, dodging and weaving, kicks a low ball dribbling along the turf to half forward. Akers gathers, chips it over his shoulder, Fogarty marks. It's just all too easy.
It is too easy at the moment. I think that's just due to the pressure around the football. They still have had the 26 tackles, Hawthorn, but the way in which Carlton have been able to use the football around the ground's been far too easy. And then I think just from the stoppage or from a turnover, BJ, just the work rate of Carlton's been far superior so far. So for Sam Mitchell, just the message to pressure harder and to work harder from stoppage.
Lockie Fogarty out of contract at season's end. He shot his offline to the right and through for a minor score off the hands of Lloyd Meek. The Blues 7-5-47 lead the Hawks 5 behinds, 18 minutes gone. Second term on ABC Sport. Lauren Borden, Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy with you for Sunday afternoon footy.
Bill, he had it in him. Lockie Fogarty from 45 out. Kicking uphill, though, to the long end here at the G as Will Day goes on a run and kicks long out towards half-back. Swatted away down to Mitch Lewis, who's tackled and held up and a ball up 70 out from the Carlton goal.
I reckon you can go with Fogarty.
It's Fogarty, isn't it? I think that's
Fogarty. We all call him Fogs. So.
Yeah. Well, apparently he would prefer Fogarty,
really,
as opposed to Darcy Fogarty.
Okay.
Which
I'm happy for Murph to overrule us.
I was about to. You can imagine in games when they play each other, Murph trying to remember that. But that was what we heard from the Geelong days. But we'll see how we go. I think if I can just get one right, that'll be a good start. As Wingard has it on the wing, hand pass goes forward for Hawthorn. Newman soccers it off the deck. Up over halfway for Carlton, but Lewis is there. Goes back by hand of Mitchell. Hand pass away to Hardwick. Half back. Oh, short kick, broken up. Young knocks it out of bounds, so boundary throw-in. 42-point lead for the Blues. 19 goal in second term, 7-5 to 5 behinds.
Yes, Mitch Lewis might have got a bit of feedback about the long sleeves too, about the yellow.
He heard, did he? He heard the feedback from him, Murph.
Yeah,
someone passed it on at quarter time.
Just texted Simo.
I'm sure Will Batulis, the media manager for the Blues, will be listening to the ABC call, or any of the Fogarty family if you want to tell us we've got it wrong, but that's what we were told as Connor Nash tries to squeeze a kick forward. Moores with his head over the foot, he bounced straight into Jack Martin, who's laid a bump which has got Dylan Moore down and slow to rise. Reeves can't break away, and it takes Doherty and Louis Young both to halt him on the wing.
I think it's more he's winded. I think his head was fine.
Trainer came out, he brushed him away, and he's going to get a touch here as Dylan Moore feeds the hand pass to Harry Morrison. Sidesteps around Walsh and kicks up towards Lloyd Meek at half forward. Mitch Lewis in the pack as well, couldn't claim the mark. Spills down the way of McGovern. Carl Amon picks it up, blazes away inside 50. Not a good kick for Green. And Sard was well set. He takes the mark in the left back pocket, chips it across to the right, and the mark is taken by Jacob Wiedering.
Wiedering goes short to Sard. Just checks his kick, hits up McGovern, marks at centre half back. Wasn't the full wolf on the left-footed drop punt from Sard. Comes out wide to Cripps. Short pass finds Owies in front of the Carlton interchange. High half forward, looks for Charlie Curnow. Leaps up and marks centre half forward for the Blues. And that's far too much space to give him. Running straight up the pipe. And he'll have a ping here from just outside 50.
But again, it's just a ball move from the back half from what was a slow play. Their ability to find a spare at the back of the square. And McGovern just opens up the whole game, and then they're forced to press, and that overlap comes from the press, Hawthorn's press, and then it's just unattended. Their team defence at the minute, it's in a rabble.
So Charlie Curnow, he moves in. His right-footed drop punt sails goalward. It's offline and misses out to the right. Minor score. 7-6 to 5 behinds. Carlton by 43. Hawthorn haven't kicked a goal. 21 minutes into this second term.
The Hawks looking to bring it back into play through Hardwick. He plays on and sends it as long as he can up towards Lloyd Meek. Sets himself in front. Takes a good mark in front of Kemp. Right half back for the Hawks. They managed 2 behind so far in this second quarter, having been held to 3 in the first. The kick long towards the wing. Mitch Lewis is out of position and Jacob Wiedering takes the mark as Lewis lands awkwardly. Might have rolled his ankle in the process there. Get Lauren Borden to keep an eye on him as he hobbles to the bench. Sard comes back inboard and Louis Young takes the mark. Returns it around the back by hand to Sard, who sends it out to the southern wing, out in front of Chin Cotter. Tries to knock it on to Doherty. Bruce offers chase. Sends it wider still to Silvani, who picks up the half volley. No, the umpire said it was a mark. Centre of the Shane stand wing with the floodlights on, but the artificial light not really required that much as the kick towards half forward finds Jack Martin. Now just the last kick inside 50. Cripps has gone to full forward. He wants to join the party. Jack Martin's thinking, I could probably kick this. He's 55 out. Umpire doesn't think so. He calls play on. So he looks for big Charlie Curnow. It's over his head. It bounces to Cripps. He gathers. Hand pass to Wakers. Steps across his body and misses to the left-hand side. A minor score. The Blues by 44 points. 22 minutes gone. Second quarter. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Mitch Lewis basically fell to the bench. He couldn't walk on his right ankle, so the doctor's just taking him straight down to get it strapped.
That's not going to help Hawthorn's day. And that's not Will Day. That's their afternoon. As the mark taken in the back pocket from Amon. He goes short to Morrison. Comes out of the defensive arc. Looks for Meek up on the wing. Hands to it. Spills it into the path of Nash. Hurried kick forward or kicked it inside out Banana. And in the end, one bounce out of play. Ump says deliberate. Free kick Carlton. Defensive side of the wing. Blues by 44. I've also got an email from Wilbur Toulis from earlier in the year, which is the phonetic spelling of the key Carlton players.
I don't think this is going to be good for you, Murph.
Syllable 1 is Foe. F-O-E, G-A-T. Fogarty is the pronunciation of Lockie's name as the Blues have worked it down to Mackay.
We'll get away with just calling him Fogs, mate.
Which is definitely Mackay and not McKay as he kicks towards the hot spot. Almost landed in Cripps' lap. Spills through to Ed Kerner. He's tackled, taken to ground, and the ump says, I'll have it. A ball up 35 metres out from the Carlton goal at the punt road end. Carlton with the only 7 goals in the match. 23 minutes into the second term. Blues by 44.
Lloyd Meek tries to take it another ruck. That's adventurous, and he's got a problem now. He's tackled and deemed holding the ball. There's many ways to try and lift your side. I'm not sure that's the best option for the Hawthorn ruckman. And big Harry Mackay will get the shot directly in front, 30 metres out.
Probably not the best option, but yeah, old Carlton skipper was hanging by there to get this free kick as well. Paddy Cripps was in the tackle there with Harry Mackay, but unfortunately the big man grabbed the ball first and Cripper was a bit too slow to pick it up.
He's going the drop punt. Harry Mackay comes in, leans back and joins the growing list of goal kickers for Carlton. The opening 8 goals of the match as we're now 24 minutes into the second quarter. And the Blues have put on 5-0 in this second term to open up a 50-point advantage. Raise the bat at the MCG. 8-7-55 to the Hawks, 5 behinds. It's just a point of the bat, isn't it? You don't raise it for a half century.
Yeah.
Are you still going on?
I've still got the pronunciation. So it's a great idea. Every club should really do it, really. It's Carlton ahead of the game on this front, setting through the pronunciations. The thing that stands out to me, though, is a few of them they've just described that may be a bit difficult. So we've got Fogarty and Chin Cotter and Chera and De Koning. They've got Lockie Cowan on there. How else would you possibly pronounce Cowan?
Trying to look for an alternative way to say
it. They've obviously heard someone butcher it, so...
Yeah, correct.
Cowan.
A 50-point lead for Carlton here. They've kicked the only 8 goals as we tick towards half-time. Back in the middle of the ground, Newcomb's tackled and we'll have a ball up in the middle of the G.
Based on what we're talking about right now, you get a gist of how the game's actually going.
It's a bit of create your own adventure at this stage.
Leaning over the back is Reeves. He wins the hit out down to Newcomb. Tackled by Cripps. Dispossessed. Ump says a throw. Free kick for the Brownlow medalist. And Carlton are going to go forward again. And Hawthorn are staring down the barrel of 4 goalless quarters in their last 5 as Cripps kicks inside 50 and Morrison intercepts in the defensive arc for Hawthorn. Previous to that, they've been playing some really good footy. They beat Brisbane before the bye. Started well last week, as Clinchy mentioned, kicked the first 3 goals of the game. Goes back to Mitchell. Mitchell out to halfback for Weddle. Weddle's hand pass missed Mitchell. Ward mops it up, gives it back to Weddle. Keeps on running. Southern wing for Hawthorn. Kicks to half forward, and Young takes the intercept mark for the Blues. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
A name you can't get wrong for Carlton is Jack Martin. He's just had to go down into the rooms, though, with a little bit of an issue on his side. So Mitch Lewis and Jack Martin both down in the rooms and will probably stay there until half-time.
Can't believe you doubt me, Loz. The day's still young. As Doherty picks it up on the bounce at half-back, he goes back to Wiedering. Wiedering short to Walsh, got to him on the bounce. Amon tackles him immediately, and the umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up 45 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the city end. They haven't kicked one yet. They got 47 seconds here and a forward 50 stoppage, down by 50.
As Reeves tries to get it forward to Green. Can he get onto it? Boyd slaps it into the pocket. Connor Nash gathers. Hand pass back to Carl Amon. 50 from home. He wheels onto his left. Puts it towards the teeth of goal. No one's there to fly. Moore was trying to claim the free kick. Held out of it by McGovern. But Wiedering takes the mark. They kicked 1-3 against Melbourne back in round 9, the Hawks. But you're going to have a look, Corbin, to see if they're held goalless so far in 2023 and a half, as Akers at right half back sends it up towards Ed Curnow. Spoiled away by Seamus Mitchell. Still a chance for the Blues to add one more before half time with a throw in at right half forward.
They've had 8 goalless quarters leading in. This will make it obviously 10 for the year. They actually have a lot of third quarters where they haven't kicked a goal, 5 of them in the season, but this will be their first goalless half, either first or second half of the season.
Reeves wins down the tap for the Hawks. Akers slides in. He was taken high, and that will probably be the last kick of the half as he tries to retrieve the footy. Gives the hand pass away to Boyd, who kicks towards the top of the 50 on the bounce for Harry Mackay. Can't gather, and Weddle's after it and gathers just inside the defensive 50. Carlton 8-7, 55 to Hawthorn at 5 behinds. The Hawks held goalless in the opening half here at the MCG in round 16 of the AFL, and Sam Mitchell on the monitor in front of us is rubbing his head on his hand, trying to come up with answers as to what he can do to try and motivate his side to be a bit more attacking on the scoreboard. The Blues in that second quarter booted 5 goals to none, having booted 3 goals to none in the opening term. Carlton by 50 points at the main break, having led by 19 at the first change. A couple of goals to Charlie Curnow and to David Cunningham. Individuals to Chera, Martin and Owies. Nothing required on the Hawthorn side of things. The thoughts of Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
There's not much to report from the Hawthorn side of things. They've been poor, haven't they, BJ? The standout thing to me is just their pressure and work rate has been a lot. It's been lacking. It's been non-existent really so far today, because Carlton's game, they've been really good by hand and by foot, but it's just been too easy for them to hit targets. So the amount of times where it looks like Carlton have been slowed up and they have to go long, and they just tend to find another easy target, and they just get their game going, and then they're able to get it inside 50 to their key targets in space and get 1v1s. So I think Sam Mitchell, if it's not in his repertoire of giving a bit of a bake, I think it's certainly got to come out at half time, because when you dish up that and you're 0 goals 5 going into the halftime break, and it just doesn't look like a team that's willing to risk everything to stop the opposition ball movement or around stoppages. It's just been too easy for Carlton to use their hands and get out and spread too easy. So it's got to be a real fire in the belly sort of stuff from Sam Mitchell at halftime.
Dylan Moore just called the Hawthorn players into a huddle in the middle of the MCG. What would you think he might be saying, BJ, if you were in his shoes?
I think it would be around what Murph's highlighting about the effort, intensity, in particular around the ball, around the contest. And then I think what's evident is just their lack of desire to actually defend when Carlton do win the ball. And we often talked about then their ball movement from Carlton's D50. When Hawthorn have it deep inside 50, it's the ball is literally going one end to the other without Hawthorn laying a glove on the ball or a Carlton opponent. So that's the most disturbing thing. And credit to Carlton, they're doing a really good job of taking away the strength of Hawthorn, and we talked about it in the lead into the game around their offence and how aggressive they are. So they're forcing them wide, which is forcing them into slow play and the slow Hawks down, which they aren't able to get that overlap run and speed on the ball. And then when they're able to move the ball from that slow play forward, Carlton is just so well set up behind the ball, with Wiedering's having a great impact on the game. Doherty, Sard, then it's quite often that long kick's coming in. Now without Lewis, they're lacking that kind of key figure and target to create, one, a contest, and bring the ball to ground, or two, just someone that actually can take and contest the mark and then impact the scoreboard. So there's a lot of things going wrong. It's kind of a difficult space to be in when your teams, there's so many things to fix. So where do you start? And I think it's just get back to their brand, which has been really evident, because they're a work in progress. Let's not forget that. So I think there's been a heavy focus on their offence, Hawthorn. But Carlton are doing a good job at denying that. There's a bit of, we're probably not taking as many risks as they probably are, or being brave enough to get the ball back through the corridor, which brings in their run and their overlap run we talked about with their halfbacks in particular. So get back to that brand of footy, and I think that must be touching on just their effort intensity around the footy, because it was a highlight against when they played us at the Saints, their ability to outnumber at the contest and run with speed to the next contest, shift with the ball was really evident for their mids, which from that becomes their pressure and their tackling and their intensity around the contest. So I think it's just when things are going poorly and as bad as they are, it's just to narrow your focus and get back to what they've been really good at this year, and that's in particular their offence and just their pressure intensity around the ball.
The Hawks held goalless in the opening half for the first time since 2017 against Port Adelaide. And I guess for Michael Vosmurf, there'd be an intent to try and make sure that they can capitalise on the opportunity, but not sort of break away from their system that they're trying to build over the last couple of weeks.
No, that's right. They've been really good around the football. They're leading the clearances 19-15 today, but I think their mode of using the ball quick and being methodical has been really good balance today. The last probably 3 or 4 minutes, it looked like they got a little bit lazy in terms of their ball use and sort of were just a little bit slack and missing a few little kicks that usually they were hitting previously, but I think Michael Voss will be really happy by the way in which they've been unselfish around goal as well. There's been numerous times where whoever it is, whether it's a Charlie Kerner or a Matt Owies or a Paddy Cripps or a Sam Walsh who could have had shots on goal, they've given it to someone else in a better position, which I think's been a really good part of their game today. So they've certainly got a team-first attitude by the way in which they're going about it today, and they're making the most of their opportunities. And I think the highlight from mine, as bad as what Hawthorn's pressure has been, I think the work rate, especially from the higher half forwards of Carlton, have been noticeably different than previous weeks when I've watched them. That I think the inclusion of having David Cunningham coming in, who not just is quick around the stoppage, but just off ball too, just the amount of space that he does provide his teammates because he is working so hard up and down the ground. Jack Martin looks like he's fitter than what he obviously has been. It's harder when you've missed a lot of football coming in and playing that running type football, which is usually what's required when you're playing on a half-forward flank. So they've got some guys up there now who have a bit of speed, have a bit of X factor, which certainly draw their defenders with them, and they're playing against a defensive outfit which is sorely lacking in terms of having their skipper James Sicily with how good he is in terms of reading the ball and intercepting marks and intercepting ball. That usually he provides a lot of attack from their D50 as well. So they're missing their key quarterback, if you call him that, James Sicily today, and Carlton certainly making the most of their opportunities.
It's not only his ability to win the ball, but his ability to set up his teammates around him, so a bit of a key pillar, and then that's where it looks like they're lacking. It felt like, or looked like, halfway through that quarter that Will Day actually went back as spare, and they still couldn't stem the bleeding. So from that, you don't have too many more moves during a quarter anyway that you can actually pull as a coaching group. If that doesn't work, then you're searching for answers, and there's a lot going wrong if a spare behind the ball, especially with the talent of Will Day, that they just can't get the pressure around the ball to force a long kick, or he can't impact the game. So Sicily's leadership, their ability to defend and push his opponents up to actually press the ground and number off and slow the opposition down is clearly having an impact.
The thoughts of Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. As the Hawks search for goals, we'll search for a coffee and a bicky. Back on the other side of the ABC News.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. There have been more clashes between police and demonstrators across France, though they appear to have been less tense overnight. The protest started just hours after the funeral for a teenager who was killed by police. The 17-year-old was shot during a traffic stop in the Paris suburb of Nanterre. For these residents of Nanterre, the days of rioting are taking a toll.
There's nothing left. Everything's been destroyed. That's why I'm really shocked. I don't understand it. It's sad what's happened to young Niall. But why are we being treated like this? At the moment, I haven't slept all night, so I'm tired. We're worn out.
An environmental campaign group is accusing the British energy company Shell of continuing to trade in Russian gas more than a year after promising to leave the country. The BBC's Ben King with the details.
Global Witness's analysis found that last year, Shell handled nearly an eighth of Russia's liquefied natural gas exports by sea and is still buying vast tankers of gas from the Yamal Peninsula in Russia's far north. An advisor to Ukraine's president, Oleg Yushchenko, said that the trades helped to fund Russia's aggression and called on the company to use the profits to fund reconstruction in Ukraine. Shell said that the gas shipments were part of long-term contractual commitments which it could not break and didn't violate laws or sanctions.
A cyber attack has compromised the pay and benefit details of around 2,000 staff at Ireland's Dublin airport. The airport's operator is blaming the hack on a third-party provider. It's believed the airport was caught up in an attack on a file transfer tool, impacting organisations across the globe, including US government agencies, the energy company Shell, and a major semiconductor manufacturer in Taiwan. A 6-storey building that was under construction has collapsed in the capital of the Ivory Coast, Abidjan. At least 7 builders working on the site have been killed while 9 others were injured. Officials say rescue efforts there are ongoing. Building collapses are relatively frequent in the West African nation due to poor enforcement of building regulations. New research suggests that most South Australians would support bans on gambling, alcohol and fossil fuel advertising during sporting events, regardless of their political views. The Australia Institute surveyed more than 600 Labor, Liberal and Greens voters and found participants felt most strongly about restricting gambling ads. 64% also wanted to see alcohol ads scrapped and just over half were against fossil fuel promotions. The Institute's SA Director, Noah Schultz-Baird, says the results show the community is ready for change.
Liberal, Labor, Greens and independent MPs have all gotten up in Parliament and spoken about the harm that gambling causes. Now we know that a majority of voters for each of those political parties actually want to see these ads banned in sport as well.
The Mayor of Ballina on the New South Wales far north coast says burying the carcass of a humpback whale on a local beach will bring sharks to the area. The 30-tonne adult humpback whale died after being stranded on 7 Mile Beach near Lennox Head yesterday. The Jali Aboriginal Land Council is asking for it to be buried on site rather than taken to the local tip. Ballina Shire Mayor Sharon Caldwell-Adder says that means an international surfing festival next weekend could be disrupted by shark activity.
All the volunteers that have worked over the last 12 months to bring this event, which has been right around the world, it's a very well-known classic event. It would be throwing them into a flat spin now that this has happened. As I said, the timing couldn't be worse.
Nearly 200 members of a southern Tasmanian beachside community have gathered to farewell Kane Simons, one of the victims of the Hunter Valley bus crash in New South Wales. Clancy Ballin reports.
Kane's family paddled out with members of the Carlton Park Surf Lifesaving Club and wider community to remember the person they'd affectionately known as Superman. The young Tasmanian man who had been living in New South Wales at the time of the crash was one of the 10 people who died in the bus crash last month. Carlton Park Surf Lifesaving Club's Michael Moskajanis says he was the ultimate clubman and an elite competitor with infectious energy who would be remembered forever.
To see everyone out there with their colours and just remembering Kane, this was perfect. It's exactly how he would have liked to have been remembered.
He says the surf club will continue to open its doors to support the wider community.
And in cricket, England struggling to avoid defeat heading into the final day of the second men's Ashes test at Lord's. England were 4 for 114 at stumps, chasing 257 to win. Earlier, Australia made 279 in its second innings. You're up to date with ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
There's always 2 parts to every story.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC Of.
You can't afford to show weakness.
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
Music was always my way out.
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
This is like art as a detective novel.
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cunningham's been dangerous. He's free at left half forward. Silvani's leading to the goal square. He goes more central than that. Chera pushing forward, claims the mark. Chera from directly in front comes in and continues the rout. The Blues with 6 goals to none.
Kennedy hand pass to Walsh, kicks inside 50. Charlie hits up, hands to it. No mark, but taken high. Orange boots crossing the 50, kicks out to the left, but he snuck it through. Kernover his second, and Carlton are showing the Hawks the whole bag here.
Lloyd Mead tries to take it on the ruck. That's adventurous, and he's got a problem now. He's tackled, and Dean's holding the ball. Harry Mackay comes in, leans back, and joins the growing list of goal kickers for Carlton.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time of the MCG for Sunday afternoon footy. It's the Blues who lead the Hawks by 50 points, 8-7-55 to Hawthorn, 5 behinds. The first time the Hawks have been goalless in a half since 2017. There was a stat that flashed up that it's the first time the Blues have held an opposition goalless since 2004. So we'll double check that. But on the SMS, 0437 774 774, Joel makes the point the last time these two sides played, Hawthorn clawed back from a 50-point deficit to eventually prevail by a point. Vossi needs to remind his side there's a percentage boost on offer, particularly after Thursday night's draw. If Carlton wants a spot in the 8, they need percentage as well. Thanks, Joel, on 0437 774 774. There's still some of the blue baggers who believe. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass alongside Lauren Borden down the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brendan Goddard with you on ABC Sport. Mitch Lewis hobbled to the bench in that second quarter, so we'll get Lauren Borden to keep an eye on him when the Hawks charge back out onto the MCG. And Dylan Moore is the acting captain this afternoon. In James Sicily's absence, one more week of his suspension to serve. He pulled in the Hawks in the middle of the MCG before they made their way off the ground to try and, well, encourage some gusto in this second half. If you missed James Sicily, not to mention Dan Houston on Grandstand AFL Sunday as the lead, you can get it wherever you get your podcast from on the best of ABC Sport. Just look for the ABC Sport logo. Of course, where you can find the ABC Sport Daily podcast with Patrick Stack. And don't forget Offsiders as well on the iView, wherever you catch up on your ABC programs. Not to mention the ABC Listen app, where we'll all be tuned tonight, where in the cricket, Australia heads into the final day needing just 6 wickets for victory. England 4 for 114 in their second innings, needing 257 runs for victory. Ben Duckett is still there. He's unbeaten on 50, while Ben Stokes is not out on 27. So much debate around Mitchell Starc. Was it a catch? Was it not? It probably keeps the contest entertaining knowing that Duckett is still there. And yet it feels like we'd have to see, Corby, the heroics from Ben Stokes at Headingley once more, if England are any chance, really.
It'll be their second highest run chase of all time, so they need 371. So that's the magic number. I actually watched a ridiculous amount of this last night. We obviously did the late game, so you get home and
it's a sucker, isn't it?
It takes you a while to settle down, and then in the end we were batting. Then Nathan Lyon comes out, bats with his bung calf, and so there was great drama there. Then all of a sudden they took tea, but we're just about to bowl, so I thought, hang on for another 20 minutes. Then they took 4 quick wickets, so it was 4 for 40, and I was still watching at that point, and then
buzzing.
You somehow faded at sometime after 2 o'clock, so watched far too much of that last night. But
I was saying to Ben Cameron, the ABC Listen app actually has a sleep timer. So I've told my partner this is what's happening in our life at the moment, so I put that on for a half an hour timer, fell asleep, woke up at 2 and the dog was barking, so I thought I'll just chuck on the TV and see what the score is. And like you, started watching for another half an hour, 45 minutes and fell asleep again. It's an interesting wrestle between the sleep patterns at this time of year, and great to see our women's Australian cricketers as well had a really good win. So in the T20 match against England at Edgbaston, England posted 7 for 153, but the Aussies reeled in the target with 1 ball to spare despite a late batting collapse. So Beth Mooney was named the player of the match, an unbeaten 61 from 47 deliveries as she anchored the run chase. And Jess Jonathan was crucial for the Aussies with 3 wickets. So if you're a lover of cricket, the Grandstand Cricket Podcast with Corbin Middlemass and Ed Cowan. And, of course, there's Britt and Beansy taking you through all the women's action as well. So Australia won the Test match against England. They've now won the first of the T20s, and they're starting to rack the points up. England are going to have to do just about win every game from here onwards.
That's it. They've got to win all 5 of the remaining white ball games. So that's so lopsided, and obviously the point system has a bit to do with that. But the Australians really 1 win away from clinching the women's ashes there. And in the men's, if they go 2-0 up with 3 to play, they'll be in a commanding position as well. And England obviously need to win all of them, with Australia the current holders of the ashes.
Now, our circling friends, I haven't forgotten you. The start of the Tour de France last night, the opening stage. England's Adam Yates won the opening stage, while his twin brother Simon finished in second. From an Aussie point of view, Jai Hindley finished in 7th position, so the opening stage was 182 kilometres. Beautiful little finish there. And in the netball last night, it was the New South Wales Swifts who booked their spot into the grand final, beating the West Coast Fever in thrilling fashion, 65 goals to 64, meaning it'll be the Adelaide Thunderbirds and the New South Wales Swifts in Melbourne for the grand final on July 8th. And coming up this afternoon, it's round 16 of the AFL continuing, with the Demons looking to solidify their place in the top 4 as they take on the Giants from Traeger Park in Alice Springs. There is an ABC call of that available under the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button and you can tune in with Ben Cameron, Joel Peterson, Boomer Harvey and Kez Peterson in for the call this afternoon. And in the NRL this afternoon, it's the Newcastle Knights leading 18-0 against the Canterbury Bulldogs in the early match. That's half an hour in. Later on this afternoon, it's the Manly Seagulls up against the Sydney Roosters. And Wimbledon gets underway tomorrow night. So there's just so much sport taking place at the
Golf's
moment.
on soon, couple of weeks.
Is that a couple of weeks, is it?
Yeah.
The Open? Boxing?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's
Scottish Open next week into the Open.
Okay. Scottish Open into the Open. I'm thinking
I think
that's sort of Cam Smith territory, isn't it? He's played well in
defending champion.
Yeah.
Of the Open.
On those swirly, breezy conditions. Nothing's guaranteed in this live world, but I'm pretty sure he's there for the tournament, and he'll be one of the favourites. Players are heading out in position, so can you mount a case for, as Joel mentioned, the Hawks did come rattling home last time they played, but it would feel like they'd have to play a completely different game to what we saw in the first half.
Yeah, it would. They'd have to change dramatically to get anywhere near Carlton at the moment. Carlton, to their credit, working really hard, being great around the stoppage, but you just want to see Hawthorn just really fight tooth and nail to start this third quarter and just try and get some sort of momentum going and give their forwards first opportunity from a centre bounce.
Thoughts of Mark Murphy alongside Brendan Goddard, Lauren Borden on the boundary, Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the footy. Second half action underway. Reeves favoured by the bounce, wins the opening hit out for the Hawks. Nash tries to soccer it forward. Grabbed by Chera, he's locked up and will do it all again. So Carlton by 50 points. They've kicked the only 8 goals of the match. You mentioned that text from Joel, so 41 points down. Hawthorn last time these two teams met actually hit the front, the 10-minute mark of the final term. Hurried kick forward from the Blues. Silvani leaping at it, lunging forward, couldn't quite complete the mark. And Frost is locked up, will do it all again. 8-7 to 5 behinds. A goalless opening half for Hawthorn. They had 2 goalless quarters last week, so they haven't kicked a goal in 4 of their last 5 quarters played. Grabbing it out of the ruck, Reeves. Hurried kick forward to Lewis, knocked away from him. Ed Curnow, hand pass to side to Kemp, sold his teammate Chera under the pump. Ball spits out to Green, hand pass to Lewis, gives it to Connor McDonald, kicks inside the forward 50, bouncing footy in front of Bruce. Newman shoves him out of the way, hand pass went straight to Butler, who he then tackles, ball forced out of play. And a boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Hawks. Kicking to the punt road end in this third term. Carlton by 50. But a forward 50 stoppage and perhaps a chance for the Hawks to get on the board at last.
Good pressure and good tackling. A couple of good hits there from Hawthorn. So get the ball inside 50, give your forwards a chance.
Thrown in, Reeves tries to get away from Louis Young, taps it down to Natch. Locked up by Cripps with support from Doherty, just as he was about to get boot to ball. It's only about 15 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the punt road end. 5 behinds, plays Carlton 8-7-55. Toss in the air, Reeves reaches out, taps it down to Newton, almost a set play. Saab back to the behind line, it's rushed through by Boyd. A 6 behind for the Hawks, trailing Carlton 8-7-55.
Of those 6 behinds, 2 of them have been rushed. 2 to Fergus Green, 2 to Connor McDonald. So they've only had 2 individual players actually register a score, both with a couple of behinds each. How's that? We're giving the behind kickers now for Hawthorn. 0-6 to 8-7. And Sard goes long up to the wing. Makes its way through to Cunningham. Hand pass goes back to Doherty. Untidy kick forward for the Blues. 1 bounce to Fogarty. He's tackled and taken to ground, and we'll have the ball up on the wing. 2.5 minutes played. Third term, overcast day at the G. Some sweeping showers before play, but haven't had any rain since we've been underway. Reeves wins the hit out down to Newcomb. Hand pass away to Nash for the Hawks. To Day. Big Polly Farmer sweeping hand pass all the way back to Scrimshaw. Goes on a run, draws the defender, hand pass to Day. Ugly kick down the wing, getting across in front. Boyd knocks it out of bounds and a throw in right in front of the interchange gates. Neither tactical sub used. Finn McGuinness for the Hawks or George Hewitt for Carlton. Blues by 49.
Enjoyed Ned Reeves' start to the third quarter here. A few hit-outs, getting the ball out into space, giving his midfielder's first opportunity to win a football, win a clearance, get the ball going forward.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. Reeves wins down the tap, but it's Walsh who gets a hand pass away to Chera. Up towards Charlie Kerner on the half volley. Clean pickup. Hand pass to Cripps trying to get away from Nash. Hand pass back to Fogarty. Trying to link up with Doherty. Just missed him with a hand pass, but he breaks 2 tackles. Steadies on goal. Sam Doherty bounces it through. A great piece of individual brilliance. A bit of a sad reflection on Hawthorn's defensive intent. And the Blues with a 9th goal. 9-7-61. 9 unanswered goals to Hawthorn's 6 behinds, despite Hawthorn having the first inside 50 of the third term, which is now 4 minutes old.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? The defensive spread from the midfield. Cripps getting on the end of it. It was a scrappy kick forward by, who was it in the end there, mate? But,
I mean, Sam Walsh.
Yeah, Sam Walsh, but Kerno made good opportunity, but Cripps got out goal side. Doherty's through the corridor unattended. Missed tackle from one of their young leaders in Newcomb, and it was a really good finish in the end from Doherty, well composed. But it's just their ability, or the lack of ability from Hawthorn's mids in particular, just to spread from that contest and get goal side of their opponents.
Carlton by 55 points. They've kicked the first 9 goals of the game. 4.5 minutes into this third term. Down it comes. Reeves winning the head out. Ward pushed off it. Doherty, the goal kicker, slams it forward for Carlton. Fogarty has a fumble. Scoops it up. Hand pass wanted Charlie Kerno. He's bowled over and Hardwick wins it for the Hawks. Hand pass to Newcomb. Back to Hardwick. Kicks across the half-back line. It's chase on for Nash opposed to Ed Kerno. Nash hurried kick down that southern wing. Out in front of Fergus Green. Copped an unkind bounce. Still tracking the footy. He's worried out of it here. Newman picks up. Tackled. Lost it. Now Moore sits on top of it. They all tackle him. And the ball up.
Well done, Nick Newman came off Bruce there to try and impact and get the next Hawthorn player up the ground. Gets a stoppage here on the Shane Wanstand wing.
9 goals to zip from the ball up. Reeves wins the hit out close to the boundary line. Cripps keeps it alive. Taps it back for Warple. Hurried kick forward. Turnover. Oh, I thought Newman took the mark. Umpire didn't agree. Says play on as Newman's then taken the ground without the footy. And the Hawks usher it out. Moore does well. Scoops it out to Ward. The 1-2 with Bruce. Kicks into the forward pocket. Wingard goes up one-handed. No mark. Clever. Sockers it back to Green. Hand pass into the goal square. Lewis kicks the goal. At last. Hawthorn are on the board. 6 minutes into the third term. Hawthorn 1-6-12. Carlton 9-7-61. The Blues by 49 points and Chad Wingard creating something out of nothing in that right forward pocket. 6 gone third term.
No, spot on there, Corbin. Just Chad Wingard's ability to keep the ball in play and then just to see their teammate and deliver it off the ground. Just a special bit of football from obviously a very classy footballer, and I think everyone can smile here at the ground knowing that Hawthorn have finally got their first goal for the afternoon, start of this third quarter.
Just took some serious individual brilliance. A really good contest by Wingard, mind you, when I think it was
Mitch McGovern on him.
McGovern, yeah, and then Kemp goes over to outnumber and then just to keep his feet, get the ball in bounds, and then a ridiculous kick off the ground to find his teammate in green.
It is a Hawthorn home game, so finally they had a reason to cheer. Meek wins down the tap. Can 1 become 2? Hand pass to Newcomb, out towards Nash on the southern wing. Sidestep Kennedy, ran straight into Walsh. Had to get a hand pass forward. Umpire said he legally did so. Young for the Blues. Links up with Chera. Hand pass to Fogarty through the middle of the MCG. Here's Harry. Mackay on the lead. Marks directly in front. Blank with a shove after he took the mark. Not team 50 in the eyes of the umpire. Harry's directly in front, 50 metres from home. This is probably where he feels most comfortable. Drop punt territory directly in front of goal.
Short run up, isn't it?
It's only about 5 or 6 strides. As Harry Mackay starts his approach, comes in from 50, it's out to the left and just misses. The wrong side of the left goalpost, a 50-point lead the Blues way. through 7 minutes in the third term.
Usually see when someone has a set shot from further out, their run-up's significantly longer, but not the case for Harry Mackay.
Morrison on the kick out, hits up Lewis, takes the mark, lays it off to Scrimshaw, hand pass out in front of Warple, onto it, middle of the G, still with the Hawks, hand pass to Wingard, kicks inside the forward 50, Moore back with the flight, clever, paddles it out in front of Bruce, forward pocket, traps it, gets around Newman, shoots, scores. Hawks have kicked 2 in a row. We've waited all day for the first, and now they kick 2 in 2 minutes. Carlton 9-8-62, Hawthorn 2-6-18. Wingard with the forward 50 entry, Luke Bruce, their experienced vet on the end of it. He joins Mitch Lewis as the only 2 goal kickers for Hawthorn, Mark Murphy, Brendan Goddard.
Well, that's the type of football that we've become expected to see from Hawthorns, that run and dash through the corridor as a mark from Mitch Lewis, who obviously playing higher up the ground, gets the mark and then dishes off to a Hawthorn player, handball receive, work them up and down the ground, and then get that space out the back. And when your ball users who are really, really well accomplished in terms of Chad Wingard getting their hands on the football, and then Luke Bruce, who we all love to watch, especially when they're 1v1 contest. He's very rarely beaten, isn't he? And been such a superstar for such a long period of time, kicks the goal.
Goal number 508 for Punky Bruce, and Hawthorn all of a sudden have life. The bounce is going to be recalled in the middle of the MCG. And rain before the match, but all clear so far with the floodlights on here at the G. Louis Young up against Lloyd Meek. Young tries to burst away following the ruck battle. Meek lays the tackle, still in the outer of the centre circles.
It's one of the few times, though, Hawthorn get it through the corridor and keep speed on the ball. So just the courage you made mention, Lewis, to give it to Scrimshaw, just open up the whole game.
Meek just slaps it forward in the direction of Butler. Can't take it cleanly. Thought he could have been taken high. Spills away of Walsh. He's tackled by Nash and Warple. There's still a bit going on off the ball with Doherty and Butler slow to rise, and now they'll go in their separate ways with the umpire to ball it up. Still in the middle of the MCG.
Carlton by 44. Blues kick the first 9 goals. Hawthorn kick the last 2. From the stoppage, Day tumbles a kick inside 50. Reeves tries to pop it up to himself and then whack it forward straight to Newman. Dumps a kick out of the defensive arc. Ed Curnow trying to pick it up around his bootlaces. Overruns it. Weddle for the Hawks. Hand pass to Warple. Hand pass to Dash. Chips it into the forward pocket. Green marks. And then got some contact after taking it, and he's going to be marched Nick Newman to the goal line. This will be 3 straight for Hawthorn. And Fergus Green, who's missed a couple from point-blank range, slams it up into the cheap seats. It's raining goals for Hawthorn. They've kicked 3 in the space of 5 minutes. They've been weighted 2 and a bit quarters for their first goal of the day. Carlton 9-8-62. Hawthorn moved to 3-6-24. And Carlton's lead cut to 38.
It was a really good contest on the far side from Weddle on Curnow, and then there was the outnumber came from Warple, it was Nash, a couple of their prime on ballers, and then Green's just he's got a knack of finding some space.
Yeah, he's got some space today, hasn't he? He's had probably 4 shots for goal, and obviously kicking his first there for the afternoon, but had 1 in the first quarter and then 2 from a similar spot up here at the city side of the ground. But they're just pressure and intensity. Hawthorn's just been far superior, and finally they've turned up, haven't they? And the crowd's getting right behind them.
Right, the boss would be disappointed. Nick Newman made it a certain goal back in the middle. Silvani up against Meek. Meek's able to get involved with Ward. 1-2. Back to Ward. Hand pass to a stationary Nash. A chance to go forward once more as he hand passes to Warple. Straight down the middle. Lewis charging out, won't get to him. Reeves tried to pull in the one-handed mark. Wingard's dumped as he lost the footy. And eventually Connor McDonald is locked up by Boyd. A ball up 45 metres out from the Hawks' goal, heading to the punt road end. It's all starting to happen for them. Reeves wins down the tap, but straight to Kemp for the Blues. Up and under kick. Punch forward by Mitch McGovern. Out towards Owies and Harry Morrison. Warple gathers. Hand pass to Day. Long towards Lewis. Wrestling with Wiedering. Yeah, trickles out to the left and through for a minor score. Wiedering probably had a fair case as Lewis turned his back to the play. Was wrestling in front of goal, but a minor score is registered. Carlton by 37.
He's not moving all that freely either, Jacob Wiedering, after that contest. Hands on his knees, just limping away as Boyd goes long out to half-back, and the target is Kennedy, who flew for it, and in the end, the reason he went is Charlie Curnow was dumped in front, so free kick for Curnow. Goes long down the wing, turns it over. Mitchell takes the intercept line. So So Carlton the first 9 goals, Hawthorn the last 3. The Blues, who led the match by 55 earlier in the quarter, lead by 37 now. Switch on for the Hawks. Morrison goes all the way back to Ward, tries out the southern side. Long kick finds McDonald, who marks and plays on. Couple of running bounces. Shane Warne stands side, turns it over, kicks it to Boyd. Takes the intercept mark, half back for the Blues. Is this game over, Murph? Carlton from here?
Not over. No, we I know you're trying to wind me up, but we know Hawthorn can score in really quick time, so they certainly can't take their foot off the throttle so far, Carlton. And Hawthorn look dangerous, don't they? They're now spreading harder and they're working harder around the ground, and options are starting to become apparent for them, moving the ball forward.
There are a few sides that if they're led by 6 goals, you might think it's over, but not these two sides. As Moore's wrestling with Akers, ball stuck underneath them. Good contest, and the reinforcements arrive. Nick Newman gathers, kicks around his body towards Cripps, poured away by Weddle. Cunningham tries to knock it back to Cripps. Through traffic, couldn't get it to Owies. Seamus Mitchell knocked it out to Scrimshaw. Hand pass to Frost, under tight confinement. Good pressure from Akers. Still the ball to be won. Cripps comes sliding in. Scrimshaw and Frost are locking it in. The umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Under the Ponsford stand with Carlton leading by 37 points.
Umpire tosses it up. Reeves leaps up, wins the hit out down to Amon. Hand pass goes back into dispute. Front on tackle. Umpire says it's all okay as Reeves holds up Cunningham. A couple of goals in the first half, David Cunningham. 37-point lead for the Blues. Hawks with momentum though. Silvani wins it down. Kennedy, his surge kick forward, puts it out on the full. Hawthorn will win it back. 9-8 to 3-7. Morrison goes short with the kick, finds Mitchell in the back pocket. Oh, and there's a bit happening here on the wing as Wiedering's in a tussle with Lloyd Meek. Meek's being dumped and up by Nathan Williamson, says it's a free kick for the Hawthorn big man. And the Hawks are going to advance the footy all the way up to the members' wing.
7-4 the clearances in this third quarter of the way of the Hawks as Meeks hand pass to Scrimshaw, cuts past Akers, hand pass forward to Wingard, to Mitchell, forward to Warple, needs to be succinct as he gave it back to Meek, who somehow got forward, hand pass to Nash, it's all in tight confinement. Mitchell now with a kick straight up the chimney, have a go at that, flying back was Reeves, crashes the pack, spills the way of Ed Curnow, back to Kemp, who works it back to McGovern, thought about corridor, now out to half back, on Harry Mackay, the target. He spoils it away from Frost, but Hawthorn have the numbers. Ward inboard to Weddle on the half volley. He's going to retreat back by hand to Connor Nash. All on his own on the southern wing. Kennedy comes racing at him. Kicks the inside 50. Lewis won't get there. McGovern trying to juggle the mark. Couldn't take it. He gathers. Hand pass to Doherty. Forward to Fogarty.
Fogarty just kicks into open space. Southern wing race on for the footy. Blank and Kennedy both out after it. Blank gets there first. Kennedy over the top. Says all play on. Nash slides in, grabs it. He's caught by Charlie Curnow. Ball up. Good footy stoppage between wing and half forward for the Blues.
Smart footy from Lockie Fogarty. Just to put the ball out into space. And only option he had, otherwise Hawthorn was set up perfectly for a counter-attack.
Silvani grabs it out of the ruck. Kick along the ground forward, picked off by Weddle as he comes charging back in the other direction. High up and under down the line, hands to it from Reeves. Spills to McGovern. Oh, they're going to pay the mark. It's going to McGovern despite Reeves seemingly having the first touch. So McGovern paid a juggled effort. He competed with Reeves in the air. And McGovern, defensive side of the wing, takes it for Carlton.
Sends the Blues towards half forward. Cripps the target. He flies. He doesn't fly in the end, stays down. As Meek brought it down to ground level. Ward with a hand pass to Day. To Mitchell into the middle of the crowd. Wingard dropped the mark. Chincotta for the Blues. Hand pass to Chera inside 50 over the head of Charlie Curnow. It rolls towards Blank and Harry Mackay. Somehow Frost ends up with a footy. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. Back into the middle of the crowd for Wingard. He marks at the back edge of the centre square. Works it through the middle of the crowd. Butler marks for the Hawks. Chips it over the top. Not a good kick. Connor McDonald had to wait a long time for it. Cutting in between was Doherty. Sends it up to Charlie Curnow. Can't take the mark. Hit the ground awkwardly. Dylan Moore slides in. He gathers. Here go the Hawks again.
Moore kicks down to half forward. Butler hugs it to his chest. Still 70 out half forward. Gives it to the run of Lewis, who's running shotgun. Kicks it deep to the top of the goal square. Bruce outnumbered. Silvani kills it. Through for a rush behind. And a minor score. Crowd involved. Carlton lead it by 6 goals. They kicked the first 9 of the ball game. Hawthorn have kicked the last 3. 17 and a half minutes into the third term. Carlton by 36.
There's definitely a raise in intensity, isn't there? Defending better, Hawthorn. A lot more desperate. Scrimshaw's effort there just to get back earlier. 5 minutes ago, it was more going back with the flight. Just closed down that exit and created contest.
McGovern out of defence. His kick sailed in the middle of the ground, and Louis Young was good enough to take the mark. A contested mark, but there was no real tall timber for the Hawks. Young in the ruck this afternoon alongside Jack Silvani. Sends it up towards Harry Mackay. Sets himself. Nice slight mark in front of Blank. Wheels onto his left-hand side. Wants to try and drive it long to Akers, who might let it go. No, he claims the mark. Did he complete it in front of the goal line? I think he did. And this will be millimetres out from goal.
Surely he lets that through. Bouncing on the line.
If a Shepherd probably just didn't have awareness of where he was, maybe, but you'd like to probably think he'd try and open the space up there, but at least he took the mark and makes a certainty of it.
Blake Akers puts it into the cheer squad at the city end. And the Blues respond after Hawthorn had put on 3 goals in 5 minutes. It's back to a 42-point margin the Carlton side's way. 10-8-68 to Hawthorn 3-8-26. The Hawks had 3 goals to 2 so far in this third quarter through 18 minutes.
It's a good response there by Carlton, and it goes back to the last inside 50 from Mitch Lewis. It was Jack Silvani who just pure work rate to get back and support his defence. Otherwise, Bruce had it out the back, and it was going to be an easy mark and goal. But it was Jack Silvani's work rate to get the spoil in and get it behind, and then just on the way out, Carlton just were too good and got the ball deep and out the back to where we spoke about Harry Mackay probably should have gone through, but Blake Akers takes the mark and makes a certainty of it.
Carlton champion Mark Murphy on grandstand AFL. Blues by 7 goals. Back in the middle, Young wins the hit out. Down to Warple of the Hawks. The 1-2 hand pass with Day. Warple brushes aside the would-be tackle from Cripps. Sends the Hawks down to half forward. Newman and Bruce. Bruce trying to spoil away from Newman. He was hanging on to the jumper from behind of a free kick. So the Carlton defender and half back. 42-point lead for the Blues as we approach time on in the third. Nick Newman, the lefty, he goes short with his fellow southpaw and Adam Sard. Against the boundary line, southern side. The Wolf cries as he goes long down to half forward, and Mackay edged out of it. James Blank takes the intercept mark half back for Hawthorn.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Yes, Finn McGuinness looks like he's getting set to come on, just waiting for the ball to come around this side, and Hawthorn will look to make their sub.
What do you reckon the crowd is, Loz? It feels like they got a bit noisier in this third quarter.
It's actually quite big. I feel like they were late coming in that first quarter, but I reckon it's about 66, 67,000, fairly decent.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. As we look left and right, there's the Silicons up on the left-hand side in the Olympic stand for the Dare to Hope in memory of Paul Deere. Up to the wing for the Hawks. Mitch Lewis is scrapping with Boyd. Can't get a hand pass forward. Butler's brought down. Tackled by Walsh. Spills out the way of Newcomb. Dodging and weaving. Hand pass to Harry Morrison. Kicks towards half forward. Carlton never loose in defence. Sard juggles the mark. Now right half back. Carlton leading by 42 points. 10-8-68 to the Hawks. 3-8-26. 21 minutes gone, third term. Sard looking for options into the middle of the ground. Now decides to kick off a step up towards Silvani. Clears him. Weddle can't take the mark. Owies for the Blues. Hand pass to Chera. It opens up for Walsh. He looks inside 50. Mackay's on the lead. He's got a couple of metres on Blank, and he marks hard in the right forward pocket. About 10 metres in from the boundary. He'll shoot from just inside 50.
It was good football then from Carlton. Winning the ball back there. Adam Sard with the intercept mark, and then just took his time, and then they just got their drop of the ball method really well. There, Carlton, they invested in numbers at the front of the stoppage where usually the ball's always going to fall, but then it was just really quick spread and quick hands out there, and then Sam Walsh's ball use inside 50 was spot on.
1-2 for Harry Mackay, who comes out to the left. It's right at the right goalpost, but can't work it. The right side of it through for a minor saw. Carlton leading by 43 points. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
It's Ned Reeves, the big man that Hawthorn has decided to pull off to let Finn McGuinness come into the game.
Thanks, Loz. She made his debut against Carlton back in 2021. Ned Reeves, but his day done here. Morrison marks the kick out and then immediately pulls the trigger into the corridor. Day at centre half back, kicks into open space, fat side. Fergus Green marks. Southern wing goes long to a one-on-one. Bruce got rid of Newman, takes the mark. Just a little body as the ball was coming in, and then Bruce got himself to the drop zone. hugs it to his chest, and he'll shoot from 45 out right half forward.
Great ball use, excuse me, Harry Morrison for the back half, getting that ball to Will Day at the back of the square, and then from there just opened up the whole ground, and Carlton were exposed in the open side of the ground, and Bruce managed to find some isolation on Newman.
Milestone day for him. Luke Bruce, the man's a professional goal kicker. Through it goes for his second of the day. And Hawthorn dominating this third term. They've kicked 4 goals to 2, having not kicked a single goal in the first half. Hawthorn moved to 4-8-32. Carlton 10-9-69. The Baggers by 37 points. Time on third term, and it is game number 300 collectively today for Luke Bruce. So earns AFL Life membership. That, of course, includes his international rules, pre-season games, all the rest of it. So well done, Luke Bruce. 274th AFL appearance today.
Yeah, he's been a superstar and been a star for such a long period of time. But it's just change of angles which really cause Carlton issues when you are willing to go for that ball, whether it's through the corridor or a 45, and just change that angle and just get their defence offline. And if you're able and willing to do that and work hard, you can get these opportunities out the back, and 1v1 Luke Brucey wins most of them.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Meek one down the tap, but it's the Blues through Cripps, who charge forward, kicks towards Martin, can't take the mark, spoiled away to Harry Morrison, hand pass to Frost, links up with Scrimshaw, chips it to Finn McInnes, the sub into the action, as Lawrence Borden told you. He has it in the left back pocket, looks up towards Meek on the wing, can't take the mark. Young in front had good purchase on it, just couldn't hang on, taps it out to Akers on the wing, hand pass with Kemp, has to get back on his right-hand side, tackled by Butler, ball spills clear, Connor McDonald over the top, threw his arms back, thinking he was held when he didn't have it, and the umpire will ball it up. Hawthorn with the last goal. How close would they have to be at three-quarter time, BJ, to be a chance?
Surely not. Within 5?
5? Inside 5 goals, you reckon?
No, just Carlton won't let that happen.
Just to make it interesting. Saad swings around onto his left. Some of us tried to pump it up at the start of the match. Didn't quite work out that way. Warple gathers at half-back for the Hawks. Here's a chance up towards half-forward. Bruce couldn't take it cleanly. Wiedering jams it on his boot up towards Cripps. What a mark. Just in front of Warple. Was able to hold his body position and claim a very difficult mark on his chest.
Goes short to Young. Late inclusion for DeConey, out with an MCL sprain. He kicks inside the forward 50, leaping across in front. Hardwick spills it, falls down in front of Cunningham, can't quite handle it, still knocks it in front of himself, grabs it eventually, tackled, slung to ground, holding the ball. Free kick Hawthorn in the defensive arc, and Hardwick, the tackler, is going to be rewarded.
Brilliant tackle from Blake Hardwick. We know how tough he is. Just again, David Cunningham, bit of burst, bit of speed, bit of agility, but not them. Blake Hardwick too good.
Goes all the way back to Carl Amon, back pocket. He's going to go straight down the pipe to Sam Frost, who marks centre half back. Going to take the short way home. Running alongside him is Seamus Mitchell. Hand pass didn't quite get to him. Put him under the pump. Silvani tackles him. Ball spits out. Walsh for the Blues. Hand pass to Fogarty. Handball to Doherty. Kicks inside 50. And Jack Martin takes the mark. 35 out, just left of centre.
Yeah, it was just frosty. That perfect kick by Amon there to find at the back of the square, but he just had the courage just to either roll on. He just turned his back on the play, looking for a handball, received the come past. It didn't come, but he missed the opportunity to roll, get it going forward straight away. They opened up the whole corridor. It's actually Young Green that led to his leg, but because he had his back to the ball and then tried to kind of invent that handball running past. Pretty hard to defend that.
So Jack Martin for the Blues to torch Hawthorn on the turnover. He cashes that in. More pain for the Hawks. 11-9-75, Hawthorn 4-8-32. And again, the Blues just snuff out any kind of challenge that the Hawks are looking to mount. It's Carlton by 43 points, time on third term.
Well, it's a shame for Hawthorn because they just get the detail right. They had the right method eventually. I think first up, you're right, BJ, probably should have just gone straight away once they did penetrate through the corridor, but then it was just too slow, and then it was a handball off basically 0 steps to a man running past, and then just missed the handball altogether. You need to get momentum through your handball. Doesn't matter where you are on the ground, you just need to get momentum through that handball and give it off to a teammate. Just missed it, and you're not going to defend too many on turnover from that position on the ground. It's centre half back in your own defensive 50. You can't turn the ball over there, and otherwise you get that result from Jack Martin.
Martin with his second joins Cunningham and Kerno as the multiple goal scorers for the Blues. Silvani in the ruck work here against Nash. Free kick going Carlton's way, and it's Matt Kennedy's free kick in the middle of the ground against Newcomb. Wheels onto his right-hand side, goes the shortest route home, straight towards Harry Mackay and Curnow. In front, Frost couldn't take the mark. Gathered though, Fogarty gives the hand pass to Young, swings onto his left, gonna bounce. No, hits the left goalpost. Just trying to curl it around the corner. 44-point lead, Carlton's way.
Who took the advantage then?
Fogarty took the advantage.
It was a tough one because it wasn't like he had the opportunity, was it? Because it was called as soon as he handballed the ball, but then at that stage it was too late.
Weedle marks back pocket, goes long to the wing, and in the famous number 3, John Newcomb leaps up, takes a pack mark. Neat bit of work. Kicks it back inboard on the 45 to Amon, but now in the slow play. Carlton by 44. Amon pulls the trigger into the middle of the G, finds Seamus Mitchell off his left peg, swings the kick out further wide to McGuinness. The subbo's on for Reeves, pokes it past a half forward. Wingard's got it against the boundary line, 55 out. Bruce leading in the pocket, kick goes a little longer. Fergus Green, the target, lands on his lap. Left forward pocket in front of the behind post. He'll have a shot here from a tight angle.
Good football by Hawthorn. It was Carl Amon who had the first opportunity towards the back half of the football ground and just penetrated the ball straight through the corridor, get it out the other side, and then it was Luke Brewster, a little dummy lead that created the space here, and great pick-up lead by Chad Wingard.
He's had a mixed day. Fergus Green finds the opening here, hooks it through. Fergus Green with a couple. He's had a few looks at them, and Hawthorn have now kicked 5 of the last 7 goals in the match. Half-hour mark, third term. Hawthorn moved to 5-8-38. Carlton 11-10-76. Blues by 38.
I've actually been impressed with Chad Wingard today. Every time he's touched the ball, we know how damaging he can be forward of centre, but he's looked very good getting high up the ground and releasing back as that high half forward. And he's used the ball really well. Every time he's touched it, something's good has come of it. And it was a really good, simple as it looks, but just a good kick to advantage with Green where there was only a bit of space because Carlton had done a really good job to get numbers back.
Given we have the dual control champion data computer, were you doing that on purpose, Beach, as I'm trying to move it in your...
Yes.
I thought that was what was happening.
So he's had the 4 score involvements, Chad Wingard. Fergus Green has had 7, in which he's kicked a few behinds alongside his 2 goals. Paddy Cripps with 7 for the Blues. Back in the middle of the ground. Chance for Kennedy with his head over the footy, trying to knock it out. Surely in the back, Fogarty's way. No free kick. Kennedy locks it up.
That would have been good if we had how many shots he'd had before he took the shot, but because Brendan Goddard's playing silly buggers with the computer, we didn't get it.
I loved your persistence, though. You kept persisting trying to get the mouse cursor to where you wanted it.
I'm not sure you're going to win a wrestle with BJ. There's the ball on half forward. A free kick for a hold, and it's going the Blues way. Matt Kennedy's going to take it. So the ball spilled out in the tackle from Amon, and the umpire deemed the tackle lingered. Long towards Charlie Curnow. Can't take the mark. Fogarty tries to knock it on. Hawks have numbers back. Morrison with a hand pass to Mitchell. Chips it out to Finn McGuinness. The sub marks in the left back pocket. End of the match for Big Ned Reeves, who looks to move it up towards half back, and Mitch Lewis is ragdolled by Jacob Oidering. Had a good match. Another intercept mark into the middle of the ground for Boyd. On the runway, he kicks out to the left. Sawani the target, leaning back, can't pull in the mark. As Mitchell tried to get there late to support Morrison. Thought it went through from behind. It was the other side of the post. It's a throw in up against the left behind post. And Carlton leading by 38 points.
They can kick a single goal to half-time. Hawthorn, they've kicked 5 in this third quarter. But it's still Carlton by 38. 32 gone, third turn for the boundary throw in. Mackay grabs it out of the ruck, squeezes the kick forward, touched on the way through. Oh, in the end, Frost just throws it out of play. Hump says spin it in. Gee, that's a lucky break. It was almost deliberate.
Well, it was arguably to Warple's advantage. Warple just looked at the ball and left it, so he's very stiff. In front of the Carlton cheer squad down there, the umpire was under pressure.
Neutral ball situation as the umpire spins it in right on the bell to signal the end of the third term. A better one for Hawthorn, coming from a low base. They didn't kick the goal in the first half. They kicked 5 goals to 3 in that third term. And at three-quarter time, it's Carlton by 38 points. The Blue Baggers 11-10-76. Carlton 5-8-38. The goal kickers, a couple for Jack Martin, David Cunningham and Charlie Curnow. Singles to Chera, Mackay, Akers, Doherty and Owies. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, I've got 2 for Bruce, 2 for Green, and then 1 for Mitch Lewis. They're 3 goal kickers.
That's as it stands at the MCG for three-quarter time. The match from Alice Springs, Traeger Park, getting underway in around 12 minutes' time. There's no late changes there with Jake Melcham and Ryan Anwed, the subs for Melbourne and GWS. There is an ABC call available under the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL Extra button with Ben Cameron, Joel Peterson, Kez Peterson and Brent Boomer Harvey. But on the other side of this, we'll head to Perth ahead of the final match of the round. The West Coast Eagles taking on St Kilda. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Come in, come in. You desire diversion and entertainment. In the future, I see you entertaining yourself with podcasts on the ABC Listen app, going deep into conversations, delving into stories on days like these, and cackling away to Roy and HG. That is all. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as laughter. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Bruce kicks into the forward pocket. Wingard goes up one-handed, no mark. Clever. Sockers it back to Green. Hand pass into the goal square. Lewis kicks the goal. At last, Hawthorn are on the board. 6 minutes into the third term. Wingard kicks inside the forward 50. More back to the flight. Clever paddles it out in front of Bruce. Forward pocket. Traps it. Gets around Newman. Shoots. Scores. Hawks have kicked 2 in a row. Curtis Green marks. Southern wing goes long to a one-on-one. Bruce got rid of Newman. Takes the mark. Milestone day for him. Luke Bruce. The man's a professional goal kicker. Through it goes for his second of the day. And Hawthorn dominating this third term. They kicked 4 goals to 2. Walsh for the Blues. Hand pass to Fogarty. Handball to Doherty. Kicks inside 50. And Jack Martin takes the mark. So Jack Martin for the Blues to torch Hawthorn on the turnover. He cashes that in. More pain for the Hawks.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at the MCG. It's the Blues leading the Hawks by 38 points, 11-10-76 to Hawthorn, 5-8-38. Despite a 5-goal-to-3 third quarter for the Hawks, it's still the Blues that hold a 38-point advantage. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brendan Goddard are your experts on ABC Sport. The final match of round 16 takes place from the West. What sort of response are we going to see from the West Coast Eagles as they host the Saints? To preview that clash, it's a very good afternoon to Clint Wheeldon.
Hopefully a better one than we've seen the other times they've gone down by 100 points, Matt Clinch. Yes, off the back of their worst ever defeat, 171 points to Sydney last week. The Eagles have spent the week talking about how they will respond. Time to see if they can not just walk the walk, but talk the talk and walk the walk. That's what we're hoping to see from the West Coast Eagles. For St Kilda, Ross Lyon returns to the West for the first time since he was sacked as Dockers coach. He actually lost his last 9 matches to West Coast when he was in the purple. Don't think that will be a problem today. It becomes more for West Coast in this game, turning what have been X-rated horror shows into more PG-friendly, suitable for family viewing sort of losses. Can they get within 10 goals is the question that most of us are asking. There is some question about Luke Edwards. He's been reported as a possible late out due to illness. Xavier O'Neill will be the likely inclusion if that's the case. Bright skies, cool day, perfect conditions for football. What sort of show will the Eagles put on? We'll bring it to you alongside Dave Lindsay, Sharad Wellingham and Shane Woden shortly. Clinchy?
Thank you, Clint. Yes, we can't wait to be with you. Let's hope it's not a horror show. Where's BJ? We'll get a feel as to how Ross's demeanour was during the week, given he was a bit disappointed with the fact that his side had dropped off. Meanwhile, here at three-quarter time, it's the Blues leading by 38 points. Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's probably a bridge too far for Hawthorn this last quarter, but I was really impressed by the way in which they attacked the football. Then they were working a lot harder. Options became a lot more easier for them to hit. They played a bit more on the fly, which was good to see. And then it was harder for Carlton to try and work their way forward because they were deciding to defensively cover off the outlets. So a much better showing then from Hawthorn in that third quarter, but a long way back from here, isn't it, if they're going to get anywhere near it. But you never know if you can kick the first couple of goals here at the start the last quarter, what you can do in a short period of time. They certainly will play an attacking brand trying to score Hawthorn, so hopefully for their sakes and for the home fans here that Hawthorn can get a couple early and make Carlton tense up a little bit, which they have been known to do in the past 12 months when they been attacked from when they're out in front. So it'll be interesting to see in this last quarter whether or not the same's going to happen again. So the start of this quarter is going to be really important for both sides. One, for Carlton to try and put the game to bed, and then for Hawthorn to try and get some sort of a sniff.
They win here, Carlton. They're a game and a half outside the 8 with 8 to go. All of a sudden, finals back on. Are we talking the F word?
I wouldn't have thought so. Maybe there's a few people trying to find their memberships. Clinch and I were talking about this, a few that were thrown down the race a few weeks ago. But you just never know.
Where are they? Where are those memberships?
Jeez.
Final term is set. Carlton holding a 38-point advantage. Can Hawthorn give them a run for their money? Into the final term we go. Bounce set in the middle of the MCG. As Young wins down the tap against Meek, spills down in front of Ward, little toe poke by Matt Kennedy, now follows up and gets it to half forward for the Blues. Weddle's over the top of the footy, overran it, Kennedy sockets it forward, pinballs off the chest of Weddle, and now becomes the tackler, and lays the tackle, locking it inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Lockie Fogarty on the very bottom of the pack, slowly gets up, but the ball is tossed in the air. Meek tries to knock it away from Young, over his shoulder towards half-back. Overrunning the footy was Walsh. Day is tackled by Akers. And the umpire will ball it up. There was an incident in that third quarter. I don't know if any of you guys spotted it, but Jacob Wiedering has been reported for striking Lloyd Meek. So a jumper punch, it seems, off the play, which the umpire put him in the book. As Cripps gives the hand pass to Young, kicks towards half-forward. Scrimshaw spoils it down. Charging through is Dylan Moore. He's locked up at the top of the defensive 50, a ball up. With Carlton just on the edge of the attacking 50, heading to the punt road end in the final term.
Already had one player suspended this week for a jumper punch, with Link McCarthy back on Thursday night from the restart. Young wins the header, gets it going forward for Carlton, but we've just got another stoppage a little closer to the Blues' goal, the punt road end. Still centre half forward, 40 metres out. Up goes Meek, wins the hit out down to Akers, then they lock him up quickly. Umpire says play on, ball comes out to Newcomb, hurried kick in the middle of the ground. Kemp drops one he'd ordinarily take, good enough to follow up, and then just arches the back, burns off Warple, kicks inside 50. Scrimshaw spoils on the way down and then got it out to Newcomb. Hawks have another go off the back flank. Hand pass to Day. Short kick spirals its way to Warple. Hand pass out wide for the Hawks to Moore. Under pressure. Gives it to McGuinness. McGuinness tackled. Taken to ground by McGovern. He's been spun around for an eternity. And in the end, umpire Williamson says a ball up.
It was really good pressure for Carlton. I think it was Cherry that came off the bench when Moore thought he was out. Came off the bench and applied that pressure. And then the next to come in was McGovern that laid that great tackle.
Brendan Goddard with you on ABC Sport. Walsh with speed. Can't break away from the congestion. Stay lays the tackle. In front of the two benches. Carlton leading by 38 points. Young can't quite get a run at it in the size mismatch against Meek. He gets it forward to Moore. Sends it wide towards Mitch Lewis. He's in front of Wiedering. The ball spills past them. Racing onto it now. Bruce tried to slap it back to Mitch Lewis. It may work through the hands of Wiedering. Long towards full forward. Boyd down by Butler. Wingard tapped it back to Butler. Almost worked. Although Boyd was there to rush him through for a minor score. Be creative, Hawthorn, inside their forward 50, but not that damaging on the scoreboard. Carlton by 37 points.
Now, it was very clever by the Hawks forwards, but it was the off-ball wing side run of Ed Curnow who was able to rush the Hawthorn player through the behinds. Good work rate to get back and support your defence.
Newman on the kick-out goes wide to Mackay. Pokes the pass inboard to Ed Curnow, who marks still at half-back. Goes short out wide for Kemp. Thought about coming back inboard. In the end, he's just going to run and carry. Kicks it further down that southern wing. Cripps the target. Slides past him. Weddle collects for the Hawks. Pumps it back in the other direction. Bruce to the target. Boyd up strong. Whacks it away with the long sleeves on. Towards Cripps. Takes on the tackler. Caught holding the ball. Free kick Hawthorn. It'll come back to Warple. And Warple for the Hawks wants to keep it moving. Hawks chasing the game. Hand pass to Amon. That's a shocker. Turns it straight over. Jordan Boyd Spears the pass down to Owies, who marks and he hands it back to Chera.
Through the middle of the MCG, releases Walsh, kicks to Harry Mackay, who marks directly in front. 52 out from home, wheels onto his left. Vacant Colemouth, he goes for home. It's offline. Martin juggles the mark on the behind line. Was he in control? Mitchell Stark style, or was it over the line?
Almost like a toe tap NFL catch, wasn't it? Trying to maintain the football inside the play, but whether or not he grabbed it first and second opportunity inside play.
Trying to hang on with his fingertips at the last moment.
So
inside the behind line. He has a piece of it, but is he in control of it?
A good indicator is always the player involved's response. And the ball hit the ground after he went through and then he's walked off. But he might actually have got it wrong himself.
I think the field umpire said, hang on, we think we're going to pay this a mark.
Yeah, it's a mark.
Jack Martin all of a sudden aware there's a chance for a third goal here. He's going to step out, snap on his right, goal number 3. It's a fair swing of emotions. Having thought it was a behind and he was no chance, all of a sudden he's given the footy and in the split second kicks his third. Carlton skip out to a 43-point advantage to start the final term. The first goal of the final term comes 5 minutes in. The Blues 12-10-82 to Hawthorn 5-9-39.
It was a poor kick from Amon, wasn't it, Murph, that he had an opportunity to get it deep inside 50 for Hawthorn. It came off the instep of his boot and there was a turnover direct. Can't remember the guy, Carlton player, that kicked it out of deep 50, but always was standing in the corridor by himself, and then the runners came past Chera. It's funny that 6 weeks ago they probably wouldn't have given that. Chera was under somewhat of a pressure, but just able to do that and then cut his or use his legs to cut inside, then found Walsh just to give that handball to the runner, just opens up the field, and then had Harry Mackay leading at him and he rolled. I think he was having a shot. But, Martin was the beneficiary of some good play in the back half.
Carlton by 43, Blues with the first possession. Walsh trying to get it to Chera. It's broken up. Ward, hand pass away to Day, got it going forward. Heavy tackle from Wingard, forces the ball free from Cripps. Ward's hand pass, a turnover. And McGovern has it, just kicks out wide in front of the boundary line. Chase on for Fogarty, doesn't get there. It's out of play and the ump says boundary throw-in. Hawks wanted deliberate, not forthcoming. We're underway, by the way, at Traeger Park in Alice Springs, so there's a call available. ABC Listen app, click on AFL Extra, you'll be able to hear the full call between Melbourne and GWS. It's cold and wet too, 10 degrees in the red centre. And the boundary throwing. Meek palms it down to Day of the Hawks, lifts a hand pass back inboard. It'll sit in the end for Morrison. Hand pass to Scrimshaw, darts through traffic, chucks it on the boot. Centre half forward, Lewis picks up a half volley. Akers sticks the tackle. Great bit of work by the former Docker. Pack forms and a ball up centre half forward for the Hawks. Carlton by 43 here, 6.5 gone, final turn.
Toss in the air, a lot of players around this stoppage. Meek rises, taps it straight down to Chera. Hand pass for the Blues to Walsh. Kicks it out to a vacant southern wing. Racing back, Seamus Mitchell got an awkward bounce. Oh, he's tapped it to Ed Curnow. Almost got away from Hardwick. Hand pass out, back towards Chera. Can't knock it clear. A chance for Ward for the Hawks. Hand pass to Mitchell. Works it forward to Connor McDonald. He's tackled by Boyd. And the umpire will ball it up into the Shane Warne stand.
It's been a perfect start by Carlton this last quarter, just not giving any opportunity, any sort of hope for Hawthorn that they were going to kick 1 or 2 and maybe get a chance of running into this game. They've started off really well around the contest and pressured well and haven't allowed Hawthorn to score.
Right on cue, Cripps got it to Akers, hand pass to Ed Curnow, and now Walsh running the southern wing. Hand pass forward to Harry Mackay, lost his opponent, takes a bounce, has options inboard, centres it to Charlie Curnow. He had Owies and he has Chera. And he centres it to 35 metres out, directly in front. In the end, it was the Chook Raffle who wanted to have the last kick on goal.
It's been a bit of a signature of their day, Carlton. They've been really unselfish around goals. I dare say Michael Voss would have stressed to his team about this last couple of months of football, about being team first and being selfless, and they're certainly doing that today, in which the way in which they've moved the football and given it off to a teammate in a better position.
And a bit in reflection as to how poor the Hawks have been in defence. Chera had 2 against the Suns, looking for 2 here against the Hawks. And he sails it straight through. The Blues are charging clear now. A couple of goals to start the final term, and the margin balloons out once more. 13-10-88 to the Hawks, 5-9-39. It's back out to a 49-point advantage just 9 minutes into the final term.
Well, that's where Sam Walsh can really have more of an impact in the game. A lot of people have talked about his lack of impact through a lot of touches, but using his real strength there. Been involved in both of Carlton's last 2 goals. His ability to run, overlap. In that instance, it was a contest on the far side, handball chain, and he just managed to use his legs to get out of congestion and then draw that defender of Hawthorn and then find Harry Mackay. Frost just maybe overplaying it on, not maybe, but definitely overplaying it when you know Harry Mackay doesn't have a right foot. I've never seen him use it, but he's always coming back onto that left foot, so just needed to be a little bit tighter on Charlie Curnow.
Silvani outpoints Nash in the ruck, down to Kennedy, hand pass to Chera, the goal kicker, he hits up Curnow, who marks at centre half forward, and Charlie will have a set shot, 50 out, bang in front.
Well, that's always been their signature under Michael Voss, has been the ability to score from stoppages, and another centre clearance there by Carlton. Some smart hands and good body use around the stoppage there just to win the ball, and then giving your forwards first opportunity when you've got the likes of Charlie Curnow down there and Harry Mackay. Just put it out into space and let them do the rest.
And he's got to kick it uphill to the long end. A punt road end at the MCG is Charlie Curnow. Kicks from right on the paint of the 50. His kick is superb. Straight through it goes. A third for Charlie Curnow. And all of a sudden it's as wide as it's been. Carlton by an equal game high, 55 points. 10 gone final term, 14-10-94. Hawthorn 5-9-39. Brendan Goddard, Mark Murphy, Grandstand AFL.
You got the official crowd numbers?
Not yet.
Won't be too far away.
Play the guessing game?
I reckon it's just under 60. What do you think?
I'm going to say 54, or was.
I think 57. I think
a few clearing out now on the far side in level 4.
Yep, the Hawthorn fans that came along as their home game have decided we've seen enough.
Pretty good turnout in conditions at the start of the day, which looked pretty dark and gloomy, didn't it? And
absolutely.
Wet weather football, so well done to all the fans coming out here today and braving the cold and wet.
Question coming through on the SMS around holding the ball, Beach. I'll bring that to you in a moment. Back in the middle, Silvani doing the ruck against Nash, down to Cripps. The Blues have got their mojo. Hand pass to Cunningham, back to Cripps, just couldn't link up. And the Hawks through Weddle takes it. Hand pass to Nash, works it forward to Newcomb. They've got options over the top. Hand pass to Connor McDonald, looks up inside 50. Lewis on the lead. He marks in front of Wiedering. So Jacob Wiedering's won that matchup all afternoon. Mitch Lewis was finally able to get some separation and mark on his chest.
Now, good use of legs there by Connor McDonald just to take his 10 of 15 and then deliver to Mitch Lewis.
Slightly right of centre, kicking from just inside 50. Lewis comes in. Beautiful kick off the boot. Just swayed it from left to right and straight through the major opening for the Hawks' first goal of the final term, which comes at the 11.5-minute mark. Keep in mind they didn't score a goal in the first half. They're 6-9-45 to Carlton 14-10-94. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Carlton's decided Charlie Curnow's done enough for today. They've parked him on the bench. George Hewitt running on now, so he's got about 15 minutes to make an impact on a pretty cold day to come off the bench as well.
Thanks, Loz. A second for Mitch Lewis on the SMS. Gordon wants to know, PJ, what is the holding the ball rule these days? So many times I see players swung around 2 or 3 times and the ball just comes loose.
Well, you have to, one, have prior opportunity, and then you have to have a sufficient, or what's the wording?
Prior opportunity?
No, but
I thought it was the case when he did get swung a 360.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that...
Is that still the case?
Applies, yeah, and then you've got to have an intent to dispose of the ball properly. So if you don't have prior and proper intent to get rid of it, regardless of whether you drop the ball or how you dispose it, outside of a throw, obviously, then it's play on.
Early touch for Hewitt, hands it to Docherty, kicks it forward, but Hardwick takes the intercept mark, sends his kick to centre half forward, and it's a turnover as well. Newman's got it. Goes out wide with his kick, straight back into Hawthorn's hands. The acting captain, Dylan Moore, on the 45 today, thought about the hand pass, decides to go himself, wobbles a kick inside 50, and Connor McDonald marks. In the corridor, 35 out.
I know it wasn't a great spinning ball, that one, BJ, which you probably, from what I've heard, you don't really like it when people can't kick the football too well. But I love the little sidestep and just the want to just take the game on. He's been certainly a standout this year for Hawthorn, Will Day, but on that occasion still finding the target, even though it did just float through.
The first score of the game, which was a behind Connor McDonald, he's now got a goal. Through it goes. Hawks with their 7th. couple in succession in this final term. It's all a bit obligatory from here, though. Carlton by 43 points, 14 gone final term. The Baggers 14-10, Hawthorn a 7-9. Connor McDonald with his first of the day.
When his defence, Burf, it was on his left, so he'll let that one slide. But without him actually just rolling on, playing on then, showing the courage to take McGovern on, he doesn't find that space. So he's got 3 or 4 metres on how do you pronounce it?
And it just doesn't allow the Carlton defence to get set and to find a man.
Back,
so they're all left scrambling by the fact of him taking the game on and playing it on instinct. So although it wasn't the best looking ball going forward, it finds a target, but it just causes a bit of havoc in Carlton's defence.
The Demons at the opening 3 behinds at Traeger Park in Alice Springs against the Giants. There is an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL Extra button. Mink wins down the tap for the Hawks to Warple, tries to squeeze a kick forward. McDonald slapped it back to Nash. It actually worked successfully as he kicks inside 50. It's wide of a leading Luke Bruce. And Mitch McGovern takes the mark. He played on. Bruce a little shove. Kick is turned over. McDonald trying to work it forward to Day. Chincotta slides in. Day kept his feet. He's now tackled. Kemp locks him up 15 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. At the city end of the MCG. Carlton by 43 points. Tossed in the air. Meek tried to take out of the ruck. A hold off the ball, and it's going. In fact, it was in the ruck battle, says the umpire. And Jack Silvani will take it. Switches to the right back pocket and finds Kemp.
Kemp is going to go short. Doherty at right half back. Short to Walsh. So the other thing is the Blues will become the third team to win off the bye against the team that's played the week previous. There were 6 teams coming off the bye this week in that scenario against the side that played the week before. Kick heads down to Mackay, pokes it inside 50, and here's Hewitt, the sub, who takes the mark. All played on, and then dishes off a hand pass to Cunningham. Goes back by hand to Ed Curnow, and he retreats. Short kick to Mackay. He's 55 out right half forward, so after 0-8 was the record leading in. Teams off the bye against those that have played the week before. We're 3-2 this weekend. As Mackay kicks into the pocket, hits Silvani like a hit-guided missile straight onto the chest of the Carlton number 1.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there, Harry Mackay. I'm not sure it was Jack Silvani that he really wanted to, but he did put it to the space and just allowed whoever was going to react first to get onto it. And Jack Silvani was the one who was trying to create that space and just turned his bloke inside out, just reacted quicker, and Harry Mackay's ball was good enough.
Laced out too. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. The space is there.
Right forward pocket, tight angle. Jack Silvani to become their 9th goal kicker. He does. Mark it down to the Carlton Blue Blood. And the Blues back out by 49. 15-10, 100. They've raised the bat, the Blues. Hawthorn 7-9, 51, 17 gone, final term.
It's had a pretty good day. Jack Silvani has competed really well in the ruck when it's been his time to go through there. He's had the 10 hit-outs, but just competed, and I think these conditions certainly suit the way in which he likes to play. He always tries his hardest, but just keeps the ball in front a lot of the time. It just does clever little things, and then another bit of clever act, just reacting first and just being smarter than his opponent and just drifting back into the space and kicking his first for the day.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Callum Brown with the first goal from Traeger Park. The Giants 1 straight 6 to Melbourne 3 behinds. Early stages of the opening term there. Blues by 49 points, back at the MCG. Silvani wins down the tap against Lloyd. Megan then lays a great tackle. Not rewarded. Warple has to try and knock it clear, and the umpire will ball it up just short of centre-half forward for the Blues.
Good follow-up, wasn't it, from Jack Silvani? Won the tap out. He's competed really well, as I said, all day, but just looks fresher, and I think benefit off having the last couple of weeks off.
Mink wins that tap, having had his colours lowered, kicked it into the middle of the ground. Sard inside 50, socket forward, onset hit the deck by Walsh, out in the direction of Mackay, getting the hand pass away to Blank. He was able to receive it from Dylan Moore working in defence. Hand pass to Carl Amon, up towards Butler at half-back, can't take the mark. Onto a Chincotta, quick 1-2 with Louis Young. Onto that left-hand side, inside 50, Kennedy the target, can't take the mark. Frost spoiled it down, Mackay tried to knock it on. He was tripped in the eyes of the umpire. And another shot from goal for the Blues coming up. That's the gesture the umpire made. Have a look on the replay.
Yeah, that looks nothing like.
We're not questioning you, Clinchy. Questioning the bloke in baby blue out there about that, because Harry Mackay's basically dived to pick up the ball and knock it onto a teammate. So nothing that the Hawthorn defender did. They caused him to fall over, was it?
This time he's going to go around the body, Harry. As he steps out 2 steps, and he won't get the journey. From 25 metres out, the mark is taken by Seamus Mitchell on the last line. He bounces out of defence and bounces into Harry Mackay once he got his kick away. Up towards Carl Amon. Hand pass to Warble. This might suit the Hawks. Hand pass to Day. Hits inboard to Wingard. He's got Newcomb free inside 50. He turns boundary side. The kick for Bruce is not a great one. Nick Newman double palms it out of play. And a boundary throw in at left half forward for the Hawks.
Give me your thoughts on Harry Mackay, Brendan.
I just, what does he do there? Seriously, if the siren had gone, if he was in Dan Hughes' position, obviously 30 metres out straight in front, does he can't do that. It's played percentages, obviously some serious demons in his head, but which I've never been in that position, so I can't really. Well, I'm honest. I've never had the yips with a footy in my hand or a putter or a golf club. So I can't sympathise with those guys. It must be a terrible thing, but surely just play the percentages from straight in front.
The Hawks win the footy here as it comes out from Moore, gives it to Newcomb, kicks back inboard, centre half forward for the Hawks, turnover. Cunningham's got it for the Blues, hand pass to Newman, short kick to Silvani. Takes the mark, he comes out wide to Jack Martin, logo broadcast side. He goes short to Doherty.
I'm going to come back to that, just so you know.
Of course. 49-point lead for the Blues. Fading light, overcast, the foreshadows starting to appear on the players as the kick heads down to half forward. Leaping forward is Kennedy, no mark. Hewitt crashes into a couple of Hawks, left the footy behind. Weddle gives it to McGuinness, his hand pass to Moore, kick smothered. Ricochets out of bounds, boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues.
And so inside 30 metres, there's actually snap around the body is a higher percentage than drop punts in the AFL, but outside of 30 becomes a shot selection thing. It's higher percentage to kick drop punts.
Thrown back in, Meek worked it around the back, got it to Weddle, kicks to Hardwick through the middle of the ground. McDonald's kick is just wide of Moore at left half back. He gathers and gives the hand pass to Hardwick. It's corralled by Chin Cotter, looks inboard, nothing on option there. Has to kick down the line, straight towards Sard. He spoils it away from Wingard. Boyd for the Blues gathers, hand pass to Jack Martin. He's going to chip it back to Sard. So inside 30 metres is okay for a snap. Outside.
I'm not saying it's okay.
Yep.
There's a percentage.
This is statistically, this is champion data numbers? Wow. Okay. So outside of 30 metres, the percentage goes way down. In terms of snap versus...
I'm not sure about way down, but it's higher for drop punts. And inside 30 metres, AFL average or accuracy is higher kicking around your body or snap.
I'm less interested in the footy yips. It's the fact that you threw golf in there as well. So you've never had the yips over the putter.
No.
Well done. What the key is to that one in post-game?
You clearly have.
I have the yips on the tee. I have the yips everywhere. Cunningham forces a turnover for the Blues. Hand pass to Cripps, breaks out of a tackle. Hand pass to Fogarty to finish with some class. He bounces it through. Another one for the Blue Baggers. Just forcing the error from the Hawks, and when they got the footy on their terms, they made them pay. Now we are going to just work out whether it kissed the bottom of the right goalpost on the way through, but it looks like there's a bit of separation on the big screen.
Plenty.
And the goal umpire to back himself in.
Half a foot.
So Fogarty is able to put it through. His first goal of the afternoon to go alongside his 16 disposals. Carlton moved to 16-10, 106 to the Hawks 7-9-51. The lead is 55 points at the 23-minute mark of the final term. As the crowd is posted at 66,000.
Well done, Loz. She said 66.
She sure did.
It's been a very even performance from the Carlton forwards. They've all pitched in and kicked their goal and given off another. So Fogarty gets on the board there, kicking his first of the day. But Jack Martin's kicked a 3, David Cunningham's kicked 2, Silvani, Owies, and then you've got the big key targets all kicking their goals in Charlie and Harry. So been a great spread performance from the Carlton forwards.
Back to 55 points, equal game high. Louis Young wins the hit out, but down to Amon. Hurried kick forward for the Hawks. Off the chest of McGuinness, no mark, falls to Chincotta, lost a boot in the tackle. Ball comes out the side, half back for Carlton, hand pass to Doherty. He kicks down the wing and finds Jack Martin. So Freo, Sunday twilight next week for the Blues. They've got a pretty good record over there against the Purple, won some close games.
They do. It'll be a big game next week, won't it?
Fremantle in that mid-table treadmill looking for a spot in the top 8, and of course Carlton just a game and a half out now, and Mark Murphy believes there's still a bit of hope there for the Blues. As Frost takes the intercept mark and they retreat, Hawthorn go all the way back to Weddle at centre-half back, kicks down the wing to Connor McDonald, who marks the members' wing in front of us, Carlton by 55.
Our pass to the run of Weddle, streaming off half-back, kicks towards centre-half forward. No one's there for the Hawks, and Doherty takes the intercepting mark. Sends it out to Jack Martin, who marks 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks out to Silvani. Surely juggled the mark enough, not paid, and now he scraps at ground level. It's knocked on for the Hawks by Frost, and the kick is just wide of Mitch Lewis. He's racing onto it. Seamus Mitchell couldn't keep it in the field of play. A boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Hawks. Carlton by 55 points. The Hawks have got GWS in Sydney next week, North Melbourne and the Tigers in the next few weeks. The Blues and Freo has a bit to like about it. Carlton will move to 5 wins, 1 draw and 8 losses. This is from the throw-in. Chance for Kennedy, who gets it out to Fogarty. Looks up. Cripps has gone forward. He's against Weddle on half-forward. Hardwick's trying to get to impact the contest. Cripps will get there first. Has Ed Curnow. Thought, no, I'm not going to hand pass it to you. Kicks along to Harry Mackay. He takes the mark as the rain starts to fall in front of Blank. Hard against the boundary. 35 metres out. What does he do here, BJ?
Wow, what percentages you'd say?
I was just trying to work out if it was inside 30. It's definitely outside.
He's definitely going to kick the scrap. I'd suggest he goes back even further on the mark, and then once he goes back further, he's got more time to open up the angle. So play on, open up the angle, and kick it left foot.
Let's see how he goes. Mackay steps out, snaps across his body, light that one off the boot. That's better. It's not a perfect system, but it worked on this occasion for Harry Mackay. A second goal for him. And the Blues are out to 17 goals to the match. 17-10, 112. To Hawthorn 7-9-51, and it's all confidence building at this stage.
It is confidence building, and a few guys who really need it in the back half of this year. Jack Martin, who's currently coming to the bench, I think has played his best game for the season. He's looked fit, he's got up and down the ground really well. David Cunningham's another one, but then I've actually just really enjoyed the structure in which Carlton have been able to hold going forward of the ball today. They've always had someone that's been running into space. They've always had a target, whereas I think previously they've either been getting too high up the ground and then been found wanting for lack of targets and opportunities ahead of the football. So I think they're certainly getting the benefits of having these higher half forwards getting up and supporting the midfielders up the ground.
New game high, 61 points. Carlton's way on the back of that Mackay goal as Chera in the middle. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Handball to Akers to the back edge of the square to Sard. Kick smothered. Nice work, Will Day. With a 1%er. Forces the ball out to Green. Back to Dave. Threw it out to Ward. Says it's all okay. Hand pass to Wingard. Lifts a hand pass inside the forward 50. Butler gives it back to Wingard. In that junction between the 50 and the boundary line. Kicks deeper into the pocket. Wanted Butler again. Spills to Sard. Now it's in dispute. Heavy tackle laid on McGovern. He's taken the ground and a ball up here. 40 out from the Hawks goal. Mentioned earlier the Dare to Hope match, remembering Hawks legend Paul Deere, the 1991 Norm Smith medalist. Big fan of the marquee games, and they've done a great job, the Hawks, in the promotion of this, all to raise awareness and vital funds to try and beat pancreatic cancer. We've seen the blocks, the 5 blocks in the back of the Great Southern Stand or the Shane Warne Stand and the Olympic Stand, all with the purple silhouettes, which is a very touching look to represent the 3,500 Australians that die every year from pancreatic cancer. From the stoppage inside the Hawks forward 50, comes down to Butler. He shoots goal, but he's missed the whole set. It's out on the full. It's a big number, as you touched on in the pre-game. That's more than Australians lose every year to breast cancer and road trauma and MND and melanoma and a whole lot of other sort of well-known diseases. So nice work by the Hawks today.
I was listening to Matthew Lloyd talk about it. His dad unfortunately suffered from pancreatic cancer. There's no symptoms. So often you don't know about it until you've got it. A worthy cause that footy can play its part. Day sends the Hawks inside 50 towards Mitch Lewis. Can't take the mark. Spills out towards Fergus Green. He overran the footy. Chincotta dives on top of it. Still showing desperation despite it being late in the match. And the footy is stuck underneath him. So the Blues are going to be 6 games outside, 6 points, should I say, outside the top 8. So a game and a half. They have to get on a run in the back end of the season. It spills down the way of Cripps. Can't get a disposal away. Warple's run down. Lost the footy. Ward with a hand pass to Day. Straight into the congestion. Fogarty laid the tackle. Holding the ball. Carlton have taken the advantage. The umpire eventually calls play on. Chera's kick is over the head of Cunningham. Scrimshaw takes the mark. Back in the middle of the ground for the Hawks to Ward. Hand pass to a stationary Wingard. Looks up. Blazes away inside 50. Won't quite get to the intended target in Butler. Front and centre Warple. Hand pass to Mitch Lewis. Kick was partially smothered. Great pressure from the Blues late. Gathering it is Chera. Hand pass to Silvani. Kicks up towards half back. Weddle's underneath it. And he marks Howard out to the right. He's 50 out from home, but thinking this is beyond his range, Corby.
3 goals so far. The teenager in his young career. He's going dart out to the right. Drive his drop punt all the way to the behind line. Silvani in the box seat leaps up, knocks it through. So the Giants next Saturday in the twilight for Hawthorn. They played out a hell of a game earlier in the year during gather round. Of course, Himmelberg taking that huge mark and goal in late in the piece. I think we're all sitting watching that at Adelaide Airport. I'm about to fly back to Melbourne. I'll do it again next week.
Murphy's getting plenty of encouragement for the Blues at that stage of the season. How things change as Sard receives it from McGovern. The other thing about that Weddle kick is it just shows you how far Dan Houston kicked that ball here at the MCG, having been here the day after. Hardwick punches it forward, and Mitchell is the tackler with Akers and Carl Amon the last to rise.
He's the shorter end, though, as Brett Delidio would tell us.
Certainly has his own theory on things.
A lot.
It's true.
A lot of things.
Knocks it forward to Silvani. As does BJ about the yips. I'm looking forward to getting that in the post game.
Did you subscribe to that,
the
Beach?
kick doctor and
What's
the
that?
putting doctor.
So Brett Delidio thinks that at the city end, it is shorter to kick 50 than it is at the punt road end. Just thinks for whatever reason. Yep. Thinks it's.
It might be the wind, because the wind swirls here. It goes around in circles. The predominant wind favouring kind of one end.
It's not a definitive yes, I agree with him. As Fogarty in the middle of the ground gets the hand pass to Ed Curnow, chips it across his shoulder out in front of Mitch McGovern, pushing between wing and half forward. Hand pass out in front of Cunningham, missed the target. Weddle tries to corral him. Finn McInnes came charging in. He knocks it back to Mitch McGovern. One way then the other. Hand pass to Ed Curnow. Swings onto his right hand side, chips it to Owies, who marks on his chest till 2 kicks out from goal. Not a lot of the tall timber there with Charlie Curnow having been subbed out. Kicks towards Chera. And Will Day takes an impressive mark in the left back pocket.
Day goes back across the goal face to Newcomb. And he just pokes the pass out to Carl Amon, who marks at half back. Kicks inside the centre square, trying to thread the needle, and got it to Weddle in the end. He plays on and comes wide to Butler. 66 and a bit thousand in. And the Baggers make it 2 in a row. For the first time since the first month of the season, they're a game and a half outside the 8 with 8 to go. There's life in Carlton's season yet, and the horror show continues for the Hawks. Carlton by 10 goals.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
They'll take a bit of momentum with them over to Perth next Sunday when they take on the Dockers. A game and a half outside the 8. They move to 6.5 wins, the Blues. And they've strung back-to-back victories together either side of the bye. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, they went 5 quarters where they went goalless in 4 of them. They didn't kick a single goal until the 6-minute mark of the third quarter. Playing from a long way back, they were never able to close the gap. They got within 37 points, but that's about as much ground that they made. In the end, Carlton steadied up to win by 60.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark the team, old Carlton Road. With all the champions, they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
In terms of all the games we've seen this season, it's fair to say that was the most recent. Carlton by 19 points at quarter time, 50 at the half, 38 at three-quarter time and 60 at full time. Jack Martin kicked 3, Charlie Curnow kicked 3. He's one off Tex in the Coleman medal race. 2 for David Cunningham, 2 for Mackay and 2 for Chera. And then singles for Silvani, Fogarty, Akers, Doherty and Owies. Meanwhile for Hawthorn, Clenchy, 2 each for Lewis, Bruce and Green. And Connor McDonald kicked 1. Carlton by 60 points in the finish.
And the Blues have now made it 3 on the trot against the Hawks, a side that had their number through their successful premiership era. The thoughts of Brendan Goddard and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Murph's just there doing the votes. I did last night, so I don't think it's appropriate for go back to back.
Is that an on-air handball, or did you know that, Murph?
No, we worked it out about 2 minutes ago.
When you were doing it.
Anyway, so I'm working hard at trying to give my vote.
I'll let him do that. But, look, there was a response from Hawthorn after half-time, and so there should be. It was quite, they'd be pretty embarrassed with their efforts in the first quarter. There's 66,000 supporters turning up, Hawthorn home game. They'd be bitterly disappointed with their efforts, and I just think you have to give a lot of credit to Carlton, the way they played. They got the game on their terms pretty early. Well, a lot of defending. They kind of smothered Hawthorn in their attempts to move the ball, and they're kind of one-wood, and their real identity to move the ball quick through the corridor, meticulously create overlap run, really take the game on, but force them wide, force them slow. Didn't have the targets up forward in particular when they had to go down the line and force into slow play. So they got the game on their terms, and then they were really efficient. They've obviously been something they've been working on is their offense and the way they move the ball, trying to get more speed into the game, bring more overlap run. And I think that was really evident today. You can't control what the opposition brings in their effort intensity, but that's why I think you all have to be impressed with Carlton and their intent to move the ball with speed to get into their tall forwards, in particular Mackay and Curnow. It was Curnow early playing that deeper forward. Harry spent most of the first half up in front of him being that link man, and then the second half when Curnow, actually from the start of the second half, Mackay, I'm sure it's something they do regularly, change roles, played that deeper role. But there was a bit of a response from Hawthorn after half time, and then it was still all Carlton, particularly in that last quarter. And again, their transitional offence from their D50 to forward 50 was much improved, and haven't seen them in a number of weeks. So it's something that I mentioned that they've publicly been trying to work on, give their forwards in particular, their 2 stars, better opportunities, better isolation. I think they did that today, but it's a bit hard when you're judging, how well we actually went with it when you had an opposition like Hawthorn in the first half that wasn't putting up much of a fight. So it happened pretty easy, but I think Vossi and Carlton supporters and the Carlton players would be pretty happy with the way they approach the game and their intent with the ball in particular. And I highlighted that it would be a challenge for Carlton today to defend the ball movement. I was looking forward to how they did it of Hawthorn, and I think they passed with flying colours. It must have been a focus. It was pretty evident that they were protecting the corridor really well, and their ability to slow them down, and it paid dividends going back the other way. And Hawthorn were forced to try and create something early as turnovers by foot, in particular from Hawthorn, which is so hard to defend through that middle part of the ground in your forward half. So, very well done with Carlton today.
Quarter time at Traeger Park in Alice Springs. It's Melbourne 1-5-11 leading the goal, GWS 1 straight 6. And just trying to work out how to play out Bailey Fritsch. I think he got an ankle caught in a marking contest. It's been raining in
go north, they say, to get good weather.
Well, as Corbin pointed out in Corbin and Ben, there's a distinct difference in the temperature between Darwin and Alice Springs. But more on the Blues, Murph. Back-to-back wins for the first time since round 4.
Yep.
We're intrigued as to how they would go without a ruckman, missing Tom De Koning and Mark Pitnet. What was the key takeaway or two for you this afternoon?
I think it's a good day for Carlton because they just competed. They wanted the ball more. They wanted to work harder. Their first half was spot on. I know Hawthorn were left lacking and left looking really flat-footed, not just only at the contest but from it. But I think when Hawthorn finally turned up in that second half to start off that third quarter, that Carlton were able to wrestle back the momentum and get the game back on their terms. So I think that was a bit of a win for them in that regard as well, because you know these days every team's going to have some period where they're going to come at you, and Hawthorn certainly did that to start the third, but there's a few big moments where guys just won their 1v1 contest and got the ball forward, and they were able to score on the back of that. So some good signs for Carlton. I was really impressed by just their forward structure today. I thought it operated probably the best it's operated all season. I know they played a Gold Coast Suns a couple of weeks ago and scored quite heavily, but I thought the way in which their smaller or mid-sized half forwards got involved in the game, and it was certainly a really shared system in their forward half, and they were really unselfish. They all got their opportunity to score a goal, which I think nearly every forward who played for Carlton today ended up hitting the scoreboard and gave off one themselves. So I think it was a good team performance all in all by the Carlton players, and I think their midfield just got on top with Chera and Cripps and Walsh Doherty, just all took the game away from Hawthorn straight away.
So 6 points outside the 8. They've got Fremantle in Perth next Sunday, Port Adelaide, West Coast, Collingwood, St Kilda, Melbourne, the Gold Coast and GWS. If they're trying to make a late charge, they'd have to win the majority of them. Down to Lauren Borden in the Blues rooms.
Thanks, Clinchy. I think the Blues might be coming in the back entrance. They never come in this way, but they've come in the back. So there's so many supporters in here. You can hear them clapping now. I think when it's a big win, they come down early to make sure they can get front position. So it's absolutely packed. There's probably 150 fans here who are all getting their phones out now to record the song. Doherty's got his little daughter or son coming in with him. A few family members, a few smaller children coming in as well to be part of Carlton's song after such a big win today. You can see they're all pretty happy in here and happy for a couple of wins in a row. Might be waiting for one or two more to come into the song. Jack Martin's coming in. He's also got his daughter alongside him. So he's one of the last ones into the huddle here as they all link up arms. Here come the Kernos. They're the very last two, arm in arm together, ready to sing the song. A pretty happy crew here between the players and the fans and supporters that have come out here. We're hoping they don't go into a meeting and we can grab a player soon.
All right, thanks, Loz. Just yell out when you're right to go and we'll head straight back out. I'm not sure Jack Martin's youngster absolutely loved the song, spat out the dummy in the process, but they were all smiling at the end with the Blues winners by 60 points. So, Murph, you'll get a few questions like this, like on the SMS from Grant in Hobart. Can you see Carlton being good enough to get into the 8 at the end of the whole season?
The talk has started already.
No, I don't think so. There's a lot to play out, but they've
down, Murph.
They've probably got to go on and win. 7 of their last 8?
Yeah,
not that many.
So mathematically still a chance.
They're only 6 points out.
The side's in the bottom.
Well, you expect everyone else to lose, mate? Or
yeah,
what?
Well, everyone else just stops and Carlton keep playing.
Well, they've only got to make up a game and a half.
Yeah, there's how many ahead of them now?
How many wins are they on? They're on 6.5 wins.
6.5.
I reckon the number's dropping. I thought it was 13 before.
I love these hypotheticals and stuff from.
They get 6.5 wins today.
6.5.
Yeah. But I reckon previously it was like 13 you needed to get there. I reckon that number's around 12.5 now, and they got the half.
Let's head back down to the Blues rooms with Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm down here with Sam Walsh. Another big win today. You had the 59-point win against Gold Coast. Now a 60-point win to be sandwiched between those buys. How pleasing is it to have those two results in a row?
Yeah, it's very pleasing to be coming off the bye and back up a performance against the Gold Coast that we were happy with. And, I just felt like today that we brought a similar aspect, bringing pressure on the footy and then taking the most of our opportunities going forward. So it's definitely a lot more fun playing footy that way.
Keeping Hawthorn goalless in the first half must have exceeded all your expectations, though.
Yeah, definitely. I think you always want to go out there and defend well, but we know that they're pretty potent when they can get on the attack, and I thought some of our defensive acts from Weeders and holding up was great, and then we knew they were going to come in the third, so challenges there, and I thought we fought it back well in the last.
Did you feel like you were just a little bit slow coming out of that main break when they did get the jump on you in the first 3 goals in the third quarter?
Yeah, I feel like around the contest we probably just slipped away a little bit from our intensity, and it's only a fine line, and they brought it. And I think they had a few transition goals, which they were probably spreading the ground really well, and we didn't react quick enough to that. So I thought in the last quarter we did that better, and were able to get the first two of the last, which was crucial.
This win must really put finals well and truly back onto the agenda, though. You're only 6 points out of the top 8.
I don't think we're really worried about that, especially where we've come from. So I think it's the ability to back it up now. And just, I think, as I mentioned before, it's fun playing footy this way. So I feel like we're training it during the week. It's translating into the games, and we just got to keep backing it up.
We'll head upstairs now to some more questions from our experts, Mark Murphy and Brendan Goddard.
Sam, it's Brendan. Well done today, mate. Just you said a little comment there. It's a lot more fun playing footy that way. I assume you're talking a little bit in offence there. Was today probably more evident of how you really wanted to play and what you've been working on probably the last month or so with your offence in particular?
Yeah, spot on, Brendan. As you know, it's probably, I think, the ability for everyone to bring their own strengths to the table, and that translates to us playing powerful football. And I think our focus on being able to come forward and create turnovers, you're going back through less numbers. You're not going back through 18, which probably early in the year we were playing out of our back half a little bit. So the ability to wind around contests and burst from there, it feels like that's when we're playing our best footy.
And it was a heavy focus today. We know about Hawthorn's offence and how fast and aggressive they are with the footy. Was there a heavy focus today on the team defence? You mentioned it there, but in particular just forcing them wide and slowing them down?
Yeah, absolutely. They like to play that attacking brand of footy with the handball receives, and probably early the conditions were a little bit slippery, so it felt like out there a pretty pressured game, so there wasn't much time and space. And I think when we went forward, we took our opportunities and got some good looks in front of goal, which